그래서 왔습니다. 이거 디테일 탔어요? 탔어요? 앞으로
정면에서
앞에 자산 들고
앞으로 나간다.
캐넨
제리가 뒤에 있대요.
제리 잡았어.
제리 했는데.
근데 이제 나서스의 시대입니다.
숫자 차이가 너무나도 납니다. 대속사 클리어.
DRX.
그런데 조금 더 앞으로 간다면 다시 한번 불리죠.
내가 나르긴 한데.
자, 어려운 것 같습니다.
베이가 와요.
나를 한번 있고
터졌고요.
네. 자,
그러면서 디플러스기가 더 치고 들어갈 수 있나요?
베이가 자, 물로 들어갑니다.
빠지긴
근데
와, 바로 들어왔어요.
하이파이가 지금
와, 그리고 웨이가 진짜 앞에서
그렇죠.
아니 뭐 들어갈 수가 없게끔
와,
앞에서 막아주고 있습니다.
진짜 잘 받아.
자, 여기부터
제리 전면.
한번
그리고
잠깐만
자리가 보니까 저항이 비사.
하이파이 들어왔어요. 하이파이 들어왔어요.
와!
KT 끌어들이기.
하이보이.
야, 이게 바로 하이프의 하이퍼 캐리다.
네.
싸움을 원하는 대로 할 수 있을까요?
들어오는 이 조합을 상대로 해서
네.
얼마나 때릴 수 있느냐.
뒤에 지금
네, 이렇게 말이죠.
뒤에 수가 이동와요. 뒤에 수가
이야, 이걸 이렇게 들어오면서 확실한 기가.
풀배도
그리고 이거 게임 끝날 것 같은데요?
할수 있지 않나요, 게임?
이대로
자, 이렇게 잡아냅니다.
자, 바로 치면서
근데 이게 앞에 지금 레오나 말파이트 너무 든든하거든요. 이거 뚫고 가야 되는데 DRX 입장에선 최대한 카이팅하면서 사건 지평선 이용해야 됩니다. DRX
일단 리시부터 치나요?
세텝이 마크당.
그러니까 자신감이에요.
데미지가 세텝밖에 없는데 세텝이 마크당이 오른쪽에서 말파이트한테
클리어.
아래쪽 잡으면
그냥 막 들어가요.
더블 킬!
쿼드라킬!
스매시! 다시 한번 상대를 스매시! 스매시 좀 위험할 수 있거든요, 스매시?
살짝 한번 튀어나오긴 했거든요, DRX가.
한줄 나왔어, 이쪽으로. 스매시! 매우 연계! 그리고
나도
스매시!
네, 이거 잡혀요.
그리고 다이도!
딜각 나오고요.
그렇죠.
와!
자, 잡혀.
그러면서 그럼 DRX가 한 번 더 그리고 나가고
싸웠을 때 구도가 또 중요한데
DRX가
DRX가
한번 이제 포레스트! 오예!
노레스타.
슈퍼스타 포레스트!
자, 말도 안 되는 플레이 픽퍼.
더 봐야 돼, 더 봐야 돼,
이거
더 봐야
이렇게
돼,
만든-
더 봐야 돼, 더 봐야 돼, 진짜! 포레스트!
소름이 돋는 플레이였습니다.
너무 신나지 말고 원래 진짜 이러긴 했어요 우승할 때 마지막 번 진짜 페페 승사 모를 것 같아 첫판이 아니고 첫판은 아니고 세 번째 판 느낌으로 세 번째 판이라 해야 돼 상대가 2승 우리가 0 지금 없는 세 번째 판 하자 그렇다 쩔지 말고 잠깐만 우주의 기운이 왔다 중요한 건 꺾이지 않는 야 이긴 판 기억해 이긴 판야 근데 저판 좋았어 저판은 나쁘다 이긴 판을 기억해 우리 잘했던 것만 기억해 그대로 합시다 아 나 무게 안 낄라 했는데 허리 보호대 찼어 허리보호대 안 찰라 했는데 찼어 진작 좀 차려 그랬죠 가뿐하게 이길 줄 알았는데 허리보호대 안 차서 이러네 왜 안 찼어 예 우리가 국감 매기긴 했어 그냥 팀은 없어 나 이거 보는 거 어때? 레타 와줄랬어? 야 아니 빨리 가져 레타 올게 레타 제리 나 제리 바꿔할게 천천히 한 마리 야 이거 애니 나 더블 3조 야 펜타 제리 펜타야 나 펜타야 천천히 진정해라 제발 진정해 너무 안 끝났어 진정해 하민이 형 나이스 알았어 그만해 제발 오케이 조민 사랑해 조민 아 집중이 아직 인거 아니야 잡아 알았어 몰래 지금 보자 몰래 지금 보자 제리 어때 제리 내가 막 할게 제리 잡았어 빼 제리 진짜 제리 필 한번 못 잡았어? 잡았어 제리 너플 야 갈게 쳐봐 근데 이거 우리 프로젝트는 살짝 파는 게 좋아 보이긴 한데 아니 상대는 상대도 노플이야. 상대도. 야 너무 쫄고 있다. 상대 이거 상대가 더 쫄려 이거. 나 들이킨다고 생각해봐. 상대 입장에서. 야 답이 없어. 어제 생각해. 어제 스크림. 못 막아 저거. 진규 이거 있냐 이거. 못 막아 못 막아. 거산이야 우리 거산이야 거산이야 거산. 춤추고 있겠다. 거산. 컨트롤 3 눌러 그냥. 하나 몰렸다. 야 몰렸다. 괜찮아 보이긴 해. 괜찮아 보이긴 해. 빨아봐. 나이스. 천천히. 끝내.
쓸려요 그냥.
나 궁 아낄 거야. 나 안 쓸 거야. 제일 노플이야 합니다 근데. 노플이야? 노플이야. 제일 노플. 막아볼게. 막아. 천천히. 앞까지 오면 봐. 리시. 제리 노플. 제리 어때? 여기까지. 빨렸다 우리. 빨렸다. 제리고 조심. 뒤로 어때? 빨리 와. 타워 쳐볼래? 타워. 나왔어. 타워. 끝내봐. 자, 끝내봐.
지난 플레이오프 1라운드 D 플러스 기아 경기 보시면서 좀 어떤 생각이 드셨나요?
굉장히 편하게 승자전에 갈 수 있겠다 생각을 했습니다.
역시 탑라이너 출신 됐다. 선생님 아니 오진이 형. 아니 플래그를 몇 개를 넣는 거예요? 아니 플래그를 잔뜩 쓰고. 아니 오진이 형. 아니 오진이 형. 거치는 플래그를 한두 개도 아니고 12개를 세워버렸어. 사망 플래그를 어떻게 해야 돼요? 이렇게까지 플래그 더 뜯어주면 사실 사망 아닌 거 아니지? 그것도 맞다 안 돼요. 대놓고 사망 플래그는 또 아니잖아.
저 일단 체급에서 이긴다고.
장세가
체급으로 발라주겠다.
3대0
되겠다.
쟤네 그냥 밥이다.
그냥 하면 우리가 이긴다. 근데 인정. 저기서 플래그 세웠어.
맞네. 역시 교수님. 계획 있구나.
플레이오프 잡아내면서 이렇게 상위로 올라갑니다.
됐지?
나이스.
Hello and welcome to LCK Challenger League live at the WDT Esports Studio. I'm Valdez, with me is Walp, and we are getting into the losers bracket as these two teams, DK and T1, have lost one match in this double elimination bracket that we do have, and they're fighting for a chance to fight off against KT, who did lose yesterday.
That's
we'll
right.
See who does it today, Wolf.
I think KT, at least from our perspective, was the big favorite yesterday and did get reverse swept like T1. In our minds, was the favorite against DRX. So DRX really shocking expectations twice in a row. And today, we're going to see if D+ has regained form, because it's been a while since we've seen them. They fell off pretty hard at the end of the regular season, and their opening playoff match is not looking so great. So again, I think they're pretty heavily the underdogs tonight. But because, I mean, if you look at the regular season standings, if you didn't watch any of the playoffs, you didn't watch the end of regular season, you're like, no, wait, D+, they're all higher up in the standings.
Right
so, like,
here,
there,
yeah.
They're like
third place.
They're right up there, and they were like first place the whole time pretty much until the very end. But recent form is what matters the most. You know, you could say the same things about teams like Live Sandbox and the LCK. It really bombed out the last possible moment. and got crushed in the first round of playoffs. So hoping to see a better performance from D+ today, but in terms of drafting and overall play, I personally think T1 is a much stronger team right now. Throughout the entire season, no. But right now, yes.
Yeah, and it's pretty interesting because I think the predictions are going to be all over the place because this is what happens when you have a team, T1, who got 5th place in the regular season, and they've looked better and better, but they're still not the upper echelon, you would say, in terms of the Challenger League, right? But then you look at D+, who were like number 1, not just upper echelon, not just number 3, they were number 1, and they have fallen. So it's like, where exactly is their power level? And in Challengers, it's even more difficult to find out and figure out where their Challenger level or their current form is and actually compare that to a team like T1, who's kind of middle of the pack. So what will we have today? Will it be a 3-0 for T1? Will it be a 3-0 for DK? I could actually think of ways for both of those things to happen, but I'm with you, Wolf. I think T1 will take it. That's my prediction. We had to make one, and that's the idea.
I go as far as to say, yes, T1 did get reverse swept by DRX and was a little bit shaky there, but I still think overall in playoffs, T1 has been the most consistent team in terms of form. And does that mean they've been the best team? Not necessarily. I think that's been DRX, but you know what you're going to get for T1 every day they play. And for D+, you don't. So that's the question we have, right? Is they almost lost to Nongshim, right? And then got completely rinsed by KT on Tuesday. So it's been a week since we've seen that series. And now we're going to find out today what D+'s form is, because if they play to their best that we saw in regular season, I think they absolutely could like 3-0 T1 here. But the drafting hasn't really been a strong point for D+ since like 13.1. Whereas T1
that was
have come
the
with a lot
beginning
of
of the
ideas.
year,
Yeah.
Wolf.
Yeah. Like, otherwise, they were winning just based off of their, strong macro and early game plays alone. Whereas T1, they've got a great late game AD carry. They have a great game plan going into early mid. They have really strong drafts. So, I think that D+, where it was like Schroeder's D+ today, like, if we're going to talk about me, like, which D+, which box are we about to open? We're going to find out. Are they good D+ tonight, or are they weak playoffs D+? That's what we're going to find out.
And D+, in terms of their road, they did defeat Nongshim. It was rough. They got there. They lost to KT. And after watching those games and casting those games, we were like, man, KT looks so strong. They should take down DRX. They did not.
They almost did.
They almost did.
But they did not.
And it makes you wonder what the form of DK is, because it's very difficult to pinpoint, as Bible is starting for today's match.
I just spent a lot of time talking on the Monty Wolf show about Bible and how I think he is actually what Hanwha Life Esports needs. Like, I want him to join Hanwha Life Esports in the LCK, especially because he's been benched for so long. But they're bringing him back, so that's really interesting to see. You can see some of the stats here for D+ in terms of the playoffs. They are usually averaging a Dragon at 15. Goal difference here is second highest in playoff teams, but it's not a massive lead by any means. It's really the team fighting later on that they haven't found their footing in, because it has no longer been, at least this past week or two in both leagues here in Korea, it hasn't been the meta where you snowball. It's just playing those late game team fights. If you get ahead, that's nice. It does help you out a lot, but it's more about how good your AD carry is and how well you could set up your AD carry in team fights. We've moved back to AD carry pop-off meta. And so I think having Bible in here, if he could shot call Rahel and the team through the mid game very well, maybe that's the angle here for D+. I like this choice a lot.
Yeah, we were waiting for this guy to come out. Insane12 in Twitch chat asked, Bible was in LCK briefly, right? Yes, he was. He played a Mumu support, and he popped off, and we were like, man, we should watch this. We should have this guy more often. And then we didn't get him more often in the LCK because he was just a temporary sub. I believe it was a COVID issue. Not sure at this point, but then he got subbed out even in Challengers. And we're like, what's going on? Where is this guy? But he's here. He's here today. They put him in a very high-pressure scenario, and we'll have to see how that goes. But obviously, when you do talk about key positions and key players for D+, you have to talk about Lucid.
Yeah, I mean, you certainly do. I've been arguably the strongest jungler player across the season, and you look at some of these stats here, kill participation pretty high, but he has been outshined by other jungle players like Hambach, for example, Guan as well. And you know, for his first blood percentage, fairly low. So hasn't been making the impacts towards the end of the season that he did in the early season. Like in the early parts of the season, he was ruling the Rift. Like his Elise was insane. His Lee Sin that he played before everyone else, his Wukong, he was making super high impact plays all the time. I feel like that hasn't really been the case recently, but I think he's still a very solid player that needs to be respected.
Yeah, I think if there is one way for D Plus to come through and win this game, it's going to be through him, as we are going to take a look at Pulbay as well. You see that some of his stats also pretty decent, you know, definitely upper echelon. He does have one of the memes from us.
Yeah,
he's
the
still
flanking
flanking. Note that his Akali is not in his point picks here, as he has actually played 7 games of Swain as well.
Yeah.
Definitely a pretty interesting champion pool when you look at what he has prioritized here compared to some of the other mid laners.
I think his Swain is super interesting because he almost plays it like he's Lissandra or something. He just plays super aggressive. He plays it like it's an engaged champion rather than like a long-term team fight bruiser mage, which is normally how Swain ends up getting played. But I think the Swain pick really shows in a lot of ways how D Plus used to play and how he used to snowball with Swain so incredibly well. I don't think we'll be seeing that tonight, but it is a pick that Chronicler's been talking about even before we had an official broadcast here of the LCK Challengers League.
Yeah. As here is T1, they are coming out to the sound of YouTube chat asking, where is Faker? Faker is not on this roster. This is the Challenger League roster, and they will be fielded here tonight for this Challenger League playoffs that you are watching currently. It will be Bay in the mid lane. Had some Baker moments we did see in their last match, and even in their match against Hama Life Esports.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of riding the elevator with these guys today coming into the studio, and they looked very happy, very hyped up for today's match. Looked to be in good condition, good form. So you notice their last wins have been very dominant. I mean, I guess you could say some of those, you know, like 2-1 over Gen.G is like not that dominant. 2 over Bro is like, you know. But the HLE one was the really big standout one, and the pretty dominant win over D Plus as well was nice to see. And then they got reverse swept by DRX. That was the first reverse sweep we saw from DRX this playoffs. Maybe we'll see more of that, but not, of course, until the finals.
Any more Nasus?
You know, I mean, I hope not, but I hope not.
Yeah, I hope not as well. And yeah, I mean, T1 brought DRX to 5 games. KT brought DRX to 5 games. DK, they have not faced off against DRX in the playoffs. Yeah. But if we do look back at their matchups, I'm actually going to look at the last time they played. They lost 0-2 to DRX. But they did beat them 2-0, but that was very early on in the season. So we'll have to see, again, their current form. As we're going to take a look at the key positions of T1, specifically Forest with some very nice stats.
Yeah, I think Forrest has really good stats. I think he's kind of been a meme because he's made some Peanut-esque misplays in critical moments across the season, but I think when it comes down to standard play, like on your averages, you can see his numbers are quite high. His kill participation is the highest. And also, he has a very wide jungle champion pool. You know, he'll play anything. I feel like if we're going to see Rumble in the jungle, it's going to be him. Like,
this guy is crazy.
Yeah. If we're going to see, you know, him play like Silas in the jungle, we've already seen that once this season from Gen.G. Like, he might pull that out. So I think Viego, a pick that he absolutely can play, even though it's not in this list. He's played 6 games in Italy. He is a very versatile jungle player who makes high-impact plays all the time. And I think at the end of this playoffs, if T1 wins this tournament, I think people are going to be talking about this guy more than they're talking about Lucid when we go into summer season. But I think he hasn't quite crossed that hurdle just yet.
Yeah. Here's Bay, the other side of the Pull Bay matchup. You'll note that his KDA quite high. He has been allowed to play Annie 8 times, which is very interesting in this meta. He's also played Galio 6 times, which, you know, there's a couple of picks that you don't see in the LCK for different reasons. But pretty interesting champion pool. He's been pretty solid here for T1. Not really a standout performer by any means, but he has been consistent enough for them to play around.
Yeah, I feel like he's like Faker, Xiaohu Light type player. He loves to play roaming mids. Talia, Ryze, Galio, Twisted Fate, which he played a lot when he was in the LCK on Nongshim. So that is really his playstyle, is getting mid-prio and making impact around the map. Sometimes his decision-making in the earlier parts of his career left us a little bit flustered to commentate, but I think he's really come around. Like, he's He's been removed from LCK, right? Like, he went to the PCS, then he came back to Challengers, wasn't able to get an LCK spot. I think he's really humbled himself and improved a lot as a player over the last 2 years.
Any point pick enjoyers? Well, we have 20 of them here for you guys to feast your eyes upon. Note that Mila has been played once by Smash. That is a thing. Also, they have thrown Annie into the support role a couple of times, which is very strange. We don't do that in the LCK.
We used to, but we haven't really recently. I mean, it hasn't been picked very recently either, but notice that Loopy has a really good Leona. He is not starting today, but I think that if the series starts to go poorly for D+ Kia, there's a pretty good chance we will see him subbed in at some point in this best of 5. So definitely important to look at that. As I think that Smash, like, he is definitely the strong point here for T1, the strongest point, as they have a lot of strong players, obviously, but he can play pretty much anything, and his Caitlyn is something that really needs to be respected. His on-hit Varus is very good, so a terrifying player to face in the late game, especially when you consider the matchup between him and Rahel. The gap is quite wide.
Yeah, taking a look at some of the stats here. T1 overall taking more dragons. That's something we could look forward to if this game does come down to it. We saw that in their match against Hama Life Esports. They brought in a lot of cheese. I think that DK definitely will have to do their homework coming into this one, but they had 5 games against DRX that DK can easily study. Now, this is going to be pretty interesting, as you'll note the predictions are all over the place, but most of the Korean casters did go for T1 with us.
Yeah, not any 3-0s outside of Atlas, so I think most people are expecting this is going to be a close series no matter what.
Atlas with the Challenger League pred, I think.
Yeah.
He's like, no, DK are just going to show up and they're going to bop them.
I mean, we talked about it. It was one of the first things we said when the stream went live was like, we could see that happening. Like, it wouldn't be shocking if that does happen. It's not what I'm ready to predict myself, but the series is going to be wild, and I think Game 1 will tell us a lot, because we're going to find out at that moment what D+ Kia's form is. And I think that if we all could predict which team was going to win after watching Game 1, I think we would all get it correct. You know what I mean? Like, Game 1 is going to be the really big tell.
I don't think this is DRX reverse sweep territory.
No, I don't think so.
This series, I don't think it's going to go that way. As Yundo put his pred in the chat, he said 3-1, so he and Wolf are together in the 3-1 Andy column, along with some of the Korean commentators, I believe, did put in some 3-1 preds.
I think if you're a D+ Predator, you're like looking back in time and you're like, I know they can do it. And they absolutely can, and I hope
Papa
we do get a good
Smithy.
series.
Oh, man.
He's in here, 3-0
He's just
D+.
on Team Atlas. Is he on Team D+, or is it Team Atlas? What do you think?
I think both. All right, let's take a look at some of these picks. T1 still denied both the Maokai and the Scion. The strategy we saw them pull out against Hama Life Esports. D+ are just not going to deal with it, but taking 2 of those picks away, you can afford that on blue side, but it does feel like T1 are going to have a lot more options now, because you're not taking away one part of the strategy, but 2 parts of it. And if you leave Caitlyn open here, T1 may just pick it even on red side.
Chronicler says 3-0 in CL isn't real. We did have
Very
one
rarely
3-0.
real.
We actually had more 3-0s in this playoffs than the LCK playoffs, which is kind of funny because T1 did 3-0 Hama Life Esports, whereas LCK has had no 3-0s so far. But maybe just an outlier.
Yeah. There's the Annie coming through. It is left open once again here in Challengers. Definitely a lot lower priority here in Challengers compared to the LCK, but still very relevant pick that can be flexed. And it doesn't really, it's just good with so many things that you don't go, oh, okay, now I know what this draft is going to look like for D+ when it's locked in. You really just don't have any idea. You just know they have an S-tier pick that can work with anything.
It's kind of like first pick Lee Sin, except I think better in terms of tier lists. So speaking of that, T1 going to pick up their own Lee Sin and immediately smashing down the Draven for the second pick.
Yeah, I think this is going to rely on some mid-prio here, and you're expecting the Annie is coming through, so we'll see what the idea is going to be for Bay here. I think that's going to be a big reveal for us going into this game. As the Elise is one that really stood out to me in terms of a pick being open here for D+, and it has been Lucid's most famous pick this season. But he will flex back over to the Wukong here and lock it at the last possible second. This is definitely stronger versus Lee Sin and a lot more meta. I think it's one of the weaker matchups in the meta for Elise into Lee Sin early, especially when you have a Draven on the bottom side of the map to deal with.
Yeah, Lucid very comfortable on both. I think no doubt we'll see Elise later on in the series, especially if this doesn't work out for them to start. So Wukong, his most played, 11-5 so far. Let's see who the pick here is going to be for DK. I was wondering when Malphite was going to show his face, and the answer is now.
Yeah, and there's still a lot of champions available in terms of the AD carry role. We only had the one ban onto the Varus, so you know it's not like you're going to get choked out completely by picking up your solo laners here early, as D+ and Zeri, I think, is definitely a big pick potentially for D+ here that will be taken away by T1. I don't think this Olaf is real, but it could be. We saw Peanut attempt it. The Gwen is a really interesting answer here to the Malphite, actually, and it's going to be great in team fights. Some additional frontline and will break through those resistances very easily and can actually deal with Annie as well when she's trying to engage. So I like this pick a lot here.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I think it should have a good matchup in the lane. And Malphite, the only thing is that he can just charge into the mist and get the knockup. So that's one thing to consider. But everything else, you know, Wukong as well. But I think the Gwen has many, many ways to handle what DK have already shown. Can deal with the heavy engage very well.
There's
and
that
punish it
Zeri
with
ban.
a lot of needles.
Yeah. I thought the Veigar was the most likely pick we'd see here for Bay, but it's going to be taken away. So there's still a lot of options in terms of getting some early prio and getting some early advantages like the Talia. We could definitely see Ryze also very strong here, I think, still for T1. Even though it's a AP top laner here because you're playing into the Annie, I think it's very unlikely we'll see an AD or melee mid laner here for Bay. There's the Jinx gone now. So still the Aphelios angle potentially here for D+. They have a great front line for it. But I think the Jinx is the scariest next to the Zeri, considering how much pick you have with the engage that you already have in your comp to get her excited. She will outrange the Draven quite heavily too.
I'd like some more strong damage from the mid lane. You know, I feel like with DK's composition, you're going to be very good at blowing one person up, especially Smash's Draven. So you already have the Gwen threat. If you have another fantastic kind of like disengage mage in the mid lane, like Ryze or Veigar, it would be fantastic. Could go for Gragas, and actually, I really like that pick.
Bay's Gragas has been pretty good. I don't like this pick as much as some of the other picks he could have gone for. I would have rather seen Talia here, but now you have a really nice front line, and your re-engage after the Malphite goes in is pretty insane in this composition. You can even kick the Malphite into the rest of the team as they try to follow up. You can body slam him and try to cut him down with Gwen, and you have tons of damage. As long as Draven doesn't get hit, you feel good. Now, this is the Caitlyn pick we were talking about a little bit earlier. I think very risky to try to play into the Draven here. And they'll take the Xayah, which is much safer. Looks like it's going to be a Leona to come with this, as Rakan was banned earlier on. And I don't think we're going to see very much dive action here in the early game. But Leona's going to be great into this.
There's the Thresh. That's what you were calling for the last time we had a Aphelios into the Malphite. We did not see it. We saw Leona. That was a very sad game. But the Thresh should be able to handle that. More and more disengage, more and more ways to keep your AD carry safe, keep your damage threats safe. And
Just
he's
so
putting
good
a lot
into
of
Leona,
thought
too.
into it, but...
Okay, this has been a bit of a bout special, the Alistar. It's just more disengage, you know? There's so many ways to keep this Draven safe now. And I think that's the main reason why we saw Gragas here instead of Talia, for example. She's got a little bit of disengage, but not going to be as strong, but because Talia is going to offer you so much more snowball potential in the early game with this Lee Sin pick where you're trying to get Draven that early cash in. Gragas not so much, but in late game team fights, the Draven will still be able to compete with the Xayah as long as you have that front line, which they do have. So I actually like the draft here slightly better for T1, but it's going to be about how that CC chain comes through here for D+.
Are you saying it's about execution and challengers, Wolf?
Yeah,
I agree.
That's kind of where I'm going.
Yeah. The Alistar, by the way, is very nice in the bottom lane, too. Just in general into Leona. Like, Leona tries to engage, and Alistar will just say no.
Yeah.
You can't milk those, actually. And he will just headbutt you away. He's fantastic. Disengage. Alistar's level 1 is very weak, but so is Leona's. So he can kind of just, like, sit there. He doesn't get punished by the Xayah Leona, which is a very weak early game lane. And he can just scale. Scale is not the right word, but you know what I mean. He can get through the
Yeah,
relatively early game and
he will
be a fantastic part of this composition.
Because Draven's level 1 and level 2 much better than Zayas as well. So like he's going to be able to put the pressure on. Smash is such a good player in and out of lane. And like we've seen Viper do on this Draven pick, he doesn't even necessarily have to have a cash-in to be high impact in the early game, or rather in the late game. If he doesn't get that early game cash-in, he will still make things happen mid to late. So I think D+'s comp is much easier to play, and we'll see if T1 can outplay them.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what it comes down to. As always, the execution will be the way it goes, as we are ready to jump out of the Rift for game number 1.
Oh, they were doing it yesterday, even when it comes out, because it comes out now every time, so I just did it.
But your timing, is it all fixed now? Do we get the timing?
I think so.
Because your timing was perfect there. And
now that we've heard it more times,
are there
it's
only
always
3?
That I don't know.
Are there only 3 dues, or are there 4?
I think it's 4 still.
Seems like,
but like it's hard. I don't know. I did 3 this time, right? Because I felt like now that we've heard it more times,
it sounds right. 3.5/4.
Okay.
I guess what you were saying last week about it being like more subdued and like softer.
Yeah.
It's like there, but it's not pronounced. So
because we just went by our own for so long because we hadn't heard it, but now that we hear it consistently, I think we all kind of like have a new grasp for it.
Okay.
I mean, that's my feeling. No grasp in this game though.
Yeah, you know, Conqueror Gwen into Arcane Comet Malphites is going to be lovely in that top lane. And we did have some chatters asking, you know, well, Smash can't do anything. There's so much hard engage on the side of DK. What is he going to do? He can never auto. What do you have to say to those chatters?
I mean, first there's cleanse, so that's a good start, right? And you can't cleanse everything. And he is very low range. And like, there are serious problems, like don't get me wrong. But then T1 have drafted now so much peel for him, as well as counter engage in the Gragas and the Alistair. The Lee Sin also is going to be pretty good as long as he isn't trying to flank. You could just kick the Malphite away. As if Flash comes out from Smash and he dodges the Malphite ult, and then the Malphite gets kicked away into multiple people who are trying to follow up, then like how do you get your Annie stun off? You know, there's a lot of different ways to lock down this Draven, but I think it's much easier said than done. And I think that against like a team of players who aren't very coordinated, one of our weaker challengers teams, they get obliterated with T1's draft. But I think that they clearly drafted these picks because they think and they are confident that they can actually deal with this with what they put together here.
I would agree. I think that T1, one of their strengths has been preparation and team coordination, right? Other than that, like their individual mechanics compared to some of the players on DK is, I don't feel like it reaches the same level other than Smash. Like Smash is the one guy, Smash and Bout actually, I feel like the bottom lane of T1 mechanically, skilled-wise are really fantastic, whereas the top side of the map I think DK will have a pretty heavy advantage. But DK's form and their coordination has been really off, whereas T1 has kind of been the opposite. They've been really on point, very well prepared. We talked about the T1 coaching and stuff like that in the How My Life esports series, and it's been very nice to watch.
I think that part of the reason why we've seen D+ struggle too is that they've been trying to play, the positioning here is so good, they've been trying to play that tempo-based advantage getting in the snowballing style that we saw them in the early season really dominate with, and it hasn't been working. As here's the Alistair.
There's the Ignite, but Eclipse is up, so Bout is in a lot of trouble actually. Down he will go, first blood, as Smash is like, dude, what's going on here? As Lucid is going to show up, so Smash, he's obviously not going to step to this lane anyway.
Yeah, you can't actually do this into the Leona because of Eclipse. You could do it into a lot of other different engage supports, like you hit Nautilus like that, and you get the kill there probably, or trade one at least. But against the Eclipse, as you mentioned, it's very difficult to do. So now this lane is kind of in shambles, and Lucid was trying to make a play, not even required here. So at least Draven lives, so Smash will be able to get some of that CS, but this really hurts your early game. As you did hit Rahel here, but unfortunately, you know, you don't have the damage this early on to break through Leona. And if Zaya is out of position, you hit her and you can put all of that damage onto her, then yeah, you can kill her. But guess what? She's ranged and she's not going to be up there. So just a bit of a miscalculation here from Bout, it looks like.
Yeah, I think he felt a little bit priced into it. He was very close to Leona. He didn't want to get kited out, so he's like, well, I better engage, get my Glacial Augment down, and see what we can do. But as you mentioned, like engaging into Leona, not the play. And that is first blood over to the Zaya, which is going to be a very nice spot here for Rahel now, as this should make this lane a lot easier. Already has his Noon Quiver, whereas in the past, if Smash and Bout were able to get ahead, maybe we would see Rahel begin to struggle.
What I was getting at for the D+ style before this engage did happen was that, like, a lot of the losses we've seen from D+ is them forcing fights poorly. Weirdly, like their counterpart in the LCK, like we saw D+ lose to Hanwha Life Esports by trickling into a Yasuo composition on Herald, for example. That's something that we have seen from their Challengers team because they just really want to get early advantages. You cannot make that mistake against a Draven comp, or the snowball is going to be super real. Same with the Gwen. If the Gwen actually gets far ahead in this game too, it's going to be disastrous. But, you know, I was leading into that, and they've already got a pretty nice lead here in the bottom lane. The kill did go over to Rahel, so 400 extra gold in his pocket. He's already picked up his Noon Quiver, so he is feeling really nice. Here has a refillable now too, so can continue to put that pressure on. Triple longsword here for Smash, much less good, as here comes Forest.
No flash for Bout, so it's not like you can really force this engage. So just hanging around, actually trying to support the bottom lane. Bible's like, yeah, cool story, bro. Here's a thumbs up. And Forest, yeah, I mean, he's going to hover down on the bottom side, but he's not really going to be able to take this dragon because they don't have Prio on bot side. And yeah, he's just going to have to back away. Lucid shows up as here the needles come in, and already Thanatos with a very safe unstoppable force back to his turret.
Yep.
Just trading ultimates.
Waiting for the Alistar here is great for team fights later on, but the laning phase, you know, it can be decent to the Leona engages, but when you're the one who's pulling the trigger first, it's going to backfire a lot of the time. And now this lane that they thought they were going to be winning 100%, and the Prio they thought they'd have, especially considering that it's a Lee Sin early game versus a Wukong early game, you're going to win the 3v3. You're not going to have any power here now. I mean, not that they don't have any, but it's very difficult to actually make plays, and you have to play a lot more defensively. So this is a huge win for D+, because they have the free Annie lane now. And if it was a Prio lane into the Annie, you'd have a little bit more power there too, but they chose Gragas for the team fights later on, so they don't have that. So this early game is going to be one that is very difficult to pilot now for T1, as Forest has level 6, just trying to fish for a flash maybe. But the positioning here at Pull Bay is too good. The fact that they were able to stop that Drake from going over to D+ here early is actually pretty massive. Buys them a little bit of extra space in this early game.
They'll just see us seeing it up there. Just hanging out in that lane. Malphite is literally just going to throw Qs and sit there and farm. He's not really picked for the laning phase, of course.
Yeah. Someone in chat mentioning that. It's true.
Yeah. Okay, we got engaged here as Tibbers ends the Cyclone. As Bars goes back in, like I said, this guy is crazy. A little bit of Lee Syndrome, as definitely not going to win that fight. And that's going to be a second kill over to the side of DK, this time in the hands of Annie.
Yeah, definitely a great start here for D+ now in this game. Like, it was a good start with the bottom lane, and then we forced. 2 flashes are down in exchange for 1. And D+ are just loving their position in this game now, as there's nothing Bout can do here.
You know what? I love this from Bible.
He's just...
because it's a best of 5, right? Yeah. Like, you want to get in their heads early.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, when somebody does this to me in solo queue, I actually get a little bit tilted. I'm like, I don't know. It just affects me. And these guys are pro gamers, so maybe they're just like, okay, whatever. But I like what Bible's trying to do. He's having a lot of fun. He's happy to be back in the roster. And let's take another look at this, and if T1 actually had to fight this.
They don't have vision of Lucid, and Annie has stun prepped, and it's just so easy for them to Cyclone here after the stun goes off. So from what T1 could see, it was not a bad play. But unfortunately, what they could not see was the Wukong that's going to go over there. Warrior Trickster at the Cyclone. Didn't need to flash for it either, so 2 flashes burned, a second kill goes over. And now we're looking at a 1,000 gold lead here nearly. And this Drake is actually going to go over and trade for the Herald. So this is actually pretty massive, I think, for T1 that they're able to get the...
Bible.
Yeah, he's coming up. But I think this is definitely good for T1. Like, I think what this objective is for them is more valuable than what the temporary value of the Herald will be. As here comes Bible.
Yeah, no miss. Now it's down as Dahl's in a lot of trouble. Does not have flash. Pops the ghost just to get put in the bouncy castle as Bible making waves in his first time back.
Yeah, why? We were asking this question so much. Like, why is Bible not playing for this team after what we saw from him in the LCK, what we saw from him in Challengers? And I've just been like yelling at the monitor every time I see like Loopy is a pretty good player, right? Like, don't get me wrong, I think he's very good actually, but what we have seen from Bible at his peaks is much higher than what we've seen from Loopy.
He makes an impact.
He makes an impact, and every time he shows up, it's just like, damn, like this guy is insane. And it's so funny that like I was going on a rant about this just yesterday, and then he shows up. I did not expect this, and the guy just absolutely is a smart player. He's mechanically gifted. He's already done his military service. Like, we mentioned this whenever he's playing, but he will not have to do that. Like, he has such a long career ahead of him. It's absurd.
Yeah, it's a very interesting spot for that player. And in terms of this game, you know, when we looked at the drafts, and it was even at the very beginning of the game, we saw ways for T1 to come in here and win team fights in the future. Now, they still have a lot of disengaged tools, but... This time, the Annie has a kill, the Xayah has a kill, even Thanatos has a kill, and DK from ahead. I mean, Smash is actually not really going to be able to play the game, and I was mentioning in the draft, like, at least they have other threats. They have a lot of magic damage with the Gwen and the Gragas, but if you're falling behind and DK is able to also build some magic resist, you're going to be in a really dire spot.
Yeah.
Like, there's not going to be a lot of engage opportunities, and you might just get boomed on some of these team fights.
Malphite has some pretty nice base resistances, and he already has his Merc Treads, obviously. And I think that we'll see Maw built for Lucid this game, and then you have a much tougher front line. And it's not to say that Gwen can't break through that. She absolutely can, but it is going to be much harder. And this is where things get a little bit dicey, as Leona is very tanky, right? And you know, getting through that as the Draven gets so difficult when you're behind. And that's where things can start to be very problematic. I think this game is going to have to be carried by Dahl and Smash now.
Yeah. It's not going to be an easy spot, as Bible and Lucid are coming in here trying to steal away the blue. They will. Lucid just smites that away. Still 2.5 minutes until we do have another objective, so he's totally fine to use that. Bible, another thumbs up. As Lucid's still holding on to the Rift Herald. Look, there's already 2 plates down in the bottom lane. DK are destroying them in this early game.
They have the entire map controlled, and they could just drop it down here bottom side pretty comfortably if they want. Like, they could just take out the whole turret. And it's not a strong point on the map for their comp. Like, they would rather have mid turret, but they haven't been able to do any damage in what has been like a mage wet noodle fight between the Annie and the Gragas. But getting that early turret, getting first brick, these things are huge, and getting the Xayah accelerated is still like the next best thing you can get in this comp. So it looks like they're just going to try to drop it down mid regardless. Still strong here, even though it won't be the turret. It's going to damage it quite heavily, and Polby will get some money.
Yeah, maybe get him up to second item earlier. We'll be curious to see what item he does go for. If he just goes straight damage with like a Death Cap or a Void Staff or some kind of Shadow Flame business.
I wouldn't even mind if he... The awkward part about this is like there's a lot of magic damage, but if he goes straight Zonias, it's pretty good for the stasis that he's going to have in these team fights. But because he has the Stopwatch rune, he won't need that actually necessarily for a long time with the amount of map control they have. So now he actually has to make like kind of a tough decision, and I think that the answer is probably just to go straight Death Cap.
Yeah,
because
I like it.
The counter engage is super good.
Loves all that AP as well. So you buff up your Tibbers, you're doing extra damage. I think it's a good choice.
The counter engage is super strong for T1, so if you want to make sure you're safe, the stopwatch is going to be really valuable. And once that's broken, obviously you'll want his Zonias. But if he can continue to dominate and they have this much map control to where he's not really threatened at all and can hold onto that stopwatch for longer for the amount of time it would take to build that second item, that'd be massive for him. And it's going to take a long time, obviously, to finish off the Death Cap. But hey, we're getting plate gold. We're on our way. We're only 14 minutes into this game. The plates have fallen now, but T1, I mean, coming back from this one with this composition is gonna take some pretty big outplays and honestly probably some mistakes from D+.
Yeah, that's very true. I think that T1, they needed their Gwen to get ahead. They needed their Draven to get some big cash-ins early. They have gotten neither. And, you know, Smash still has an opportunity to get a cash-in. It's not going to be easy. Let's see how this fight goes on the Infernal Drake, and we can reassess how it is going to happen. As
I just don't even...
T1.
I don't think you can fight this as T1 without Gwen, and she is coming down. She's going to get the Scuttle speed boost, so I guess she will arrive.
Yeah, maybe if it was a 5v4, but now we see that Thanatos is coming down as well. And both their ults are going to be available. Thanatos with Flash Ultimate, and we'll be looking for a Draven.
Yeah, Pulbe also about to get his ult back online. It's almost there, so scary situation to be in, especially because now the Annie is missing. They don't know where she's coming from, the approach angle. She could be flanking. She could be just going straight into the pit. There's a lot of different ways she engages.
This is incredibly terrifying for T1. There's Flash Malphite. There's Flash Tibbers.
Yep.
There is Bible with everything available.
And
He's
here's
got
that
Flash
flank.
as well.
Pulbe could just easily prep the stun.
Oh my god, they're all grouped up. Like, Smash is just sitting out there waiting to get killed as they're going to try to go forward, but Bout has to ult, and look at the wombo combo with the backline. Draven immediately dies, and this fight is 100% in the hands of DK. The Gwen does nothing yet, as down will go the Inferno, and DK, I feel like they're running away with this first one.
Yeah, Atlas feeling pretty good about his Pred right now as... Look, Pulbe's here on the angle, and look, the cleanse comes through so quickly, but then the Wukong comes through, Tibbers is in there, Cyclone, and they just instantly delete the Draven, and the Gwen is holding the Drake aggro because they want to fight for Smite. And I think for a single Drake here, this is absolutely not the play. Instead, the plan should have been to try to push the flanker. If you could force Annie away, because you know she's there. You don't know exactly where she's standing, but you know she's there on the flank, right?
Yeah.
And you're very aware of that. You got to push the flanker and give up Drake. And if Annie just leaves, maybe you get a flash out of her. That's like the only salvageable thing you could do. But like I said, before this fight even happened, before Dahl started walking, I was like, you can't win this without Gwen. And I think you probably don't even necessarily win it with Gwen. And Gwen wasn't there. She was there hitting a dragon. And if she's there when all of that follow-up comes through, maybe you win that. But she was not. And the setup error here from T1. And we said the comp of D+ is easy to play. We just saw it on display. Press all your R buttons towards the Draven.
Yeah. I think T1 took a chance here with the early Draven pick, and it is not paying off. 'Cause they're diving a Malphite. Guys. Calm down here. Okay, they're going to be fine. And yeah, I mean, Gwen's just not fed enough. She needs time to get online, and your Draven died, so there goes your stacks as well. So not a lot of catching up to do. And, you know, we saw the Draven was picked early, and then DK said, okay, we're playing a full engage comp. So T1 was like, okay, we're going to draft a lot of disengage, a lot of ways to back up. But the problem is, you can't stop Flash Malphite ult. You just can't. It doesn't matter what champion you draft. Like, nothing can stop the unstoppable force, right? And you basically can't stop the range of Flash Tibbers as well. You gave over first pick Annie, and then you picked Draven.
I think you can
Very confused.
win the... Okay, this time this should be successful. Yes, there's no one here to help out.
Second time's the charm.
Lucid doesn't have flash. Bible's coming up, though. They're going to try to turn this into a counter pick cross map.
Okay. We'll see how this is going to go. Bay is pretty tanky himself, as Merc treads as well. Pulbe's like, well, I can't get in there.
It's like,
Here's
Tibber,
for
tank
hell.
it for me, man!
Yeah.
He tanked the turret for a while there, and they're just going to be able to proxy these minions.
Bay is just running into Bull Bay. This is actually confusing these two names, as now he's just going to run away into this turret. He's going for a little walk.
Actually might be able to get the execute here. I think he will.
He might be able to get the back. I mean,
He's just going to TP.
Bible no ults. So, yeah.
That's okay. I mean, like, is it okay? Like,
I didn't like that.
I'm actually okay with it because the value
I'm not.
the value you get out of that if you hit it is pretty high. He's running Hex Flash, and you have such a lead that, and you don't really need. Actually, as Leona in this game with all the other engage you have, I don't even think you really care about Flash that much. You're like, I'm going to be close enough to hit these people with my engage because I have a Malphite, I have a Wukong, I have an Annie. And if you stop that back and get that kill, I think it's super valuable. You deny the teleport as well. Like, now he's lost teleport, so it's still a win. I personally actually respect the call. Maybe I'm just biased. I love Bible. I'm like, Bible is the greatest person who's ever played League of Legends, but I'm going to say, like, good try. I'm like, I put an NT in the chat.
Good effort.
NT. Nice try. All right?
Yeah. I just,
I'm about it, Valdez. I'm
Okay.
cool with it.
yeah.
I thought it was all right.
I just thought, you know, you could hear, like, the timing of the recall and you would know, but it was close, you know, it was close. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. And Val's trying his best, but he's probably going to have to ult here, just dying to Rahel. Bible at the same time, though, is also dying in the enemy jungle, as Bout might follow up a couple of sad supports here, but no, he is going to survive, and with Bay coming in from the bottom side, looks like Bible just went a little bit too deep.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know.
If only he had flash.
Yeah, okay. All right, Valdez. Charge is going to be denied on this Herald. Dallas going to get all this farm for free. And the idea here is to set up deep vision and get a pick at a do Baron early. And that's what they're trying to play for. But unfortunately, he is way too deep. And T1 are aware of it. And T1 have all that great counter engage. So they have ways to catch this Leona themselves. So a bit of a backfire here, unfortunately. And we have seen D+ lose games like this, where 2 T1 in particular, where suddenly it's like, okay, Smash getting to late game. Didn't get a cash in from this or anything like that, but we are getting to a winnable fight. Okay, wait a minute.
Okay, well, the Q is going to miss, so Bay is just going to run away. They're all going to take this as a bit grouped up here. Bible wish he had flash. No, I'm just kidding. As Fars goes in trying to save his team. But at that point, they already went a little bit too deep. So now, no jungler for T1, a little bit desperate, trying to make plays on the top side, but that should give the Baron over to DK.
Yep, that's definitely going to be a Baron, as once again, Bible just going to lock the door, preventing anyone from getting in. There's no jungler here.
He's got Thanatos too. Dahl now is pretty scary, as they're just going to turn onto him. Again, they can't just smite this one away, as nope, Stopwatch going to deny that shutdown for the Draven, as Bulbay will also survive. DK not going to push any farther. They did lose Bible, so they'll just take the Baron and run.
I wonder if the push straight to trying to fight in the pit rather than trying to get that pick could have been more valuable for Dahl if he can actually get in there and do a bunch of extra damage. Maybe he steals the Baron, but that's not likely. But if he goes in there and does damage to the rest of the team instead of just trying to kill Bulbay, who has Stopwatch, this could have been better. As you can see the angle here for Smash, he has very low mana, he's just autoing, he's got enough for his ult. And then Dahl goes in here and then turns on the Bulbay instead of getting on the Rahel. Maybe actually you could try to fight this if you put some more damage into the Xayah. But he has ult, so it's a really tough angle here. And now D+ also going to pick up the second break of the game very late here. But it has been identified as a Cloud Soul, so not a team that is that interested in it.
Cloud Soul's going to be nice for DK with all of their engage. But yeah, it's not like T1 are going to break their backs trying to fight for that one. I think they're just trying to get as much gold into Dahl as possible before the game ends. And hopefully with that, they can do something with it. You can see the gold difference in the AD carry roll is almost 3,000 with Rahel in the lead. Almost has a Bloodthirster on top of his 2 items already.
Yeah, like Smash at this point is struggling to kill the Leona.
I guess they know he's there. Okay. Yeah, must have walked over this ward as Forest is on the run, and Bible's just throwing out more and more thumbs up.
This is why we say Forest is crazy,
more.
man.
He's still flanking to this day.
He just does stuff like this because he's trying to make the plays, and sometimes he looks really silly when it doesn't work, but
the whole team's chasing him. I mean, there's no objective, but they do have Baron, so you guys could just be pushing with Baron, but instead you're chasing Elise.
Yeah, he's bleeding out that timer. Fortunately, Gwen is in mid and not bottom. If Gwen was in bottom, maybe she pushes that out and gets some damage done on an inner, but he's just sitting here in mid, so not going to matter too much. See, the Bay is trying to push that bottom lane, but he's a Gragas, so probably should think about going home soon. Yeah, he is going to do just that. And with a build here for Bulbay, he's level 16. He has Rod, so he has great Tibbers. He went for Morel Nomicon, which I think is quite solid here. Starting to build. And like, he didn't go for Zhonya's, which is as we expected because the stats not really going to be the option, but he doesn't have a stopwatch now, so he's a little bit more vulnerable. But I just don't think it's going to matter because of the lead here. I mean, we're talking about 8,000 now, the advantage for T1. As Forest is seen by the Sword, as you mentioned. So he's like, oh, they're over here somewhere. And then Bible comes over. It's very transparent where he is. And Forrest also, like, he can't kill him in a 1v1. Oh, yeah, this
He's
is
also
hilarious.
dancing in the bush.
Yeah, he's mean. I love Forrest, man. He's just a player who knows. He knows the game state. He knows the situation. He's not going to panic. He's going to try to make plays. And, like, when he gets called out, he's just going to meme. Because he knows that, like, his options are so limited. It's better than just sitting around with his team and doing nothing. But he does have to flash. He's punished super hard. But this game is pretty doomed at this point in time.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that DK are taking this long to end it. I guess their first Baron was relatively early, as we are only 25 minutes into the game, but they are 8,000 gold ahead. It really does feel like they could just press their buttons, but
What are we doing here?
You don't want to dive into a Gwen, especially, more than anything else.
Yeah.
Like, even if you do have pretty much free engage, so they're just not. They're just going to take it slow. This is game 1, you know.
Yeah.
We can even talk about game 2 now.
Yeah, Gwen also operates so well defensively around objectives, but if you can't even set up on an objective, and you can't even get to a side lane, you're going to be able to do very little. She's done the most damage in the game, the purple build, but it doesn't matter really all that much if you can't turn that damage into eliminations and actually turn it into really effective damage.
Smash has done 3,000 damage.
Yeah, and I don't expect that number is going to go much higher unless this game hits 35 minutes. And I feel like this is one of those Hanwha Life esports games, you know, where they're like, hold on, Viper is 0-1, but what if the game goes 10 more minutes? And then sometimes it does, and you're like, well, okay, here we go. Like,
He's
we'll find out.
Xayah. I mean, he has played Draven in the past, has Viper.
Yeah.
But, okay, the Bible's actually just dancing in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, we're going to have to check the Kesper rulebook about misconduct. Like, we're drawing a thin line here.
He's just having a great time.
he's dancing on the line of BM, you know? I don't think it's BM, but it's almost BM. And BM is okay, but, you know.
Reminder that Bible played 2 games this split.
Yeah.
Yes. He also played, I think it was 2 games in the LCK.
That's right.
It was at least 1.
And it was, I think, against Gen.G in a really important matchup. It was like Super 6 series. That was like the series I played Carthage Jungle, I think. I don't think he was in that game, but I could be remembering wrong. But it was a really important series in regular season that he was pulled out for and pulled in for. As Forrest is trying to do things.
Okay, nice little kick here.
He will do them.
In a lot of trouble, actually, as he does get the Cyclone off, and now he's turning it around as he has full health again somehow, and Smash not able to get the shutdown, not able to get the cash in, and I think that is just the end of it all. As Dahl, he is barely doing damage. Forrest has to go in as they nearly got Malphite, but they were not able to do even that.
Yeah, I mean, they got Bible, I guess. Revenge for the BM coming
That's all they
through.
cared about in this game.
They're like, let's kill that guy. He's really annoying. It's, you know, the build that we expected to see from the Wukong is he does have the Maw completed, and this is really difficult to cut through. The Jack shows and Sunfire and Aegis stacked on top of it with Merc Treads means that when, even with Void Staff now, it's not really going to do the damage you need. You need more. You need actual follow-up. You need the Draven also to be hitting. You need a lot more CC. And this can't dictate the pace of the game without map control anymore. And I say anymore, but really for like the past 18 minutes or so, it's been no map control for T1 whatsoever. The fact that they got that early Drake looked like it might have been important at that time when they picked it up, but you just look at how long Lucid is going to live here with Cyclone, the shield coming through from the Mount Mortius, and the re-engage here from Malphite, the wall. And Rahel is like just push and smash out in the 1v1, and Draven can't do anything at all. He has to flash the wall.
Yeah. He pressed R and then he ran away. So the damage not able to be put in there, as it was a very broken up fight in the first place, as Bible is here again. I'm cool with this. This is fine. The flash earlier. This is good. He's got a splash back.
Unknown Bible flash anti.
Yeah, that's me. Engage here on a Lucid, Bout just desperate for anything. And let's see, the Nexus looking pretty tasty right now for DK. They are going to take down the first inhibitor and look for a second one in mid. They do not have a wave at top, so no tutorial victory here, unless they backed off right now. It doesn't look like they will.
I think this is the end of the game. Straight up, there's nothing T1 could do. I mean, they have some ultimates here. They have all of them outside of the Alistar ult, but D+ are just going to let the minions do the job. And so you can't really engage. Bible is the bodyguard here of Rahel. Rahel has ult. So good luck. Okay, well.
Okay, they're just going to bounce him around in such a crazy direction, but he's even going to survive with a stopwatch for now. But that's a big shutdown. A couple of kills for Dahl, as finally he has some damage. But it's a little bit too little, too late, as they are very far behind in this game. Down will go the Nexus turrets, and down will go the Nexus as DK take a very straightforward and dominant win in game number 1.
Very clean early game, and Bible shows up in his 3rd game of the season and pops off big on the Leona. Very clean game from D+, using their engage extremely well, and once T1 fell behind, they tried to make a few wild plays, let's say, to turn things around, but ultimately it was way too late. Dahl's still going to nearly top the damage this game. Tibbers adding plus 500 here to the number, but he does more than double the damage of his AD carry this game because there's just no angle for the Draven to actually get anything done. Smash, did he play badly? No. Did his support get caught early and that really affected the game? Yes. And then Bible roamed and got a kill mid, got a kill top. He basically got 3 important early game kills for D+. They got map control, started pushing that Herald advantage. Herald advantage. And pretty simple game.
Yeah.
Not much to say.
Very straightforward. And T1 had options, but they could not afford to get that far behind early on. Like, the first kill is like, you're really cutting it close. The second and third kills, like the one on to the Lee Sin in the fight in the enemy jungle, and then of course the gang from Bible up in the top lane. Once those two come in, it just feels really desperate for T1 unless they can really draw out the game and get their Gwen online. But DK were able to win it. They played it very safe. They didn't rush anything. They didn't take any crazy fights. I mean, Lucid kind of got caught that one time, but they were able to turn that around. And after that, Gwen, yeah, she did a whole boatload of damage, but yeah, I think she needed those items and a little bit more of an easier or even game state, or maybe even a 4th item to really actually fight with the draft that they had.
Yep.
But it never got to that point.
It certainly did not. Well, I think the draft is definitely going to change quite substantially here for T1 going into the second game. I'd like to say that their draft was bad, but it was definitely harder to pilot, and they fell behind, so the game became unplayable. But I like the adaptation, because their draft was very risky, and they didn't respect the potential Malphite. Plus, they gave over Annie, so this was something that D+ could react to, as Bible will get it. Respect. Pretty low CC score. I think that, is that the normal?
It's because Leona doesn't slow.
True.
And a lot of her CC is single target, other than her ult. So that's the reason.
Yeah, that's just like a very low number percentage for challengers.
That's a Giga Chad damage percent, 4.5.
Almost hit 5% as a support. Nice.
4.5 damage percent from the support. A very interesting score to put up there. I would have liked to see the vision score or something else, but you know, it is what it is.
DPM over 100.
Most important thing is that Bible got it. He got the POG for his great early game plays. Got the nice trade.
Even though Valdez didn't like that flash that one time.
Other than that flash, man, I'm going to delete that one.
Did you vote for him?
I did.
All right. Well, we're all good then. We're all good. We're okay. You and me, we're cool. We're cool. We can disagree about this, but like we could still be co-casters and share POG votes, so.
DPM was dances per minute. Makes sense.
That's good. That's good.
He was just in the enemy jungle dancing.
Spamming it. He's got a macro for that, the slash dance.
Yeah. Well, that was game 1. I was hoping for a little bit more of an even situation, but Giga Chad Atlas with the 3-0. Maybe he knew that Bible was coming in. I don't think he did, but either way, it is going that direction. Guys, we're going to take a break and be back for game number 2.
탑이 파괴되었습니다. 마무리.
Hello and welcome back to Challenger League. We just had game number 1 here from the side of DK. Top King Thanatos is what they are hoping for. And I mean, he played the rock pretty well, but it wasn't really about him except that one time he pressed R. I remember.
Yeah,
that.
I feel like they could have won with almost any comp considering their advantages, but because they had the insane engage comp, it was like 100% going to go their way. So we'll see what side T1 picks. We haven't been notified yet, but I assume it's going to be blue. I think that's a pretty reasonable assumption at this point in time. And we're going to see a very different draft. We won't see a game like that, I think, for the rest of the series. So, you know, T1, they really tried to play the first game on hard mode. It did not work. You know, when things trend on social media sometimes where people have 2 different takes and everyone's like, I'm hashtag team this, and the other person's like, I'm hashtag team that. Like that dress where it was like, is it blue or gold, right? I feel like we need to make a division within the chat, whether we're pro Bible's Flash to stop the teleport or against it.
Yeah.
Like, you know, you guys know the yay and the nay emotes? Type yay if you're pro Bible's Flash, we respect it. Type nay if you think it was bad like Valdez does.
Yeah.
I just want to know what chat thinks. I want to divide this chat.
So T1 selected blue side. T1 selected blue side. It seems like is winning. They were happy with this flash, even though it was not good.
That's what I like to see, chat. Oh no, Chronicler's a naysayer.
Yeah, he's a naysayer.
But the yays have it. Is it
They do.
yeah and not yay? I guess
It
so.
is in Twitch chat, but not in Parliament.
Yeah, kind of weird. Was it always spelled like is yay spelled like that?
I'm feeling neutral.
All right, that's fine. That's okay too. So on blue side here, they might have the opportunity to play Annie themselves.
Thanatos is God. Please carry. That's what that says. I'm dabbing Pengu.
Yeah, can you translate the Pengu?
Pengu.
All right, thanks.
No problem. Thank you, Aqua. I'm experiencing whiplash.
Yeah.
It's very weird.
So, if we're talking about things that are going to change going into this series or going to the second game, I think maybe don't ban, if you're going to play an aggressive comp, don't ban Rakan, ban Messiah. Also, I don't think T1 will get Annie, but maybe they'll get another prio lane in the bottom side of the map. Maybe they'll play a Caitlyn lane, maybe they'll play Varus if it's left open. There's a lot of strong picks for them. Another Forest fan here. An About fan on the left side. As I think Bout pulling out the Alistar was also a fairly greedy choice, and I wasn't really too happy with his performance on it. I think the first game I cast of Bout was an Alistar game, and I was like, okay, I guess you can play that, and he just likes playing it. It didn't work out for him that time. It didn't work out for him this time. So, don't think we're going to be seeing something like that again. As we'll see, the Maokai and Sion bans look like they're going to continue, which gives a ton of agency to T1 here on blue side.
It definitely does. Maybe they can pick Annie for themselves or Malphite for themselves. I would suggest not picking Draven and leaving that up again. Elise is going to be banned alongside of Lee Sin, so we will have at least a different jungler here for Varus.
They just did what I said. They just didn't ban the Rakan, they banned the Xayah.
There you go.
And maybe now they can get the Malphite themselves and have a lot of fun.
Is Malphite first pickable in Challengers?
I don't think so.
I feel like it is in Challengers. Not in LCK. Because the top laners will actually punish it. Like, Dal tried, but...
I think more than the top laners punishing it, if you first pick it, then the enemy team will just play a more mobile AD carry and won't just walk into it. If you pick it in the first phase, when you know the enemy AD carry, like what D+ did, I think it's fine there. But this is what I was worried about. It's okay, they get Varus. There's no Xayah.
DK picks Zeri Malphite.
They could.
Oh boy.
I actually think it's pretty good to pick Malphite here now that you know about the Varus. But you know, there's not a whole lot that you're going to be picking with the Zeri. It's probably just going to be a Lulu pick. And it very well could be something like even Varus Karma, the Heimerdinger that was banned last game. Try to push this lane in. Let's see if they go for it. Are you picking up the Vi instead? Could definitely get choked out of the jungle pool here if they did not lock in the Vi. Wouldn't be able to get a support. or would lose their jungle pick. So
Bout's playing Nautilus.
yeah, it looks like that's what we're doing.
He's gonna play Nautilus.
It's looking like that's what we're gonna do.
And
But the Malphite's gonna go over, as this doesn't feel very strong into Zeri herself, but it is a pick where you're going to guarantee you have this, and the D+ do not. So
the D+.
The D+.
Yeah.
The D+ challengers, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
So, question is Heimerdinger, because that was banned last game.
Nautilus.
I think Nautilus is the best way to lock Zeri down with the CC, but for lane prio, for control in the 2v2, a Heimer, a Karma, these are very strong picks we've seen a lot.
Nautilus. No.
Okay, well, this is a different way.
This is a different way. They're just going to try to shut down the Zeri.
I think this is still very good. Arguably stronger than the Karma and Heimerdinger I was talking about in terms of what the lane is going to look like here. And I wonder what the response is going to be for D+. Like now, you're like, okay, what about dives? What are we going to do to answer that? They're going to save their support pick for later. And this is going to be the Sylas top, probably, into the Malphite. So we'll see if if that actually comes true. I mean, it's flexible, but the main thing the Sylas is going to be doing is stealing Malphite ult, still ult a immobile Varus.
You can steal Malphite ult. You can steal Chains of Corruption as well. It's a couple of ultimates that you already have. You also have the good lane matchup that you just mentioned. It is a common counter pick. I struggle to say counter pick because I feel like it hasn't always worked, but it's something that gets picked into Malphite pretty often, especially when it is blind picked like this.
I wonder if T1 are willing to play like Renekton Nidalee and play Nidalee with the Renekton mid and do something like that and just constantly set up dives bottom side, because the Wukong is gone. That's going to be one of the best follow-ups. Viego also great early game jungle. There isn't a whole lot left. Like Elise would be amazing with this T1 comp, but they can't play it. So also the Maokai also would be very good with this to try to set up some picks on the bottom side and deny farm from Zeri and take plates away. Nautilus, I'm surprised they left up, because now like Leona and Nautilus are the best anti-dive supports that you're going to have left here for the Zeri. And they banned Gwen instead, so more concerned about the top lane matchup. The jungle pick is the big question mark here. I think Renekton Nidalee here is pretty good. I think it's super solid, and it is going to be a very strong early game comp. A lot of power coming into mid. This is another champ you could use to dive people, but not going to be very good pre-6. Not going to be doing a whole lot pre-6.
Yeah, pretty interesting. It's another way to try to press R onto the Zeri, as you're mentioning. Talia didn't really make a lot of sense to me.
As soon as I see the Nocturne, I think Talia and Ryze. Like, those are the picks he's thinking about, mostly. Those are the ones that come into my mind for Bay. I'm like, okay, they're just going to try to snowball this game and have a global mid to continue to put that pressure on so you can dive bottom. But he swaps over to Veigar instead. I think this is a pretty safe decision, as lively and some eyebrow raising coming through here.
Yes.
Ahri into Veigar has been a matchup that has gone in the LCK Veigar's way a lot. It's much easier to just chip out the Ahri, poke her, and get lane prio.
That being said, our LCK Veigars are on a different
Not
tier
Bay, yeah.
than Bay. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like DK, as long as they don't get behind early, I think they're going to smash this game.
Yeah,
that's my feeling.
It's another game where the win conditions of T1 are so narrow, just like last game. You're like, okay, well, they've got a lot of peel. They wanted to play a Draven comp. They got all the answers, but it's still like much harder to play their comp than D+. I think this is exactly the same thing, where you have a Nocturne who can't do anything pre-6. That means it's very unlikely he'll be able to do anything. You didn't go for the roaming mid. So when your mid laner has level 6, you can't go down there until Nocturne has 6 to dive this area. She got a Nautilus because you banned the Gwen instead because you were more concerned about a top matchup when they already locked in Sylas. And yeah, I'm a little bit salty about this one for T1, because I thought the start of the draft was good, but the follow-up was left me a little bit concerned, because what Veigar is trying to do in this comp versus everything else is just super disjointed.
Yeah, it's weird, man.
It's not good. I don't think
and
it's
Nocturne
good.
are going to run in together, and Veigar, Varus, and Caitlyn are like, wait, we can't do that. And like, yeah, maybe you can lock down one target, but Zeri is extremely mobile. You have so many different ways, so many different mobile carries on the side of DK as well. It's not just Zeri. It's kind of like some of the ways that T1 drafted in Game 1, but much better, it feels like, here for DK. And they can also steal Malphite ult, or Nocturne ult, or Varus ult, and you just jump onto Varus. And it's going to be a fun time, I think,
It's
for
so
DK.
bizarre how I think the dichotomy of T1 drafting in this playoffs, it has been either like supreme drafting where you're like, oh man, this is so sick. Otherwise, you're just like, I have no idea what is going through the minds of the coaching staff here. And this is the latter for me this time around.
All right, let's go. It's game number 2 time.
Oh!
I did a 4th one, though. I don't know. It felt like...
I thought it was
I don't know
good.
if it was
I thought
right.
it good.
The 4th one felt like late. I don't know.
I
I
thought
don't know
we-
if I
I
still
think
don't know
we
if it's
nailed it.
real. I need like some deep analysis.
You know,
of this song.
say that nothing is truly perfect.
Mhm.
That's BS. We just nailed it. That was it. First perfection that's ever been achieved in humanity.
I thought you were gonna say Valdez is perfect, and I'm gonna be like, well, that's not.
Well, no, that's definitely
That's
not
not
true. But
true.
like what we just did together there for the challengers chat, that was
Many
perfect.
under
Yeah.
the sense of
Finally, the first thing that was perfect ever.
2 perfect things in challengers. What we just did, and the KT rolls for top laner. That's it.
Yeah. Well,
Kevin's making the same joke in the chat. Love it.
PTA Vi means that Lucid maybe is going to get it started early on, and I think that's a great idea. You can tri-lane bot, you can help your bot lane through the relatively rough, range and laning phase. You can make good ganks happen either in top or mid. You have so much ganking help from your laners.
Vi can do things.
Yes.
Nocturne, not so much. Not going to be doing a whole lot of things. Now, imagine if they... Now, it would have been risky, but imagine if they played Renekton Nidalee. Some real power in the early game, early objectives. Okay, Rahel's taking some hits, though.
Bible's stepping out of the brush to thumbs up.
It's about sending
Has
a
he
message.
gone too far?
It's about sending a message. Yays or nays, did he go too far?
Bible went for shield first as well, meaning that it's literally just there so that he doesn't take poke damage. He has no ability to engage, not that he would want to. There he takes a Q as well with his shield.
And the lane is going well for Pulbay here so far. He is 2-0 on this pick. But this is a very complex draft where his individual performance will be important, but he will not be able to shape the game alone. And taking a Q, it looks like here early on, is the reason why he's missing about
Bay has a
an eighth.
100% win rate on this champion.
Yeah,
There's no way that he can lose here.
I think he...
It's impossible.
I think he
The
can, for
stats
sure.
would not lie.
He's also only died 1 time on this champion ever.
Yeah, that's because
He
the
may double it
ability,
soon.
the Event Horizon, which is not only one of the best abilities in the game, it's also one of the best named abilities in the game. Has kept him alive so many times.
I don't think it's a good name for casters. It's pretty long. That's why people usually say Cage. It's a cool name, like in its own, but for casting, it's pretty annoying sometimes.
I think it's cool. That's all I care about. As this lane is going about as you would expect. This
Actually,
is where
like,
T1
better than
do
expected, to be honest. Like, getting a plate at 3.5 minutes is kind of insane. Rahel took way too many hits
have
early.
Dredge line. Meanwhile, top lane, Silas not going to be trading very well early on. As you know,
Yeah, this
Malphite's
is not
got that
really-
extra shield. He's got some good trading in the early levels.
Yeah, it's not really picked for the early game laning. It is picked for what you could do later on in the side lane and what you're going to be able to do in a team fight, which is be better Malphite, basically.
Well,
Okay.
Forest is here, but so is Lucid. Just a little bit late to the party is Lucid. So now DK do have this knowledge that Forest is around, trying to do stuff on a Nocturne that has no things before level 6, whereas we know that Lucid has things.
Pulbay is also considering to come down. Very low health bar on this area.
Okay, they know. And the Q is going to come through and actually hits them. They elect not to flash. Bout elects maybe just to die instead. He will actually heal as every summoner is taken out, and actually
Smash!
first blood is given over to Smash, and maybe second blood as well.
Bible has no flash.
Ooh, he's on the run.
He should be able to get out with his hook if he has enough mana for it.
If he has enough mana. Okay, he's fine.
He's alright.
But
I mean, this lane is in shambles now. It's been shambled.
the shambles are real.
It's not a sunny side up lane. It's they got it shambled. Love my shambled lanes. Bout looked like he was actually just dead here. As Lucid flashes for this for one more auto, but does not have the damage. Bit of a bizarre choice. The angle here to hit all three and get the kill. Beautifully played from Smash, and then they just walk it out. But a flashless Vi, actually pretty massive in this early game. Veigar feeling a lot more safe. An early pickaxe pickup here for the Nocturne. Forrest will hit level 6 in the next few minutes, and then he will actually be a threat. And that's the power of Vi in the early game, is you could do stuff like this, but unfortunately Rahel has just taken too many hits in the lane. Like, he's just getting outplayed by Smash and Bout, and too many Qs and Ws are connecting, so his health is just so low, he can't force these. And would have loved to force it earlier, but just didn't have the health that he needed to actually start turning that around faster. No flash on this Nautilus.
Goodbye.
He's got a blast cone, though, Valdez's favorite.
Imagine if that wasn't in the game and we could just have more action because it wasn't in the game.
But I think Bible wouldn't have been standing there if it wasn't in the game. So would it have been less action as a result?
I think he would have been standing there anyway. As here we go, he got an engage as Veigar in a lot of trouble. Bay might be going down as Polbay takes the kill away from Rahel. As that's totally fine. The Ahri gonna get fed here as a fight over the Hextech Drake. Now 4v5 at this point in time as the engage comes in. T1 are staying 3v4, and now they're gonna lose 2 more people. The Seri moment comes in, man. I'm gonna stamp it. I don't even need to look at Wolf, actually.
Nope, it's confirmed.
Why'd they do? Oh no, Forrest, what are you doing?
All right, so we're just flipping the game here.
What are we doing?
We're losing the game. We're losing our spot in Challengers playoffs.
Oh,
and we're flashing for a Drake.
What did I just watch, Wolf?
You just watched the end of the game. So now we can talk about whatever we want, even though it's playoffs. Bay also coming over here with no vision, no cryo, no control.
Leave.
I mean, it wasn't fine, but like, you could cut your losses there, right? You could be like, well, that's unfortunate. I guess we're giving up this dragon. And they just walk into this. I mean, straight up, single file. Like, you guys ever play the very famous video game Lemmings? This was T1's iteration of this, and then Forrest is like, he was the lemming that bugged out. He's like, all right, hold on, I will walk across, just have to do some fancy stuff.
Never actually played that game. And the Drake just resets here. Like, even if you get in and you take down the Drake, what? Like, so what? Yeah, you got a Hextech Drake, but you lost your life and you gave another kill to DK, who all they want is to get back from their deficit that you made for yourself. The lead that you had in the early game in terms of T1.
I mean, the call to flash for the hopeful 50-50, which is the best I could say, because it's not even really a 50-50. They can just kill you and not smite the Drake. They can just hold the Drake.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no defending that choice. It's all nays in the chat on that one. And,
yeah.
Like, that's the kind of move that people have criticized Forrest for so much, which is why he's been, you know, considered kind of a memer, as he will just do stuff like this, and if the other team just completely drops the ball, maybe you get something out of that, and then you look like a god, but 9 out of those 10 times you make a play like this, you're Forrest, and people are going to meme on you. As down here.
Okay, Bible also in a rough spot here as he is just 100 to 0 to run straight into the Chains of Corruption.
Level 6 for Forrest. Maybe they commit to this, but he is on a ward. And,
yeah, I guess with Vi here, they'll just, and actually Polbay's coming down as well. And look at this, the vision for T1, they have no idea. They have no idea. They're running straight into this.
They're so dead.
And yeah, Terry just ults the 2 of them. In goes the Nocturne just to potentially die here. The bottom lane just ripped to shreds. Yes, Smash and Bout have range advantage, but if you just get dove on and dive immediately, that goes flying out the window, and Rahel able to pick up a kill alongside a Polbay who's having a massive game this time around.
Yeah. Looking like the Atlas Pred right now was the golden one. It was
the dude knew it, man. He's just on fire.
He knew. He's cast quite a few Forest games in his time, and he's like, you know what? I just feel like it's going to be one of those series.
You know, Forest is having a rough game for sure, but I feel like the mental of T1 is just totally out the window.
Like, I mean, you have no vision here whatsoever. You don't have mid prio, so you just can't do this. And you only are doing this because you know Forest is there, but he's a Nocturne with an Iron Spike Whip. Then he donates himself.
Yeah.
This is sad to me because
you're basically just hoping and praying that DK are not there. Like, for some reason, Lucid and Pulbay are both on the Rift Herald, right?
And this is not a game that is... It is a game that's not indicative of D+'s recent form, by the way. This is like we opened the Schroeder's box in this case, and we're like, okay, so it's good D+ today. It's D+ on 4 minutes. And we found a Bible in the box. We're like, whoa.
It's like
thanks to the
Bible.
The Gideons, man, just helping D+ out here.
Now, Bible is going to press R onto the cage. He's dead again. It might not matter. A stolen Malphite ultimate comes in as the cage is going to be nice, but, you know, I really like that ability. It's not going to help him in this case. Down goes 3 more members as a 4th kill is given to Zeri, and everybody on the side of DK is just enjoying a free lunch.
Well, like, this is what I was saying before more running it down was that D+ haven't been playing this well in their last few games, but they brought Bible in. The shot calling has been good, but T1 are really not playing like they have played through all of playoffs. Like, we haven't seen, unless there was one that I missed, like while I was eating dinner or something, we haven't seen a game like this in playoffs for challengers at all. Like, not even Nongshim was running it this hard. Like, this is just a disaster.
It's very true. It's hard not to call it like it is because you guys can see it in real time with us. This is turning into a very not even series because of the specific situation we're in right now. Now, T1 are going to group up as 5 and take down the Rift Herald. So they're like, okay, no more chances taken. Let's try to really clamp down hard on the mistakes we have made. And yes, they will get the objective, and they're going to go for a little lane swap, maybe get this top turret. A nice little play from T1 on the map.
Yeah. Grabbing some plates here. Herald going to get the whole turret. It's going to be first brick. As with the Zeri on the bottom side, this turret just hasn't been hurt because she's had no prio, no control. Now she's getting plates bottom side too, solo. So actually what D+ is getting here is more valuable, but you know, this is the best that T1 can ask for, and it's still something.
Yeah.
I still think this is a win for D+, even with an additional charge. But, you know, at the end of the day, we can get kills.
Maybe a little bit extra as they go for the dive, and they finally do take down the Silas, but it is in trade for Dahl as we got a flash. Yeah, we got to look at that top side as Bout is going to just try to get away here, still has his own flash. Pulbay is pretty massive at this time, and the fight that's happening in the jungle right now is kind of sad for
By
Bay.
the way, Rahel,
they're not able to help him.
5
and meanwhile,
plates.
Yeah.
5 plates.
how many of these were solo?
All 5 of them, I believe. I think
Did he just take down this entire turret by himself during that entire thing?
15 or 1,000 gold ahead, and
guys, please be nice to the players.
no, I mean, like,
Be nice.
this is not individual players making. Like, I mean, it is individual players making mistakes, but like you mentioned, they're a bit boomed mentally right now.
It's like a team mental boom. Right?
Yeah. And Bay, unfortunately, the cage timing here. And, like, I mean, is this Bay being bad? No. Like, he tried to cage the Q, missed, and then he can ult through the cage. Oh, this player's messing it up! No, what? Like, that's how Vi works, chat. Congratulations, you've just seen it. You've just discovered it.
Yeah. And it's rough. I mean, in game number 1, they got destroyed so hard. And you remember what I said at the top of the show where T1 really, where they have Sean is in their team play and in their preparation. They kind of had that at the very beginning of game 1. And then after they got smashed, I feel like it all went out the window. We come into game 2 here. They start off with a lead, and then they make a really just probably the worst decision you can make on the Drake. And since then, I mean, DK, they're holding strong. They have their mental fortitude here today. They came into play, and they are just playing much better League of Legends.
Oh, absolutely.
They're running away with the series.
This
is on a freight train to hell right now.
Yeah, this could be like the fastest like if like for example, if D Plus win this and have a 2-0 lead, like it might be the fastest 2 games we've seen. Like I don't know if we've seen like a 2-0 in challengers this season that will end as fast as D Plus might be about to end this second game. I don't have the data on that, and somebody's gonna be like, well, actually there was this one time with Bro, and I'm like, okay, fine, but it feels like the fastest leads that we've seen in a long time in challengers. So.
Are they allowed to forfeit? No. And we just saw a reverse sweep after KT
ask
looked
Forrest,
good.
man.
KT looked great in the first couple of games yesterday, and then, well, we saw what happened next. So it is challengers still. You never know. Maybe T1 coach brings them into the back room, and he's like, okay, guys, that was not okay. We need to really change things up. And maybe they actually do. It's not going to be easy, but...
Yeah, I mean... The leads that we're looking at here for D Plus and the way that T1 was kind of demolished with, like, I would say that I liked their draft in game 1. Not from, like, I thought they won draft, but I thought the way they handled the draft was good, but it was definitely a tough one to pull off, and I think they could have. They did not, right? And then losing this game in such dominant fashion just based off bad decision-making alone, that's, like... It feels like unreverse sweepable. You know what I mean? Like, this is not a moment where you're like, oh, it was close, but like, let's bring it together here. I think we got this. Like, this is one where you gotta like really get your head straight after this loss, because we're not even talking about this game as if it's winnable, because it's only a 3,000 gold lead, but it's 4 kills on a Zeri who got a whole turret by herself, and all the plates that came with it, and yeah.
Again, I mean. I think it was, like, Atlas made a pretty good point in the chat, which is, like, T1 were 6th for most of the season until the end, where they were on the up and up, right? They got to 5th place, which is basically how far they could have gone with, you know, the losses they took in round 1. So getting what we've got so far in this playoffs has actually been a really nice uptick for T1. It has been a great look, which is why I think a lot of us did vote for T1, right? We expected this to continue. We saw the form of DK was on the downslope. It was only going down mostly recently, and that's kind of like why we came in with so many T1 preds. But as we said the disclaimer right at the beginning of the day. We're like, Schrodinger's DK, are they going to play really well? Or are they going to continue with this rough, you know, slump they're in? And we got the playing really well, and also we've got now maybe the beginning of T1 returning to regular season form. And it's all hitting us in a couple of games right in a row.
I mean, I think to be, like, D Plus are playing pretty well, but this is just straight up a choke. And there is one player in particular who is really struggling for T1. We could say his name is Forrest, and he has made some really rough decisions, and you could see on his player cam that, like, especially in those moments where he decided to flash over the wall, for example, and when he decided to ult in, like, he's kind of got this, like, chuckle, you know, where, like, he's not upset necessarily, but his play is showcasing some bad decision making that might be that, like, you can't see his facial expressions, but the guy is clearly, like, trying to make the plays happen. We saw it in game 1 too with some of his crazy flanks and the attempts we saw there, but you know, I don't want to say he's single-handedly losing them these first 2 games, but he has made some choices that have given D Plus a massive lead that is no longer recoverable, and it's unfortunate that we're not going to see T1's best form today, and we're going to see, I think, D Plus not even at their best form from regular season, but they don't need it apparently in this best of 5 right now, and Bible has just been such a huge for this roster in the early game.
Yeah, maybe he's keeping their mental together and allowing them to play at a top-level form. We don't really know. We can't hear the comms as the game is coming in, as we do have a TP from Dahl trying to make his way in. He is very tanky, as you see Ari as well. Massive 3-man knockup, and now T1 finally getting some plays on their terms as in goes the buy. We'll get into that back line as the follow-up to the better mouth bite ultimate is there. And maybe the wallet's just a little bit too heavy for DK, even though T1 have fought this one very, very well.
Rahel gets caught by the event horizon. If he doesn't get caught in there, I think he chases a lot further. We'll get another extendo beam, get some slows off, and they probably get an additional kill there, but he's unfortunately hit by the stun, so will not be able to follow up any further. And what looked like the best fight T1 could ever hope for still isn't enough here at the end, but you know, trading fairly even, you know, it's the best you can hope for, I think, right now. I don't think it's going to be enough to get them back into the game, but a few more like that, and maybe as Dustblade is done for Smash, so The damage output here is going to be very high for this Varus if he can hit the targets, because there isn't really a traditional tank in this comp here. Grizdal comes over here on the flank, and they're just not really prepared for this, and there's a lot of burst damage in this comp between the Caitlyn support that also does a lot of damage, and Thanatos down to basically 0, but his re-engage is what allows them to get that additional kill here. He's not afraid to go back in, because he's like, I'll just sacrifice myself, and this cage is massive. Notice that there's the stun going down onto Rahel. Unfortunately walks into it a bit too early.
And as we come back into live, turret's going over
Elder
to DK
flip
on
angle?
the top side. Yeah, you know, we got a little Elder spawner. I think that Ocean Soul is going to be pretty good. You are playing against some poke. I feel like DK might not even care too much about it, just because they do have a pretty nice lead at this point in time. Might as well just pick it up.
Yeah, what's weird about Cloud Soul is that poke counters Cloud Soul because you just keep resetting it, but like the regen, but also like if you can walk away for a second, like it counters poke. So I think with a game state like this, it is absolutely busted because you just can walk away and there's no threat. You can be like, all right, cool, Smash, you hit me, and I'll just get that back in a second here. Try to hit me again, try to follow up. You can't.
What is Rahel building for his third item? Is it just going to be
rapid fire cannon? Really, let's get into their heads big time.
Wow, that was interesting. Yeah, but he does not have Navori's yet. He has gone Shield Bow into Bloodthirster, so he is extremely tanky. He's great at skirmishing, but the damage may be hurting a little bit, especially since he is going for Zeal item third.
It's probably Phantom Dancer, I guess. And
could also be, for some reason, this name is escaping my mind. Oh, Runon's Hurricane, right?
Yeah,
we have
that's,
seen that a bunch on
yeah,
Zeri.
I think that's pretty good into T1's comp. I just don't...
Runons give extra feathers. That is Zeri, not Zion.
Yeah. I think that the game state here, he can build whatever he wants. It doesn't really matter. I don't think he really needs to hit a quick blade spike. Just getting additional damage and hitting more targets with the Runons is probably what he's looking for. Phantom Dancer is going to give him some more mobility and maneuverability in these fights, but it's really just a 100-0 angle here for T1, so I don't think he needs it. So I think it's just going to be Runons, like thinking about it a little bit more. I never really stopped to look at the items because it feels bad, it feels painful. Remember Smash was like 20 CS up in the early game, he is now 20 CS behind.
Yeah. That is the current state of things in this game. There were some team decisions made by the side of T1 that have gotten themselves in a really rough spot. There's no vision on the straight. It is the Ocean Soul. Will T1 fight for it? As Malphite Ultimate is stolen once again. And Thanatos is getting closer to level 16 as well.
I'd love a vision toggle. I think T1 fans would not. Yeah, there it is. They can't see anything.
The Ahri is actually pretty good at doing damage to the Malphite. If Pullbag can land it, well, there's a charm, right as I say it. Already Dahl down to about half health. Might not matter if he just hits it, as they do not know where Thanatos is, and he has Flash. So if he can just see where Smash is, he will go in on it. But Paranoia is there as they are going super deep once again. But the Malphite ultimate gone for Thanatos does not matter. They do take out the Malphite as Lucid is going in. He's got a stopwatch as well. Double kill here. Maybe a penta angle as Rahel is flashing in. There's the triple. We'll be looking for Smash. That one should be pretty easy. The Quadra is there, but unfortunately Lucid steals away the penta, which is totally fine. DK looking to take down this game.
Bible just drops the Herald as an afterthought. It looked like he dropped it. I guess it was not. It was actually Lucid who dropped it on the ground. But I was like, wait, Bible have the Herald. I'm not entirely sure who dropped it there. But anyways, I guess it's timing out. They're like, well, let's go ahead and drop this down and set the wave, because now you can just go straight into those injured turrets in mid after you recall. And yeah, this fight is like the positioning here from Bay and Smash is as defensive as you could ever ask for. Good flash from Smash, but yeah, that's it. He like hits Lucid, and he's like, all right, that's all I can do. My job here is done. But you didn't do anything.
Nope. Flash was clean from Rahel. Just want to point that out because I feel like, you know, a lot of times we're a little bit worried about DK kind of relying on Rahel to do the hyper carry, 80 carry thing, but his mechanics are certainly on point today as Runons is finished, by the way. 3,000 gold ahead, and the jungle diff as well. Not too surprising. as this should be Ocean Soul. Please, Forest. Please, no. Although at this point, maybe you might as well. As no steal going to come in. They don't even have vision anymore. So, yeah, it's going to be Ocean Soul given over to DK as it goes down to 1 health. And yeah, I mean, we're only 24.5 minutes in, and DK already with the Baron buff looking to potentially end this game.
Yeah, I mean, look at the damage here for Pulbay. Out-damaging this area, actually. He's been so involved in all of this early game. He's honestly probably my POG. Even though Rahel's looked really cool and did a lot of kills and has 8 kills in this game and almost got a penta, I think it's a Pulbay game because Charms have been great. His early game presence. It could be Lucid as well.
It's Pulbay or Lucid, I think, right? Everybody, though, on the side of DK is really playing top-notch, right?
Yeah.
Rahel's doing it. Even Thanatos had the fantastic roam down. We do have a deep teleport flank as they just move
Rahel no
mid.
flash?
And now Bars goes in. He does not have a stopwatch. He's dead. As that was kind of lone. Just trying to get things going. Dahl gonna miss his knockup. And yeah, this game is over, guys. DK looking to take the 2-0 to start off this series as, nope, no penta for you, Pulbay. As that will be the end of it. It is Pulbay's full of Thanatoses, and down will go the Nexus.
Down it will go. Viable just going to once again make a statement here. You see him laughing on the player cam as he walks up to the Nexus. Will they do the full lineup? Maybe. Come on.
If I'm Bible, I'm running into the fountain and emoting at the same time.
Rahel also had no flash on that engage, and Forrest ulted somebody else. I think he actually ulted the Vi, and then the Dahl ult missed. Like this team is really on edge right now, and I think that falling down to match point here against D+, a team that, look, it's hard to know who's really favored going in this because it's challengers, right? And D+ have looked up and down, but there were more votes for T1 in this in the predictions, right? And at least for you and I, like, we were unanimously saying that T1 were the favorites here. Now they're down 0-2, and you're really going to be struggling to get your mental back here after this one because, I mean, Forrest is flashing over walls and dying, and it is not a good look. There's no other way to put it.
Smash still did a lot of damage. I mean, he's Lethality Varus. They had a good 4 levels, maybe 5 levels. And then things really began to go south for the side of T1. Second game ends in 25 minutes, and I'm just hoping that T1 can turn this around and make this a series. Otherwise, DK will absolutely gladly lap up 3-0 tonight.
And I don't think this is, like, I didn't really like the Nocturne that much, but I don't think besides that, this is really a draft issue here. It's just the performance that we're seeing from T1 has to be cleaner. They have to make better decisions. They have to be less greedy because the plays that happened that led to Zeri coming back into this game were pushing the turret after getting a pick onto the Nautilus and just being like, well, we got to get plate gold. This is what we do. We're a Varus Caitlyn lane without having any vision, without being defensively set up at all. You know, these types of aggressive plays can really come back to bite you. And trying to get a much bigger lead instead of accepting the substantial lead they had already gotten, I think was a big turning point. Then the Drake fight went poorly. And we talked about how Veigar can get advantages versus Ahri, and you said straight away, well, this is not the LCK, and no, it was not, and he never had prio, and Pulbay ran away. Oh, you got to vote. I didn't vote.
Oh, I did.
Well. All right, well, I am a big voter also.
Not too surprising. I think either Pulbay or Lucid will pick it up. Maybe Rahel will get some boom damage votes. But no, it is going to be Pulbay. After all that, perfect KDA. Made a lot of plays down the bottom side of the map as well. Great roam set up for the Dragon very nicely. Helped get that first pick, which then eventually led to the mental downfall of T1 as well.
Yundo says robbed. I guess Lucid, you know, I think you could really have a good argument for Lucid. Really almost anybody except Thanatos and Bible. I think that they were fine, but they were not POG material. You know, for me, it was a pretty easy Pulbay call. Although I voted late, so I don't know if mine actually went through. Or they might have just multiplied yours by 2 since I didn't put mine in, and yeah, that would have been reasonable because that's what I wanted. I wanted the mid vote. Well, Pulbay coming back to form at the most important time here, so maybe this is the time where D+ make a deep run.
Yundo also voted mid.
Oh, okay, never mind.
So we're all on the same page here. Nobody gets robbed. And Bible POG for destroying T1 Mental. Maybe that's actually it. And you know what? Sure, maybe that's it. And maybe it's not destroying T1's mental, but maybe it's bringing DK to their best form.
If we see a reverse sweep here after this start, it would be
I want to go out and
insane.
buy a lottery ticket. if
Yeah,
that happens,
yeah.
okay?
It's gonna be tough.
It's going to be tough, guys. I just hope we get some more League of Legends. Either way, we are done for Game 2. We'll be back for Game 3. Hello and welcome back to LCK Challenger League. We're in the midst of DK versus T1. DK currently in the lead 2-0 in this series, and it has been extremely fast. We have only been on this broadcast for about an hour and 40 minutes, and already DK looked to be swiping away the series.
Yeah, I expect T1 will pick blue side again, and maybe we'll see a different draft. Or maybe we'll see the same one and they'll play out the win condition a little bit better. But it's been a little bit of an underperformance, I think. But I mean, D+ really getting in their heads in game 1 with Bible popping off. Game 2, Bible popping off with the emote game.
Yeah.
We'll see how deep this run for D+ could potentially go. Obviously, the expectation is they will win this third game and take the series 3-0. If T1 reverse sweep this, it would be crazy. I know we keep saying this, but it's the only like narrative point that's left. Is like,
yeah,
T1 looks so mentally defeated right now that if they pull this off, like we gotta find out what the coach said. Like this could be like a really cool storyline. This could be some like Mighty Ducks stuff, you know?
Yeah. I mean,
I've never seen Mighty Ducks. I heard that like that's what happens. Like the coach like says some cool
flying
stuff.
V. You know about the flying V?
I mean, I know about like flying V like in the sky, like with birds. Or
basically,
ducks,
yeah.
maybe. Yeah.
T1 selected red side. So maybe they're going to hope that Scion doesn't get banned, which isn't going to happen. And, yeah, Chronicler's like, surely we won't have a third reverse sweep. Surely.
I don't think so. It's not DRX, so.
How does man never see Mighty Ducks?
Every time Mighty Ducks was played, I ran away. I avoided it.
There you go. There's your answer.
It was really scary once when it was put on.
You ran away.
You know, on the shuttle bus sometimes where they play the movie when you're on the shuttle bus and like it's on all the TVs.
Yeah.
I hid in the bathroom the whole time to make sure I didn't see it.
That's a good idea.
All right, so red side we will have counter picks for T1, but
it's like what? Why? Are you just scared of the actors in the movie?
I actually I made a promise once to a friend when I was very young that I
Yeah.
would never see Mighty Ducks. No, I'm messing around with you guys. I just happen to not see it. I didn't have cable television when I was growing up. I've seen like parts of it, but I don't remember. Let's talk about the draft for a second because T1 cannot let the Annie through to blue side again. They cannot do that. That is something that they will have to ban. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see a Rakan ban either. I would like to see, please just ban Xayah or look for a better answer here in the draft. I don't want to see another Draven draft. Let's see what their plan is here because picking red side is not like, it's not wrong, but it is certainly rare in this meta. And I want to see what their answer is. They will ban Addy first, so we're changing it up.
I think that's a good start. It was weird that they left Annie available in game number 1. Caitlyn is going to be banned away, so they don't want to allow either side to pick that one up.
Looks like they want to play Zeri, potentially, especially if they ban Varus here. Problem is now D+ can just pick Zeri if you do that, so... D+ can also ban Zeri here and first pick something like a Lee Sin, if that's what they want to do. Gonna ban Elise. So they're saying, yeah, I dare you. I dare you to ban Varus. We will pick Zeri.
Don't
so now
do
what
it,
you do is
T1.
now what you do is T1. You have to leave Varus open.
Yeah.
And then you're either gonna have to play Zeri into it or play Aphelios or do something else. This is actually T1 have put themselves in a very awkward spot here with this choice to ban Caitlyn. I think it was not the right call. You can see they're struggling to figure out the idea. They will ban Varus, and Rahel is happy to play Zeri again. Thank you very much.
Yeah, first pick Zeri feels very strong in this scenario. There's not a lot that can counter it. Of course, maybe you just pick up Vi or whatever, like some of these picks. Sejuani is going to be the play here. I mean, Ashe is still available. It hasn't really been a combo that we've seen too much recently.
It makes me feel like they have a Ashe lane that they feel they can play Zeri into Zeri very well. And now T1 are going to swap off to the Xayah, so it's a bit puzzling, but on one hand, but on the other hand, I think it does make sense because you're like, ooh, now they have Sejuani Ashe. This is a problem. I want to have a AD carry that's a little bit more mobile to deal with this a little bit better. So Zeri Ashe is a thing that we have seen before, but I don't think that they're going to try to play it here. I think it'll probably just be Lulu, and it'll be a standard slow cull lane.
I think that's fine. Yeah. Just go Zeri Lulu. I think the Zeri is still strong in this scenario.
I wonder if Forrest is going to end up on the Wukong this time because he finally has the opportunity to play it here. It was picked against him and then banned. So,
how about Vi?
Vi is also very good.
It's good into Sedge. It's technically good in the fact that you can press R on Zeri.
Yeah, I think both picks are good into Sejuani in the early game. Wukong is very good into Sejuani because he can avoid the ultimate with his W. So Lulu's coming through. Lee Sin, definitely of the three we have discussed, I think the weakest pick in this draft. Looks like they're gonna go opt into the Vi instead of the Wukong. That's the consideration right now, and so far so good here for T1. It's not the Ashe, so the Sejuani feels less strong. Gonna feel weaker in the early game. You have a lot of agency in this lane with the Rakan. Bout can make some super plays, get an early lead, or you could just farm it up. Now this is where the draft gets complicated, though. I think Malphite with these two AD carry is much less value. Still could be picked, but it's not a must pick. The Silas ban says we're trading bans for that, though. And so they will.
Yeah. Little trade-off. A very nice, even trade in that one. And what is left? Might look towards mid lane.
Veigar, Ahri Vi is super strong, so I think as D+ here. Maybe you ban as T1 now Lissandra and see what they do. Does feel pretty face up to do that this early. We'll ban Jace. I actually think that's pretty strong. Opens up a lot of different blind top picks so they can save counter pick for Bay. And Ahri is a really scary pick here for D+ to deal with. So I think that's the safest ban right now. And otherwise, maybe a Veigar ban to come through if T1 going to prioritize that.
Yeah, let's see what they do go for here, as Ahri is the choice, as we did mention. Very good choice to ban that away, as Kennen gets smacked down in the draft. Will be played by T1.
A lot of engage now for T1 to get the Xayah to pop off. And the Jace ban feels a lot more... I mean, it was a pretty solid ban, but now it feels more obvious why they were banning it. Is Gnar into Kennen. Feels very comfortable still, regardless. And see what this final pick for Pool Bay is going to be. It could be just straight up damage, like Veigar or even Victor here, I think is fine. Victor completely out of the meta in Korea, but I think a lot of teams should be considering him more often.
Gragas going to be the choice here on the side of T1, so nice big wombo combo you do have on that side. The Gragas Cask and the Kennen Slicing Maelstrom can sometimes have some anti-synergy, but generally the Gragases are good enough to use their Cask in a different manner.
Yeah, between that and the Charm from Rakan and Feathers, like there's a lot of different ways to lock down this area. And a lot of them are mobile enough to avoid the Veigar cage. So the Event Horizon isn't going to be a surefire way to stop T1 from getting on top of that back line. But vision control and being able to flank is going to be really important. So if Dahl falls behind, or Forest falls behind, and they can't actually set up these angles, and they can just be turned on by D+, it becomes kind of unplayable in terms of how do you confront it back with T1's comp. So we needed to see T1 show up with a stable level of play. It doesn't even need to be the greatest game of the early game of T1's lives or anything like that. It just needs to be stable. They need to not make mistakes, not get caught. You have to bind.
Don't lose in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, you have to bind to the Sejuani, so there's no reason why this game should go disastrously for you. And if it does, that's it. You're out of playoffs. So got to keep your nerves calm here. This is a really important moment for this T1 roster.
Yeah, I feel like they finally came into a draft with definitely a better read on the scenarios here in what DK want to do. They picked the red side, and I feel like they were able to counter in multiple different ways. So we'll see how it does go this time around. Obviously, the execution was not really there for T1, especially in Game 2, you could say. Like, they had win conditions even in that draft, but wasn't meant to be with the play. So DK in a very comfortable spot, but we have seen reverse sweeps before already here in Challengers.
We certainly have. I think my money is still on D+ taking this one, but I hope T1 can bring it back.
Hope so. Here comes game number 3.
I only did 3 that time.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know if it's 4 or 3.
미니언
You could do 3 and I'll do 4,
30초
and
남았습니다.
we'll just go for
That's how we even it out to 3.5.
Yeah.
That's what we do.
That was delayed? No, it's actually delayed. We found out that it's actually delayed, so now we have readjusted our AI program, and now it's on the right timing.
Yep. So, looking at the runes, pretty standard
미니언들이
stuff. Nothing
생성되었습니다.
unusual. Unsealed for Veigar, which, you know, in this matchup feels very safe. Sometimes you see Comet, where you think you're going to get some advantages, but it's very rare. So you have Cleanse on Veigar, which is important. You also have Smite, which is sometimes
1 AP.
important. Yeah.
GG.
GG.
2?
Probably 3, but we can't see.
2 AP already? Yeah, I would just like to see a much more stable game.
Yeah.
Even if T1 lose, and I'm like, okay, well, DK really showed up. What can you do?
Yeah, like game
They're
1.
a great team. Just don't lose in the first 10 minutes, please.
Yeah, game 1, as we have a bit of a trade here that goes in T1's favor. Game 1, they had that, mostly, and then some disastrous things happened from behind. But, like, that was just good play from D+. Like, game 1, I'm like, all right, well, D+ really played well, and T1 dropped the ball a little bit, but they were behind, so they had to take some risks. Game 2 was not like that at all. Game 2 was D+ played well, but it wasn't about D+. And in Game 3, I just want to see, like you said, even if T1 loses it, I want to see T1 showing the best they have to offer. Because I think in this series, we haven't really seen that yet. They have played better than this leading up to this in playoffs. They played worse in regular season, as been pointed out by many people, but current form is more important than what your form was like 2 months ago.
Yeah. Well, Lucid, quick level 3, he's going to flash the wall. As already, this trade is going well for Thanatos in the top side, Meganar, and now you've got a Sejuani with red buff. Dahl is in huge amounts of trouble in this one, as he is not even going to flash. Not much he can do there. First blood comes in. Lucid, a very cool gank path. 3 camps, level 3 top gank. Not something you see every time in pro play.
Yeah, but you do see this a lot with players like Canyon, players like Peanut on Sejuani, on even champs like Poppy a lot of the time. Anything that could take Hex Flash, so Blizzard has taken Hex Flash in this case and is going to make that level 3 gank happen early. I think Dahl could have pathed around the top side of the alcove maybe if he was going to try to make a play for the flash, but I think he just kind of sussed out like, okay, well this seems very unlikely that I'm going to survive, so just died quickly, got straight back to lane with teleport, doesn't flash. And at the end of the day, it's just really nice timing here. Now, Thanatos has his Narbar set, so Lucid flashes over. And then as soon as he's in range here, Thanatos tries to crush on him, he uses his speed up, so now he can't get away.
Oh, and speaking of which, we have another fight here in mid as Bay is getting low. Polbay flashing forward, but does not have the damage. Var should be able to clean this one up with one last auto. He does pick it up, as he is up a level on Lucid as well with a couple more camps in his favor. Here comes Bible from the bottom lane, the first one to get here as Bay incredibly low, but he's going to get back in and pick up the kill, and now Bible's got to flash away.
Yeah.
As he will.
Ow, Bay, he's got blue buff too. Like, he actually has picked up blue buff off of this. He's the one who gets the kill. That's actually pretty massive, and this is the power of Vi into Sejuani in the early game. Like, you go deep for this, but now Vi's on top of you. And once your permafrost is used, you're never going to be able to win this. You're never going to get away. And Bay knows, even though he's at basically 0 health, that Lucid doesn't have the damage to kill him. So he can just continue to chase. And as soon as he has enough mana for body slam, he's going to use it. So this is a gank from Lucid coming over here, but Forest is nearby. And Polbay also flashing in this exchange, trying to get that additional damage in so they can get the kill. They get the permafrost, but then he's flashed on. Bay survives, can take a drink, and then if we speed this up, you know, watch this for a second. Forrest is just like, I'm Vi, I'm hitting you, you're not getting away. And Bible comes over to try to help out, but Bay has enough mana for a body slam. He picks up the kill, picks up the blue buff, and then Bible has to flash away because they don't have bottom side prio.
There you go. Finally, T1 in a good spot. They were ahead in game number 2 as well, though.
True. In a different way, right? It was bottom side prio that they were getting the advantage in. This is like more of a widespread lead here across mid jungle. The start for Rahel was a Doran's Blade and not a Cull, so I haven't been able to do anything with that, unfortunately. And okay, Lucid once again.
Yeah, Dahl is like, I have flash, but it's not very useful for me in this game as he's trying to get in and trade with Thanatos. Thanatos is like, okay, I mean,
he denies the assist,
and Bible died. Yeah, he did. Okay, he's dead. So down he goes. Didn't have flash. Rahel left alone now. He's just gonna dash away.
Smash and Bout having a big comeback game here. Getting prio to prevent the rotation up of Rahel in that last moment where we had the Gragas engage, as we're going to see how this all went down.
What are you doing, bud? What's happening here?
It's like just trying to get some additional vision because they were control warded on the dragon.
Beating out the flash.
Yeah.
From Bout. That must be it. That's my official call.
Yay or nay?
He didn't have flash. There's a blast clone at that time, and also it's Rakan with flash.
Yeah, definitely not the play. Bout, on the other hand, is Rakan and has his team nearby as they are going to group to try to pull some vision away of the river here, and the scuttle is going to come up. And I'll take that. That was interesting. Like, the game state here is still not super terrible for D+, but a lot of things have really gone against them, and the fact that Smash has a Cull and Rahel doesn't is pretty huge because he's going to get a huge influx of gold here in 50 CS, so he's going to be coming online a little bit faster, unless something goes horribly wrong here and Rahel picks up 2 kills and has an early Zeri moment, as is often the case. Lucid
is level 6.
Yeah.
Forest has a lot of damage right now, especially against the Sedge, but Lucid's here on time to spot Forest coming down.
Bay is also here. This is a big party.
They have Ignite, or not Ignite, they have Exhaust, they have Heal. Rahel with the flash away. Can he survive though as the cast comes in? They're wombo comboing underneath the turret, but the damage not quite there as Lucid and Rahel survive with barely any health.
Yeah, there should be a plate going over to Smash at least, but definitely wanted to get that kill over, and they're not going to be able to do so. They're really committing.
What are you...
Okay.
Well, he had a great couple of first games, that's for sure. But a free kill given over, and that's going to be a kill now over onto Smash, especially.
is kind of wild. And now, not only that kill, but some additional plate gold too. Isn't it wild to see Bible make some pretty aggressive decisions? Like we saw even in games 1 and 2, we're like, oh, maybe don't do that. But, you know, it's not the end of the world. As Polbey will pick up a plate and they're going to get Herald, so it's not the end of the world. But some of the decision making is a little bit too aggressive at times. And staying there was not correct. Getting caught on Dragon really hurts. And, you know, we've been asking the question all season long, like, where is Bible? This guy is insane.
Who are these players?
And maybe insane in more ways than one. Some of these plays have cost them a lot of early game gold, but they get the Herald. It's not all bad. They picked up a plate for their Veigar in mid, so he's got a CS lead because Bay was just, you know, out of lane for so long, and actually Rahel is even going to get one down here bottom side. So, you know what?
Maybe 2.
T1 not getting the lead they were hoping for.
Bout's not level 6. Can't really threaten Rahel here alone, so yeah, just 2 plates over to Rahel and Bible. Somehow, some way, just using the timing of the backs. Nice little zoom in there as well.
They had really good vision in the river, and so, you know, they feel pretty comfortable about this. Just coming over here, and I think Bout was maybe trying to scare him. He was on vision, but he was like, maybe they'll think that Vi's over here towards our top of the jungle, where they don't have vision necessarily. And oh, D+ don't fall for it. So picking up some extra plates. As this is just going to be slow and steady wins the race here for Bay. If he does win it, in fact. He's just sitting on a rod at this moment in time.
Yeah, might just come in second in the lane, but maybe he's happy because his team won the race, you know? He was like racing in the 400 meter, but like his team had a bunch of like great runners in the 800 and like the mile run. Yeah. So, you know, like he's like, you know, I got second place, but we still won.
Maybe he's, weirdly enough, maybe he's the first part of the relay race, but also the last part, because he's going to get his rod later. He's also going to be great engage angle. Like, he got that early kill. He's chilling. He's not going to be that important for a while, but he will be very important for late game team fights. He's going to hit his rod at like maybe 12 minutes or so. He's got to buy Merc treads, so that's going to slow him down. He's TPing in with those treads.
We have some Atlas fans cheering for the Atlas prediction. Might happen, but
good chance. I mean, it's not looking great right now, but
at least finally T1 are playing.
Yeah. This is the game we wanted, right? This is the one we wanted where we're like, oh, okay, it's a competitive game where both teams have win conditions and we can talk about them. Cole nearly done for Smash, but he's not quite there yet.
And the wombo combo potential here of T1's comp is still apparent. Big. Especially when you are ahead, you can control vision. It's much easier to pull off. As you see, DK, they're like, well, we can't see them. And it's just one Ocean Drake, so we're going to give it away. But that's one step closer to the Cloud Soul.
Yep, another Cloud Soul. It's not too impactful for T1. Will be helpful, especially for Kennen. But it is not going to be like the end-all, be-all. It's not going to be a Drake that D+ need to fight over before this area is online. Charging and canceling. That's what we do.
Do it again. Do it again.
Oh, he's about to. And charging. And not canceling.
Bible gonna bait it out there as we got the ults into this backline. Rahel is in a lot of trouble. Does not have cleanse, but does ult as maybe, nope, he's just gonna go down. And Lucid also taking a bunch of damage here under this turret and will barely survive. Bay is here.
Party cask or real cask?
1R for the gentleman.
He doesn't want to use it.
That was the cue. Press your R button. Okay, there you go. He did it.
He really didn't want to use it, but he is able to eat the kill. I thought he was going to flash for an auto for a second. I'm like, all right, look, your ult is important, but let's really just start thinking about what this means. Polbey is going to get another plate for this.
Uh-oh.
No ult for Forest, though.
Polbey versus Bay. Which Bay is better?
Whatever Bay you want.
Mm-hmm. I think it's a personal choice, you know.
Yeah, because I don't think either Bay is going to win this fight that isn't really a fight, because Forest didn't have ult or flash. We were doing the charge and cancel, they were doing the charge and miss, and then we just decided we're ulting Rahel, who does, of course, have wild growth and ultimate, so this is fairly risky. Forest actually flashing in here to make sure they have enough additional damage here with a follow-up ult coming through from Smash. I actually thought this was super well played from T1. Their first dive was also really well played. They didn't quite have the damage, but
We'll fight here as the cage comes down, but Bout is totally fine. Just trying to deny the Rift Herald, but they do get the charge. I think Polbe also got some play gold.
yeah, he did. And so he's picked up quite a bit of money himself.
Vagar is quite large.
He is getting a lot of AP, and he has a lot of money. We'll see if he can go buy a Rod of Ages. Looks like that's the build he has chosen.
What if they made a new item called Rod of Aegis?
Rod of Aegis?
Yeah. And then
I think that
casters
would
had
be...
to distinguish between the two.
I don't like it. There's too
And it
many
was like a
rods.
tanky version of Rod.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
Yeah,
It has like the Aegis icon at the top of the staff. Like it's
Yeah.
just like a staff with the Aegis attached to the top of it.
Just slowly gives you more tankiness. Gives you like armor and resistance minute by minute.
Look, some of these mages are tanky enough. Like Rod of Ages already kind of makes it tanky. I don't think we need any more tanky mage items. Now, if it was like a rod that, you know, for like a walking stick for tanks, like Yorick needs one, you know. I don't know.
Staff of Aegis.
Nah. I'm not feeling it, Valdez. I'm not feeling it. I mean, you could dream.
I am dreaming right now. Lucid said no to that.
They're just denying farm from hell. Like the turret is going down, and he's not. Like they didn't set up a lane swap or anything, so he cannot. There's nowhere for him to farm. He has to like wait for the turret to go down so that he can get what's left of the minions.
Yeah.
Smash didn't deny all of those, but still, you know, taking a lot of gold, Messiah. I think I was saying before, T1 clearly know how to play this comp, and this is exactly what I was talking about with Bay. He likes to roam. He likes to make an impact in the bot lane. This is what T1 usually does with small advantages. And so, you know, this feels very standard. And the only surprising thing about T1's lead in this game is that they just haven't played well the first two games. So you're like, okay, well, yeah, like this is what they do normally. Like this is actually very familiar. I just didn't think we were going to see it today. I thought they were going to be mentally boomed. So big comeback here for T1. So the game's not over by any means, but this is the biggest lead they've ever had.
포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
Now, T1 did this before in Game 2 where they kind of just left Rahel bot. This time, you know, they're getting other wins on the map. They're trying to rotate up here, maybe help take some other turrets. They got the Rift Herald, the second one, at least. But it's still a nice way for Rahel to kind of catch up. And we did have one chatter of Velix saying that, hey, I mean, there's a lot of scaling here. You have a Vagar, you have a Zeri, and you have a Lulu, right? There are ways for DK to scale up if the game goes later on.
Oh, no doubt.
And T1, they do have a Xayah. You know, they have tons of insane team fighting, and if they get these engages off, they should still win regardless. And especially with the lead that they have.
Dull, I think
you never know in challengers.
Yeah, Dull's just going to sack this turret, and they're going to take the soul point here. And Bay is also, he has teleport, and he's just hurting this bottom turret. This is not really a win for D+. I think they could have played more aggressively around trying to contest Drake right now. Because, yeah, Xayah is scary, but, you know, you're not really trading up in the turret game. You're also just giving over the soul point. There's no other objectives on the map. This is just them saying we can't fight right now, and while I respect the choice, I think that you're just giving T1 bigger advantages than you would have been giving if you had lost a fight, even, potentially. So, Dull is not losing anything either. Like, he's just stepped away. He's like, I'm sacking turret. He almost is in range to all-in Rahel. Let's see if he goes for it. Oh. Gets a heal.
The heal denial.
If he gets a stun with that Q and then flash ults him, that's the end of that.
I loved one chatter was like, can someone please assure me that Zeri will be nerfed for MSI? I can't take it anymore.
We cannot assure that, actually, unfortunately. Zeri as a champion, I feel like the numbers were nerfed a lot, and it's crazy to think that she was actually way stronger than this at one point in time. But I think that's because people don't really know how to abuse her kit very well. But her kit is the problem more than numbers. So like you either
it's the Camille effect.
You either nerf her numbers so much, you nerf her numbers so much to where she's totally useless, or you don't nerf her and she's super broke. Like it's like you rework her, but that takes a lot of time and a lot of resources. It's not an easily solvable problem. I think people don't always understand that. Bay is just gonna chill.
He's fine. He is a Gragas with Rod, and Merc Treads is about to have Seraphs. And our mages will eventually become unkillable in this game. as is the way of our people.
Yep.
That is the current meta of League of Legends. Only tanky items in Pro. And second Rift Herald going to be dropped down in mid. T1 looking to take down this mid tier 1. As okay, nice little flank coming in from Thanatos though. The cask is onto a Sejuani. They're using everything into Lucid. That's not what you want. The Gnar goes incredibly wide, hits nothing as Rahel is just left all alone rather, to the Wolves here on the right side. And down goes the Zeri. T1 do get the engage off.
Well, T1, you know, that fight was not the cleanest we've ever seen, but the Gnar went wide, as you mentioned, and Dahl was able to flash, ult the Zeri. So they locked down Rahel. He's dead. He can't do anything. I think if he lives longer there, or if they can't catch him, this is a winnable fight for D+, but unfortunately that did not happen. Positioning here, very aggressive. Gets pushed into the wall here, and is trying to force this, and then gets ulted.
This is why Vi is good.
And then Dahl just says no. Yeah, Vi is very good in this area.
You press R.
He was just
no question about it.
He was trying to ult and start doing damage in the fight too early, I think. Maybe wait a little bit longer, maybe bait out some more engages. You end up fine there, but Rahel has been a very safe player, but he has not been a player who's known for his positioning or his carrying in late game team fights. The series, where he's been gifted 2 amazing leads, he has kind of popped off a little bit, but in moments like this, you know, I'd say Smash has been by far the better AD carry this season. This was not about Smash at all. It was about the rest of his team killing Azeri, but I'm just saying in terms of the 1v1, for like individual play from both players, not a 1v1 in any case. This series is weird. It's just like broken all the rules. Nothing makes sense. Only after getting totally shreked 2 games to T1 to like go like, all right, well this is my comfort zone now. This is where I'm gonna play well. This is where we're gonna be coordinated.
Yeah, it seems like they finally flipped a switch and returned to normalcy, at least in the playoffs, as their form has been much better here in playoffs so far.
It's hilarious that after that early death for Dahl, he bought that Dark Seal. Still in his inventory. He's like, I got 2 stacks with that, by the way. I'll take some additional AP, please. Thank you. He's like, I'm just like Veigar. I'm just going to be scaling.
Yeah.
I'm getting more AP as the game goes on. I won't die. Don't worry. I died twice. That's the limit. I don't have any extra lives. We'll see what he builds third, but he already has a Void Staff this game because picked up that kill and he's been able to pick up a lot of objective gold around the map. Fortunately for Thanatos, he can't say the same.
We have, you know, Lulu shadowing on the bottom side, which is pretty interesting. You don't see this every day, but Bible is a unique player. And it turns out that Bout is down here as well. Not really in a place to rush down the Baron. I feel like T1 maybe could, just because they are, you know, about 5,000 gold ahead. But not going to take that chance here in Challengers, perhaps. Going to take it a little bit slower.
As you do.
As you should.
And like we said this earlier, this is slightly unfortunate news for T1. If this was a Hex Tech Soul, D+ have to fight for this. Like there is no discussion, like there is no opportunity to be like, well, I guess we're just too far behind, we just have to let them have Hex Tech Soul. As Rahel,
oh boy, here we go again.
Caught Kruggen.
Yeah.
Hate when they catch me Kruggen.
Yeah, you don't want to get caught Kruggen, but he was. And guess what? Forest pressed R, and Zeri died. For the 3rd time in this game, he is going for a Zeal item second.
Remember when I was talking about, like, maybe they'll pick Wukong for Forest? What a silly notion. What a silly concept. Yeah. Now they're just going to take Baron. They still haven't gotten the Drake, by the way.
Bible is fine. Nice little step back there, but DK just desperately trying to get into the pit, especially Lucid.
Narbar running out.
Running out. He's also getting zoned away by Dahl here as, yeah, a little bit of damage gets put into him as, yeah, they're just going to turn here onto Lucid. Bit of damage from Polbe as he is trying to go 2v4 up on the top side with Lucid, and they actually do take out Dahl. What is happening here?
The fight is so split here for T1. Their target selection is very poor.
The cage.
They lost
T1
this
did
fight.
Not handle that very well.
They not even a little bit, and now you've given over the Drake. So they kill Zeri, then rush to Baron. They're like, let's just do this before she respawns. Without the Zeri, they can't win the team fight. It's going to be fine. we'll get the Drake after Baron, so we'll get both anyways, but let's do Baron first. If we do the Drake, then Zeri will respawn, and then they can actually maybe fight us a Baron. And then the fight just goes disastrously, and Dahl is kind of caught out. The Narbar is expiring, but Dahl just sticks around, pushed into the wall. Look at how much damage Dahl takes, as the top side of the fight gets a little bit disjointed too, but Dahl actually decides he's going to turn and ult, and doesn't kill Bible.
Bible flash exhausted into the cannon. Just denied any help. I mean, he wasn't in a good spot anyway.
I think if Dahl is just with the rest of the team, there's zero chance D+ ever win that fight, but he kind of got caught by the Mega Gnar there the last few seconds of Thanatos. If he had flashed it, probably would have been fine, then they win that fight, but instead he decided to re-engage there. Bible gets away, the exhaust was good, as you mentioned, and top side of the fight too, Pulbe, they can't see him, so he's actually doing damage from afar, from safety. Thanatos a bit far up.
Looks like he might go down here. He will get Mega Gnar, or will he? Is the question, as desperate to, but he flashes and just dies anyway.
Dahl won't flash the Gnar when he's on Baron, but he will flash to kill him.
Yeah.
He's a killer. He's not. He doesn't hide. He doesn't run. He kills.
Flashes it in. Bay in a lot of trouble here, actually. We do have Sejuani coming up to the top side. He still does have flash, and actually the cast is just going to get him away, so not a lot of trouble.
Smash going to take this inner turret. I mean, it was in some trouble, but
I think just not a lot of trouble.
Yeah, like
I think I oversold it a little bit, right?
He was in a significant amount of trouble.
Okay.
But he outplayed it. He handled it well. That is 3.5 more minutes before T1 will get another objective fight, so this is more time for the Zeri. Went second item Runins, which I think is somewhat desperate, but I think required to win these fights now. And if she does not get picked, if she does not get locked down by Forest or by Dahl or by Bout or by Smash or by Bay, then she can do things.
Yeah.
She can do a lot of damage.
Bulbay's getting pretty big. Not quite as big as Bay in terms of the gold difference. Still 2,000 ahead for Bay, so of course don't want to oversell that. But this is a Veigar who is looking for Void Staff third, which it's probably fine. I mean, there's not a lot of magic resist on the other side, but as the levels are coming up and stuff like that, just going to look for maximum damage. Probably Death Cap fourth, hopefully Death Cap fourth. Please don't go Zhonya's.
If T1 lose this game, man, what a tragic ending to this series that would be for them. I don't think it's going to happen.
The season.
Well, yeah, both, right? And
series and season.
I don't think it's going to happen, but it is becoming more likely every passing minute. As Rahel is once again getting
vision.
caught.
Oh, little read. Oh no. He's just gonna go back. No, Rahel, I was saying how smart you were. What happened? Okay, he's just gonna get over the wall and live, I guess.
He's saying how dumb you are.
He lives with like 20 health. What the What the Rahel?
Yeah, well, once again, Rahel dead, do Baron, that's the flowchart. He's not dead, but he's going to have to back, so they think they have enough time. They've got this choke point controlled.
Thanatos has TP, Bible and Lucid trying to do what they did last time.
Dahl has ult. He's ready.
Available. Bulbay trying to get in there, so Lucid's going to go down as flash over the wall, and he steals it away! The smite comes in for Bulbay. And look at this bot lane as well. Thanatos doesn't even bother to join. They go for the steal, they get it. And they're getting objective bounties.
I mean, they just have no awareness of where Pulbe is in these fights. The last fight, he was above them, just raining hell down from over the wall. This time, he's on the other side of the Baron with Smite, and you have to be aware of this because he has Unsealed Spellbook. Ace comes in for the steal. This phoned it in, and Pulbe is not. He's not phoning it in. He's going to sacrifice himself to get his team a Baron.
Oof.
And everything
is
used. Yeah, everything is used on the Sejuani.
He has Smite, of course, guys.
Yes, he does. That is how this happened. He has a lot of damage, too, because he's Veigar. So he can burst this down. It's actually not that unrealistic of a steal. It's actually a high threat, that steal that T1 did not account for.
They killed one jungler, but they couldn't kill the other. Oh, man.
And you would think with how often T1 do double smite, for example, with their main roster, this team would be aware of these types of plays. Is Bay, how much trouble he's in this time, Valdez?
Well, he's going to have to flash this time, but I think he should get away with the flash. Yeah, he will. That's a flash down now. It is teleport traded for it, though, so I'm not sure how good that is for the side of DK. I mean, they still do have some Baron buffs, but they are down 4,000 gold-ish. I just wonder, you know, are we reaching a tipping point now that DK have bought enough time where the Zeri and the Veigar are just going to be insane in this game?
I think if we see a few more kills come through from Rahel, like if he wins a team fight and he gets like a kill or two, that's going to be like that'll be enough. Because right now he's still behind an item. You can see he's 0-3. He just picked up a pickaxe, whereas LDR is finished for Smash. So this is a huge problem. They still can just front to back well. If T1 just like they safe, you know, like with the early game we were asking for, if they do that now in the late game, I feel pretty good about their chances. They just keep their eyes open, keep some wards set up, don't get caught, don't get flanked. They now have Cloud Soul. The fact that we're even having this discussion is a little bit alarming, as you say, but Lucid is out there.
Yeah, he's going to get a big caught here. He is quite tanky, does have to flash, though, and this is a Fed Zaya and a Vi on top of a Sejuani, so pretty much just 100% dead there.
Unfortunately,
and,
there's
you gotta
no
be careful.
Yeah, there's no objective to get right now, so it's not going to be the end of the world, but it is just going to be additional gold picked up here. It's a 5,000 gold lead, nearly 4,500, let's say, to be accurate. Thanatos does have a hull breaker.
Oh, this is bad for DK. They have gone too far. The TP flank comes in. I think they're both dead.
I think so too. Thanatos has flash.
Flash available? Okay, he's just going to leave Bible to the Wolves as down he goes eventually. And Thanatos is kind of getting chased here by Bay. Thanatos did not have to flash, as they're keeping Bible alive for quite a while, actually. Maybe wanting to scatter the backs here a little bit, stagger the backs.
Yeah, it won't be too impactful, obviously, with no objective coming up for 2.5 minutes here, but sometimes you do want to overwatch it a little bit if you do have a Baron coming up. And T1 going to collapse here on the Thanatos. He has Hullbreaker, like I was mentioning, so it's very difficult to kill him. He did have Flash and R last time. Doesn't have to use his Flash, so he's actually kind of chilling right now. The Hullbreaker makes him a bigger side lane threat, which is kind of what D+ need, because normally in these Zeri comps, like he's level 18, in these Zeri comps, you have like a Fiora oftentimes, sometimes even a Jax, where you're just like, okay, well, if we're losing the game, I have a win condition that will buy time for the Zeri. And I like his build in this game because he's just essentially saying, I am going to just try to slow T1 down. And when they got that one Drake, that was probably the moment when they made the call, like, just build Hullbreaker, and we have enough time with that extra 5 minutes. You're now a side lane threat. You can actually threaten these inhibitors, maybe even get some bounty gold for us, and Zeri will become a champion. She has 3 items now. So I really like this call from Thanatos and D+ here. And
the question is, does Dahl just have too much magic penetration, though? He has every magic penetration item outside of Morel and Amagon in the game, so...
What do you think he's building next?
Morel and Amagon, I guess. So what's going on here, T1? Why are we just giving away a free inhibitor turret objective bounty over to the side of DK?
Well, I think they want to set up for a trap here to catch everybody, but this is easier said than done. Speed up comes through.
Full base not here, but he has TP's immediately going to get in here, and Bars goes in first. He's nearly going to die as down he should go eventually. Big cast, though, and the cannon immediately does get exhausted, but it's still not enough as DK on the run. Massive Gnar, but it is definitely not enough. Triple kill here for the side of the Zaya, as Pulpe will get a cage down and maybe survives just because of one ability. But he is all alone here in the Cloud Rift, just desperately trying to sprint away. Will get knocked up. There's another cage, but should not matter this time.
Ooh, just going to try to buy time here, but they are going to take...
and they can just go mid.
Yeah, they are going to take the game here. They're just going to push mid. Stopwatch buys a few extra seconds. Rahel is up in 15 seconds, but he will be only with a Lulu, so very difficult for him to actually defend.
Sejuani too, but I just don't think there's enough time.
Yeah.
They should have enough damage here. 32 minutes into the game, they're just going to try to rush it down, you would imagine.
And they will.
CC thrown out there, and yep, just auto the Nexus, and down it goes. T1 back in the series. They win a game 3, and somehow, some way, T1 are back on form.
Had an early lead. They played really well around the macro. There were a lot of overextensions from both Bible and Lucid this game. They were caught a lot by the Vi, and I'm just going to send my vote in right now.
Yeah.
It's definitely going to be a jungle vote for me, which is weird considering what we saw in the early parts of the series. And I thought it was a great game for Forrest. He set up some of these plays. I think Dahl is definitely going to be a consideration. I think he did some flashy stuff, but died early in the lane, made some errors in team fights too, so not leaning that way myself. And this might be the moment where Loopy gets subbed back in. Because we talked about
some moments, for sure.
Viable shot calling, great. His early game in games 1 and arguably most of the early game in game 2 were pretty good. But yeah, this game definitely having a lesser impact when he's on the Enchanter support here in the Lulu. So we'll see what the coaching staff decides to do, because it is a tough call to make. But I think if it were up to me, I'd probably be like, all right, Loopy, it's your chance. Close the series out. And Zeri does no damage this game because she's just locked down and trying to farm.
Yeah. She never really had a chance from the early game plays down in the bottom lane to the late game where she was just, why presses are, you have insane amounts of follow-up. There's not really too much you can do. I felt like it was kind of all in the pull bay zone, and he was trying desperately to single-handedly carry, even stealing away the Baron with his unsealed Spellbook Smite, but even that was not enough. I think DK needed probably another 5-10 minutes, and even then it was going to be rough, because when you have so much lockdown for the Zeri, it's just difficult to do too much damage. We're back in CCville. Wolf.
Yeah, we really are.
Maybe we never left.
It is kind of hilarious the way that this graph looks too for damage, where it looks like Pull Bay has like pushed the Bay damage down with his damage. But it was really just Bay roaming and doing a lot around the map. Like, I would not be surprised if anyone gets this, honestly, except Smash. Like, if Smash gets all Bay, all right, that's a little bit weird. That's a bit of a boom-boom situation going on. But I feel like everyone else could deserve POG. I wouldn't be upset. I wouldn't really be upset if Smash got it. I would just think that's a bit bizarre.
Yeah.
Well, my vote was definitely for Forrest, though. I thought he had a fantastic game. And the turnaround from going from insane tilt on Nocturne being like negative value for his team to being insane value for his team was something really impressive to see.
Well, I'm just glad we have a series that T1 have showed up, even if it was a little bit late. And they only allowed 3 kills over to the side of DK this time around, which was quite nice.
We are counting the votes, Valdez. We're like checking it. Like
somebody on the Korean desk forgot to vote.
Somebody's like, we need a recount. Is Smash really going to get it? No, it's not. Forrest is going to get it.
There you go. 355 CC score.
Big.
Did a lot of damage for a Vi, too. I mean, Vi's, well, I shouldn't say for a Vi, but maybe for a jungler. So nicely done. Had a big effect in this game. 15 out of the 18 kill participation.
Yeah.
Just feeling pretty happy.
Yeah, you certainly should. I think feeling very relieved, too, our T1 fans and the coaching staff here. Now, it could still be a 3-1 here for D+, which I believe was Chronicler's prediction? No, he went 3-2 D+, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
So this series is wild. It has been crazy, but stopping the 3-0 here, bringing momentum back, forcing D+ to side selection, these are things I didn't think we were going to be saying. I thought we were just going to be walking away from a disappointing 3-0. Glad to be wrong.
Forrest, it's awesome to see how quickly pro gamers can turn the mental state around, probably with some help from the coaches. As guys, we did finish game number 3. We'll be back after these highlights for game number 4.
캐넨도 그래서 왔습니다. 이거 디테일 탔어요? 앞으로
정면에서
앞에 전선 들고
앞으로 나간다.
캐넨 중에 캐넨가 뒤에 캐넨
쟁취했는데
근데
이제
와,
나서스의
나서스.
시대입니다. 숫자 차이가 너무나도 납니다. 대속사 클리어 DRX. 그런데 조금 더 앞으로 간다면 다시 한번 불리죠. 메가나르긴 한데. 자, 베이가 와요. 나르 한번 있고 터졌고요. 일단. 자, 그러면서 디플러스기가 더 치고 들어갈 수 있나요? 베이가 치고 들어갑니다. 빠지긴 했거든요. 와, 바로 들어갔어요. 와, 그리고 웨이가 진짜 앞에서. 그렇죠. 아니 뭐 들어갈 수가 없게끔 앞에서 막아주고 있습니다. 진짜 잘 받아. 그리고 여기부터 제리 전멸. 그리고 제가 보니까 저항이 비사. 하이퍼 전멸. 와. KT 끌어들이기. 하이보이. 야, 이게 바로 하이프의 하이퍼 캐리다. 네. 싸움을 원하는 대로 할 수 있을까요? 들어오는 이 조합을 상대로 해서 얼마나 때릴 수 있느냐. 뒤에 지금 수가 이동해요. 뒤에 수가 이동해요. 뒤에 수가 이야, 이걸 이렇게 들어오면서 확실한 기가. 풀매도 그리고 이거 게임 끝날 수 있지 않나요? 게임 이대로. 자, 이렇게 잡아냅니다. 자, 바로 치면서
이게 앞에 지금 레오나 말파이트 너무 든든하거든요. 이거 뚫고 가야 되는데 DRX 입장에서 최대한 카이팅하면서 사건 지평선을 이용해야 됩니다. DRX 일단 리시부터 치나요? 세탭이 마크당해. 자신감이에요. 데미지가 세탭밖에 없는 세탭이 마크당해. 오른쪽에서 말파이트한테 클리어. 아래쪽 잡으면 그냥 들어가요. 쿼드라킬. 스매시! 다시 한번 상대를 스매시! 스매시 좀 위험할 수 있거든요, 스매시? 살짝 썼거든요? 튀어나오긴 했거든요, DRX가? 근데 밧줄! 나왔어, 위쪽으로. 스매시! 매우 경계! 그리고 스매시! 그리고 다이도! D각 나오고요. 그렇죠! 그러면서 그럼 DRX가 한 번 더? 그리고 나가고 싸웠을 때 구도가 또 중요한데 DRX가 이득 보고 있죠. 슈퍼스타 포레스타! 자, 말도 안 돼. 플레이 픽포! 더 봐야 돼. 이거 이렇게 만든 더 봐야 돼. 진짜! 포레스타! 소름이 돋는 플레이였습니다.
너무 신나지 말고.
원래 진짜 이러긴 했어요, 우승할 때. 하지만 막 진짜 이 페페 상승사 모를 것 같아. 첫판이 아니고
첫판은 아니고 세 번째
그런
판.
느낌으로 세 번째 판이라 해야 돼.
지금 상대가 2승, 우리가 0.
지금 없는 세 번째 판 하자.
그렇다 쩔지 말고.
잠깐만. 우주의 기운이 왔다. 중요한 건 꺾이지 않는. 야, 이 판 기억해, 이 판. 야, 근데 저판 좋았어. 저판은 나쁘다. 이긴 판을 기억해. 우리 잘했던 것만 기억해. 그대로 합시다.
아, 나 무게 안 낄라 했는데 허리 보호대 찼어. 허리 보호대 안 찰라 했는데 찼어.
진작 좀 차지 그랬죠.
가뿐하게 이길 줄 알았는데 허리 보호대 안 차서 이거
형 왜 안 찼어? 예, 우리가 국감 매기긴 했어. 그냥 팀은 없어. 이거 나 이거 어때? 레타 와줄래? 야, 내 옆에 하죠. 레타 올게. 레타. 제리 나 제리 바꿔할게. 천천히 한 마리. 야, 이거. 애니. 나 더블 3초. 야, 뺀다. 제리. 뺀다야. 천천히. 진정해라, 제발. 진정해. 너무 좋다. 끝났어. 진정해. 하민이 형 나이스. 알았어. 그만해, 제발. 오케이. 사랑해, 소현민. 집중이 아직 인거 아니야? 잡아. 알았어. 몰래 지금 몰래 지금. 보자. 제리 어때? 제리. 내가 막 할게. 제리 제리. 아, 가게 해볼게. 제리. 잡았어. 빼. 제리. 진짜. 제리 필. 뭐야, 못 잡았어? 잡았어. 제리 너플. 갈게. 쳐봐.
근데 이거 우리 풀업 상태는 살짝 빠르게 좋아보면 아니. 상대도 노플이야.
야, 너무 쫄고 있다.
상대가 더 털려 이거.
나 들이킨다고 생각해봐 상대 입장에서.
답이 없어. 어제 생각해. 어제 스크림 못 막아 저거. 진짜 이거 이거. 못 막아. 버산이야 우리 버산.
좀 쓰고 있겠다.
버산. 컨트롤 쓰면 눌러 그냥. 가자 몰렸다. 나 몰렸다. 괜찮아 보이긴 해. 봐라. 나이스. 천천히. 끝내.
나 그거 아낄 거야. 나 안 쓸 거야.
제일 노플이야 현민아 근데.
노플이야?
노플이야. 막아. 천천히. 아파지 오면 봐. 리시. 제리 노플. 제리 어때?
여기까지.
살짝 빨렸다 우리. 빨렸다. 제리고 조심. 나 어때? 빨리 와.
타워 쳐볼래?
타워. 알았어, 제리 나왔어. 타워. 됐다. 야, 끝내봐. 자, 빨리.
지난 플레이오프 1라운드 D 플러스 기아 경기 보시면서 좀 어떤 생각이 드셨나요?
굉장히 편하게 승자전에 갈 수 있겠다 생각을 했습니다.
역시 탑라이너 출신 냈다. 선생님 아니 오진이 형. 아니 플래그를 몇 개를 세우는 거예요? 아니 플래그를 잔뜩 세우는 거예요. 오진이 형. 아니 오진이 형. 거치는 플래그를 한두 개도 안 세우고 12개를 세워버렸어. 사망 플래그를. 이렇게까지 플래그 더 뜯어주면 사실 사망 아닌 거 아니지? 그것도 맞다. 대놓고 사망 플래그는 또 아니야.
저 일단 체급에서 이긴다고.
상대가
체급으로 발라주겠다.
3대0
내겠다.
쟤네 그냥 밥이다.
그냥 하면 우리가 이긴다. 근데 인정. 저기서 플래그 세웠어.
맞네. 역시 교수님. 아 계획있구나.
플레이오프 잡아내면서 이렇게 상위로 올라갑니다.
됐지?
나이스.
Hello and welcome back to LCK Challenger League. We finally have a series on our hands as T1 took Game 3 and stay alive in this best of 5.
Game 4 is coming at us, and D+ will have side selection. Nobody saw that. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
Valdez just moved his invisible statue of himself that he keeps on the desk all the time. It's very weird.
I had to move it.
He's sculpted a statue of himself that is completely transparent.
It's made out of bronze.
Okay, I lied. It's not transparent. It's actually just perfectly the same chroma as the screen behind us.
What screen?
Oh, what screen? There's no screen.
There's
here.
no screen
even
there.
Even if I try to like grab it.
Oh,
like,
it's kind of getting a little bit.
It looks like I'm moving something because of the background's going like woo, but like I'm not actually. There's nothing to move. This is just
interesting. Okay, well, Wolves riding the wave. Will we have a sub?
Well, we just did because we ate Subway for dinner tonight.
True, we did.
In terms of substitutions, it does not appear to be the case.
I thought maybe we would, but apparently not.
Giving Bible another shot. Very interesting to see. They didn't lose because of him, but I thought that some of his potential weak points, and maybe why we've seen Loopy all season, did show up a little bit. But they chose blue side, as you guys can clearly see. And we will see Annie banned again.
Now Cayenne Scion banned again.
Yeah, it's quite bizarre that they're so tunneled on banning these two champions in particular. Like, it's every team in Challengers that's just decided, like, Doll's level 1 Scion strat is just unbeatable. I'm like, well, I mean, I think they'll probably prepare for it and deal with it, but... This draft looks familiar.
Yeah, exactly the same so far. Will T1 mix it up? Or will they just play Zyra Khan again?
They could play Zeri themselves, which was what we were kind of feeling like maybe was going to happen last time, but they just played Xayah or Khan, as you mentioned, and picked up the early jungle pick.
Jug.
And that is what we're going to see. Oh, but this
Jinx.
is different. Jinx and Tom Kench. Okay.
Should have been Callista.
Well, should be interesting to see how this plays out, because a lane where you are very vulnerable. And I think almost now, you know, like we saw, I was talking about Wukong versus Vi last time. I feel like now Wukong feels even better. But they're going to pick Vi again. It worked very well for them last time.
Yeah.
I just don't think
into the sedge.
you don't need the early power in this lane anymore into the Jinx Tom Kench, but it can be very useful. And like, you got POG on this pick last time, shut down the enemy AD carry, push the Sejuani away, make her useless. A lot of power.
You guys were talking about the frog and the break. I saw that. And now you have summoned him.
There he is.
The catfish frog that Tom Kench is. I don't particularly... I don't enjoy that too much. I would have much rather see the Callista and not the frog that you guys summoned. It's all Chant's fault.
What about Thresh?
What about Thresh?
Could pick Thresh.
Jinx Thresh, you mean?
Yeah.
That would have been okay. It's a little bit less good against Vi, I guess.
Yeah. I think they're going to be more than one threat.
Ari?
To deal with. Yes.
Again?
Yes. I think we're legit going to see the same drafts, except the Jinx Tom Kench.
Don't say that.
I'm telling you. Oh, a change-up? Well, now they pick Ari.
Now they pick DK are going to slam down the Lissandra.
Well, now if you pick the Kennen first, they can't pick Lissandra.
Don't pick Gnar into Kennen again, please. Let's not do that.
I mean, they got 2 early kills, but ultimately he wasn't able to affect team fights and just became a side lane win condition. Sedge. Sedge.
Not Gnar again. No.
Yep.
No.
Yep. You know what's coming after that, too? The Pull Bagar. The Pull Bagar.
Bible's laughing, so we know it's
Oh, Mike, it's Tom
Bagar.
Kench mid, and... if they just blind Lissandra, that would be interesting. I don't think it's good, though. And,
It's like, it's extremely safe. So you'll probably just fall behind.
Veigar into Ari, we saw this go Ari favor last time. Oh, more aggressive in the LeBlanc. I don't like this as much, actually. I think having better lockdown is... I mean, like, LeBlanc can have lockdown, but it's not as easily set up as the Ari with the charm. I think the playmaking is smaller. But it could be a very similar situation here. Okay, we're just doing it. Bai's going heal Rumble in mid. We've seen this before, but this time they don't have a Maokai to set this up. That was kind of the way they did it before.
Yeah, I mean... Yeah, and also there is a Devour on the side of DK, so there's a lot more tools compared to what we've seen in the past. We are certainly cooking, as the chat has very nicely acknowledged.
Especially when Bai presses Q or R.
Because it's fire?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, sorry, go on.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
I don't like this pick.
What about if Kennen uses his Slicing Maelstrom? Are we also cooking because the lightning strikes and creates fire?
Well, that's not usually how most people cook meals.
You don't use your Tesla coil to cook your pancakes?
Not really. Although I have been known to occasionally use an electric stove. I don't have one at my home, but... Well, I want to get one.
This is very interesting. I mean, Rumble's very good with a lot of CC. You can layer stuff on, but again, the Devour is there. And if you can get onto the Jinx and the Veigar, you can have a nice time. They were able to do that in game number 3, but I feel like DK this time around have drafted a bit better around that.
I think the Rumble is very vulnerable in this comp. He's very squishy. You have no front line, and you don't have pick set up the way that you did before. Like, Rumble can do a lot of damage, and he's great for objective control. But if you have a tank or some sort of setup in the top lane that allows you to get more value out of the equalizer and allows Rumble to be kind of like I don't want to call him a frontliner, but he's between your front line and the Xayah. You know, he's kind of like middling, and he can set up slows, he can do additional damage, get his passive to operate and stuff. Then maybe it works out, but I have a bad feeling about how this is going to go for T1.
Wow. This is very interesting. I think T1, you know, a bit more of a challenge, but they were able to step up to the plate in Game 3. Let's see what happens here in Game number 4. Yeah. Producer also getting in on do on our little notepad here. Nice, nice.
Yeah.
Getting in it with chat as well.
Look at the skeleton with trumpets. That's
it's
that's exactly what goes. Like, that's weirdly the exact mental image I have in my head when the when the guitar riff comes through, and then we go into it, man. That's like exactly the image in my
Relhal
brain.
doesn't have cutdown. I think in this game it makes more sense. There's not going to be a lot of health stacking, of course.
I think it's
very
fine.
interesting. I guess in this case it's okay, but generally we see almost all of our 80 carries go cut down.
I mean,
for a good reason.
Jinx will want to get a pick early on in the team fight, and Coup de Grace is going to be super helpful at that. Which is, I assume, what he took. And yeah, we'll see if he's going to be able to find those picks, right? Because that's how this team fighting comp operates. Very vulnerable Rumble pick here in the mid lane.
Wolf, I have some analyst homework for you.
Yeah. What's that?
Why are we picking Tahm Kench over Kalista? What do you think is the reason?
Because Fate's Call is on a very long cooldown. That's the answer. That's the end.
That's it.
That's pretty much it.
That's the only reason.
Because Fate's Call is better than Devour, but it's on a very long cooldown, and she's less tanky. Like, she doesn't offer you as much in terms of vision clear and stuff like that. Obviously, her Sentinel is more valuable than what Tahm Kench could do when you're behind. Like, there are some things that she does better, but I know it's kind of a meme, and I know you're asking it somewhat seriously, but I think that's the answer. I would have liked Kalista here too, though, because I think Kalista actually gives you more lane power in this matchup, whereas the Tahm Kench is going to be great outside of lane, but in lane is going to be a frog-shaped potato. In the early game, or the early levels, you can do some stuff, but then eventually it's going to become a punching bag.
Okay, I have another question. Why does Bay run heal into Veigar?
Well, not all questions have answers. I think the heal is very standard on Rumble, and it's very good with his passive, and he can chase down targets a lot better and stick to them.
Okay, more pressing question. Why is Bible ganking at level 2?
Because they have lane prio, and he wants to get a flash early. And they have Event Horizon, then this could actually be strong. But Bay passed upwards.
So the Event Horizon. I guess maybe he didn't have it, actually. Kind of strange. Just, doesn't throw it out.
I think he just wanted to wait and see if Bay pushed the issue further. Try to proc Comet again or something. Well,
how many games of carry as Tahm Kench has Bible watched, do you think?
Probably almost every single one. If he's been following for, since before he was a pro gamer. Before Bible was a pro gamer, of course. Although, that being said, like, he was in the military, so actually definitely not every single one, but quite a bit.
Maybe you watched the VODs.
Yeah, probably not every single one, actually, but every single one that was live, he probably saw it, I imagine.
Bible is just very good at using the thumbs up. That's basically been his biggest thing in this whole series. Outside of the Leona roam to top lane. Outside of that.
That's like, and that's it. And that's why I like him more than Loopy.
He presses his emote button more often.
He's pressing the T key. What else has he got on his wheel? Is the
Hello, the original terrible gamer. Makes you wonder if there was like another terrible gamer at some point after the original, and he's like, well, I was the original.
Could be.
I mean, there are a lot of terrible gamers out there, including myself, so maybe that's what he's trying to say. He was the first. He was terrible at games before it was cool.
He was like really bad at Pong.
Makes sense. He must be very old.
He's like, no, I was bad at games before there were video games. He was like a sports gamer who was bad.
Yeah, makes sense. He probably does play some sports ball.
He was really bad at like rolling hula hoops with sticks.
Yeah. That's a fun game. I like that game. Well, Lucid this time is playing much more standard. He's not going for a level 3 gank in top lane. As this is part of the reason why Tahm Kench is kind of bleh. You have a little bit less fighting power in the lane. You do just kind of get poked out, as Dahl is just deciding again that I'm not going to try to run. Okay, he's going in actually, but the interrupt, as the kiting is very, very nice. Thanatos, though, tries to run out of it and gets stunned by the Q as emotes are flying.
Bay's coming over too with Equalizer.
And this time Dahl is going to kill both of them, or at least win against both of them in the trade, I should say. There's the Equalizer. Thanatos in a lot of trouble, could flash in for this one, but he is just zoning them under the turret, and he is cooking them for breakfast.
Bay just doesn't like to be in lane, man. It's not going to be in lane either. Oh, right, and Lucid should be able to get out, but this is going to be plate gold going over to Dahl. Thanatos has teleport, so should be able to get back to lane here fairly soon. And this is just going to be Forrest picking up the wave in mid, but because he is mid, there's a little bit more power here bottom side for Rahel and Bible. There's the plate. Solo plate, doesn't share it with Bay. And Pulbay is denied the plates that he was picking up in game 3 when the Gragas was roaming bottom side. This is the type of player that Bay is. He likes to roam, he likes to make plays, and when his top laner sets him up, he is going to take a long walk over and go for the Equalizer. And you were talking about you don't really like Gnar in this matchup. Definitely having a lack of agency here in this gank. And 1v2 Dahl makes enough plays to actually get a kill for his mid laner.
I mean, Dahl able to hit level 6 prior to the fight, well, like right as the fight is happening, basically, really was a big turning point as he has the priority, because Kennen is very good in the 1v1 against Gnar, especially early on, before Gnar gets any items. And now especially even more with the Q buffs and stuff like that on the Kennen. So here comes Bay again. Turns out the Equalizer cooldown is not that long. We're talking about Fate's Call a little bit earlier, but he is going to get spotted this time. It looks like T1 will let it go.
Yeah, it gets shorter as the game goes on, that's for sure. It's still fairly long, but relevant here. As Bay is having a great laning phase here. Actually went Sork Shoes, so nice to see the Swifties built, so you can continue to push the issue, but not really necessary in this comp. But alternatively, you could have gone for Merc Treads just because safety, but just wants to make sure you can do the most damage possible when you're ahead like this. Picking that up actually feels amazing. You just get instantly so much mobility plus some additional damage.
Why did Rumble rush Boots? He's sitting inside a mech. It's to make him look taller. It's to look good when he pops out of the mech. To impress your girl with your boots. Love all these different answers we're getting from the chatters. Challengers, obviously, with the best chatters in the business. Yeah, Rumble, Sork, Pen Boots.
Yeah, it's a big advantage for him, actually.
Duo as old as time.
Yeah.
Note that he does not go for the Merc Treads.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I mean, that's what I just said about this. I was like, yeah, sometimes you see Swifties, pretty rare, but Merc Treads here, you know?
Just really want to nail it home.
Sometimes, you just want to get extra damage. I think if you're going to buy Boots early with an advantage like this, though, this is the one to go. Now, does he, like, go Leandri's here instead of Nart Harvester? That might be a bit of a step too far, but we'll see. It's, like, really trying to do the damage. Tahm Kench getting it out of there.
T1 continuing with their map pressure. 1,000 gold ahead, now trying to steal away the blue. But Thanatos is here. Meanwhile,
Dahl is getting another
free
plate.
stuff in the top lane.
Free real estate.
He's living rent-free in BK's minds right now. He's not going to get this plate yet.
He's living rent-free in the top lane, too.
Yeah.
He's in their minds, but he's also just, like, legit here in reality. He's like, I'm actually in the back of your head, but I'm also killing your plates. And also, when you get the early Hextech Alternator into a matchup like this, it's actually a huge spike because it's just so much additional damage with the passive. Every time you hit a spell, just do an extra damage on cooldown. And Valdez, this is a very good start once again here in the game for T1 after what was a extremely shaky first 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what it is in Challengers where we keep seeing these reverse sweeps, but it's wild. It's wild.
I remember I was having a discussion with Chronicler about Preds for Challenger League, and I said 3-1s I feel like are very rare just because there is so much mental game that goes into this for these young kids, where it's like, okay, T1, they lost game 1 hard, they couldn't help but lose game 2, and then all of a sudden, you know, DK got a little bit too relaxed. They weren't able to keep a very, you know, pressured mindset, a high-working mindset, and T1 were able to win the early game and essentially clap back. And now DK are the ones that are really nervous, and T1 are the ones that are getting more comfortable. And we're seeing so many reverse sweeps because of this.
Yeah, Alice was talking about this a little bit yesterday, and I talk about this all the time in the LCK and across other games on cast, but it's so hard to prevent a reverse sweep when the score gets tied 2-2. Because not only are you down 2 games in a row, and you lost your mental a little bit from losing that 3rd game, as we were saying, then you go into the 4th game. Yeah! T1 finally getting value out of these early Drakes. But then you have to, as the team that's going into 5th game after losing 2 in a row, go, man, we should have won this if we had just not messed up the other 2. They always have that in the back of your mind. Like, we were so close to winning this, like, how's it all slipping away?
Yeah.
It's very tricky. Momentum's against you, and oftentimes crowds against you.
What are we doing here?
He's just flashing. But sometimes the crowd's against you. We have a decent crowd today. You guys have seen some camera shots of it. Is Bout going in.
He's making some plays. Charm comes in as well, but at the end of the day, Devour's here. And you press the Devour button. Was, you know, waiting as long as possible before he really felt like he had to. As Lucid is here as well, looking to challenge Forest in the 3v3, as now Engage comes in from Bible. Flash from Forest back into the fight is going to mean his death, as he's not able to get over the wall. And now with Pulled Bait roaming down, big equalizer is good onto Bible, but it only does hit Bible and Smash, having to flash away. Bane, meanwhile, losing the 1v1. And DK, all of a sudden, 2 kills on the board.
Yeah, really messy fight here from T1. A lot of small mistakes actually coming back really huge here to bite them. And Forrest going in the way he did was, you know, it was very questionable, let's say. And this all starts off with a really nice engage here. This is what I was talking about with Tom Kench kind of being a potato outside of the early levels, because you can't really offer anything. Like, Rakan could do like 17 things.
Too.
Yeah. Rakan could do like 17 things, and he's like, I devoured, and that's it. But then, when he's helping setting up for a Sejuani, has follow-up engage here in a choke point, which doesn't exist in the lane, you can actually do a lot. And then you get an excited Jinx. And just going back in here as Forrest was absolutely not the right call. Bay does not have flash, because he used it in that initial exchange we just talked about, so he also is killed.
The zap from the Jinx hit the Rumble. It went through both Smash and Bout, so Rahel actually got an assist on the kill onto Bay.
Yeah.
Which is not normally what would have happened. So he gets a little bit of extra gold, and a little extra XP, you know, whatever. And he's feeling pretty good. And it's not going to be whatever, because he finishes his Kraken Slayer now and has some pressure in the lane. As I say that, though, I did curse him this. He has to flash away. Devour's on cooldown. And Fate's Call would have been as well. So that's going to be the end of Rahel, who does make a mistake and loses his flash.
Bible escapes, though. Where's the thumbs up?
And Smash sets it up with the feathers. Trying to get it back for the team.
Yeah, where's the Bible thumbs up? Not out.
Thumbs down.
Thanatos has Narbar.
He does. He's going to get knocked out of the hop and is in mid-Nar as he gets taken down. Meanwhile, Bay was up there as well. Just get some assist gold.
Bay he doesn't stay in his lane. It's not about that. He is going to end up, okay, nice dodge on the event horizon. He's end up catching some of this farm. Sick dodge! Whoa! Whoa! Suddenly a 90s, you know, grunge band. Or like pop punk. So, just take a deep breath and sit back at this game state. I still think this is very good for T1, despite the shenanigans that happened below the Drake pit just moments ago. Because now they have got that additional kill back for Smash. The entire turret goes down. Dahl is super fed. He is 30 CS up right now. But
Bible has exhaust.
Very well, Valdez, but they will also have this Herald, it looks like here, as T1 are not able to group for it quickly enough, even though they have all the tools to fight for this. The back timing here, they're just going to be able to steal this away. Smash is going to do some damage to this turret. And they're actually setting a trap for anyone who wants to come down here and stop Smash. As, Forest? He's alright.
Gonna be sprinting around that jungle.
He did smite, but he will have it for the next streak. And
one of the chatters was like, wow, Thanatos must be very confident in his Gnar pick to pick it twice into Kennen. Well, to pick it into Kennen is what he said, but he actually picked it into Kennen the game before, and he also lost the game with it. He didn't necessarily lose the lane. He got a lot of help from Lucid, but...
He didn't lose the lane, but he lost every team fight.
They lost the game and the team fights, and then he picked it again.
Yeah.
So talk about confidence.
I mean, I like personally Kennen into Gnar quite a bit. I think it's a really strong matchup. I wouldn't call it a hard counter, but we have seen people comfortable to play Gnar into Kennen a lot in the LCK. But I think it's about your comp and what it's trying to do outside of lane. But when you have snowballs rolling down the hill everywhere, it can be very problematic. As Thanatos is coming down, does not have a Gnar bar at all, and T1 are primed to take this fight. Dahl has flash, dash cannon.
Maybe they can layer something. There is the rocket from downtown. Meanwhile, this first Infernal Drake is being taken down. DK are not in position to really challenge this. Maybe they can take a fight afterwards, but a little bit too late to the party, as now they just have to push in through mid. And yeah, I mean, maybe they get a second charge here, but the Infernal soul point to T1 is pretty massive.
It is massive, and this is not a comp for D+ that gets as much value out of getting mid-turret as a lot of others do. That's a bit of a visual bug here.
Nice.
Sometimes the Herald just goes like, ah, and the turret takes a bunch of health. So the fight here for D+ is basically unwinnable because you know Dahl is there. He has flash, he has dash cannon, he has ult. So you can't really fight against this cannon. What you can do is push him away, which is what they did, but they don't even get his flash. And T1 know that if they rush the Drake down quickly enough, even the turn onto Dahl there isn't going to make this a fight that D+ can then turn and win. So they commit the Herald, get the turret, but you know, this isn't a composition that has a LeBlanc or a Zoe or, you know, even a Vi, for example, that's going to get a lot of value out of that turret being down. And they will not get map control just because they got this turret, so it's very difficult to get value out of that outside of the local gold itself and the additional charge on inner, which could become important later. But a lot of things have to change before we're going to be having a discussion about whether this inner is going to go down. So T1, like you said, this is definitely a way better exchange for them, is getting that soul point. 3.5 minutes until a fight that D+ isn't equipped to take, they will have to take. Remember last game we were talking about, oh yeah, it's Cloud Soul and D+ are just going to let it go and they can at least afford to do that. If it was X-Tech, it would be terrible because, you know, Infernal was already one of the individual Drakes. This time it's Infernal. They have to take the fight, and it's going to be very difficult for them to win it.
I mean, trying to claw back some gold in mid lane push when you're losing an Infernal Drake, which is worth much more gold than what you're getting in stats. Definitely not the play. So DK, I hope they come up with a better strategy for the next time. As Pulbay is just doing his own thing. He's very far ahead in farm, so he's got that going on. This should be a game where I think that T1, you know, they have a lead, but it doesn't feel as dire as game 3, so maybe Pulbay can kind of just hold on and try to scale on this one. Hey, he has unsealed Spellbook again, so maybe we see another Baron steal come through. Could happen.
It could happen. I think if T1 do not do their due diligence to control the Baron vision on the other side of the pit, and he just walks over like he did last time, like I'd say there's a pretty good chance he steals again. I think T1 probably have learned, they probably have improved, but T1 now in a position to just group up. Everybody's, you know, I wouldn't say everyone's hit all of their spikes, but you do have early quick blades. And you have your mythics for everyone else. That's all you really need. You have some additional stats on these players too, like the fact that Dahl has his mythic and he's had it for a while, but he also has a needlessly large rod. Is pretty huge. As Val is going to look for a potential flank. Would not advise. Just trying to actually trap anyone who would rotate down and punish Dahl. Looks like he was setting up for something, but I think he's really just very deeply shadowing the bot push there from Dahl. And with TP here for Dahl, he could have continued to push further and then teleport to Baron. I mean, doing Baron on spawn is not something that you always can do, especially with a comp like this, but they have such a great turn that I think they could at least posture around it.
It feels like the games are slowing down, Wolf. The games are just ticking away like time is slowing down ahead of us. And I mean, it kind of makes sense, but also I think DK are going to be fine with this. Let's see what happens here on this Infernal Soul. Drake, that does come up here in 50 seconds. So as time slows down, it also speeds up. And let's see. T1 currently have full control of this pit.
Yeah, and they just decide not to try to threaten a Baron on spawn, just use their lane prio and their map control. They have a ward on the left side of the pit. They have players to the left side of the pit. They are not going to get, they're not going to let a smite happen from Pulbay. Pulbay is certainly, right now, currently holding Ghost, but we'll be swapping to Smite in a moment. You have to imagine trying to push Bay out, but he doesn't care. He does not have teleport, and they're going to get that near, so did come up to be somewhat significant, that extra charge, and they will be able to pick up that gold. And they do it actually before this Drake spawns. Look at the flash angle for Dahl.
Oh, he gave it away.
Yeah, that was weird. Why would he do that? Why
they know where he is now.
Oh.
And Thanatos can just face check it now and clear out the vision.
Now
so that flank angle not as good.
Yeah, Bay is like not in a great spot here either, and Bout is threatening, but they can just push on him. Or you have to be decisive now, D+.
Thanatos has the Narbar in position. I'm looking at Bout as well. We'll see his flank angle equalizer is quite nice. Lucid not zoned away yet, but with Bout coming in, they nearly burn him down. He has to be devoured as he is thrown back into the fight. Pulbay also taking a massive amount of damage. In goes Thanatos trying to get Dahl. Gets two others by accident as they will take down Forest. That's no smite here for the side of T1, and Rahel is getting excited, but not quite enough damage as Indal finally goes. There's no exhaust for him now, and he's able to just pull through the entire front line. A triple kill goes to the side of Smash, and they will be able to pick up this Infernal Soul.
Yeah, they barely do it. They barely did it. And to be totally honest, if they weren't as ahead as they were, they would not have done it. It was not the cleanest fight from T1 by any means, but it is good enough. And now you can see all that Infernal Soul damage coming through. It feels like a super rare Drake these days, or rather super rare Soul that we do have these days, but it does come online now for T1. Bay doing so much damage over the wall here as well. This is a very messy fight. Thanatos isn't here, so they're like, okay, maybe push this. Forest goes in. And then that's a lot of your CC gone already. Pulbay gets to flash the wall. Now Thanatos has a Narbar, and they're still trying to hold the Drake aggro. And Rahel is untouched at the beginning of this fight. It's just super indecisive from T1. And that rocket doesn't hit Dahl, which is massive because he's going to be the one that turns this around for Smash and Bay to continue to do damage. Dahl is very low, but once again, he's not afraid to go ahead and ult in. And then look at Bay over the wall here doing some additional damage to this Tahm Kench. Smash flashes forward to try to take Rahel out. It's insane how close it is. As Pulbay is still alive, gets the kill. And if he dies there, you know, they're going to get more, and they're not going to be able to secure the Drake, but T1 will do it without a jungler.
Yeah, it's kind of incredible that he flashes in there at the end to essentially win the fight for the team.
That was like Guma-esque.
Surely a huge talent here.
Yeah.
On the side of T1.
You know, Guma plays Xayah just like this.
Yeah.
It's
how many game 5s do we need? All of them. Every best of 5 should go to game 5. It's supposed to be the most hype. Remember T1 versus KT and LCK?
Silver scrapes?
Silver crepes?
Purple grapes?
Yeah. Okay, Pulbay. This is a rough spot for him as in goes Bout as well. Pushes him out of the grand entrance. Not sure about that one, but Pulbay does not have flash. He has Zhonya's trying to hold on here as the rocket gets the Jinx incited, and all of a sudden, DK are turning this around. We got a double kill for the Jinx. Rahel on the chase with the team, and Smash is still alive.
They don't have enough damage here, I think. Like, everyone's gotten
big
so
turnarounds
low.
here for DK, though.
Yeah, they can't actually do this Baron, I don't think, right now. Forrest is up in 25. Can they actually?
They're going to try it.
I mean, now Dahl does not have flash, but he does have ult, so this is something they need to respect. Also, Bay is nearby, so this is just really, I don't think you can do it.
They're going to take it longer. I mean, I think it's fine. You get a couple of kills on Rahel, you wait it out. You're still going up against Infernal Soul, but yeah, you gotta get full bait here.
Yeah, and if your Kennen isn't here, everything misses. It's actually insane. Like, he does not get hit by the equalizers, does have a stopwatch. He dies eventually, but enough time is bought here for Rahel to pop off. And then now they're on the chase. Thought something scary was happening live because we had the jump scare cut, but so now winnable for D+. I don't think it's a good chance, but there is a chance.
Winnable?
Winnable.
Well, they have a Jinx.
Yeah, and she has almost 3 items.
He died in that fight, but he bought so much time. The biggest thing, I guess, is that he lost his stopwatch. But he has Flash this time, right? He didn't have Flash in the last fight, so he wasn't even able to use it. So he holds on to that for the next big fight, which might just be the Baron, or
could
they
be
decide
Elder,
not to fight it. Might be the Elder flip, which could happen.
I just don't see any way T1 loses a... I don't see any way they lose a 5v5 fight just straight up on neutral. Like, if they're grouped up on a Baron, which they are now doing, and then they just say, I've got this choke point, I've got a Rumble, I've got a Cannon, like, that's it. There's no way D+ lose it. Now, if they trickle in, or they walk deep into the jungle where they don't have vision, and somebody gets picked, like, then D+ can get an objective. But I think T1 should not be scared here, because they have all of the tools. They are super well equipped to just say, this is my Baron. And finally, after a lot of vision clearing, it's not very thorough, but it's a lot of vision clear attempts, they are going to start this off. But they have great turn. Look at where Bay is standing.
TP forced. Let's see how this one goes. Bay needs to get a huge equalizer. Full Bay as well, trying to get in there. That's not going to attempt to even be stolen as Thanatos nearing his Mega Gnar, but into the back line goes Varus, trying to get on top of Full Bay. But immediately, we do have the Jinx in an excited moment. Rahel, though, will get taken out by the Feathers, and Smash is going to be the AD carry that smashes this team fight.
I mean, Smash plays this so well every time. He just focuses down the enemy AD carry once the initial threat of the Veigar is gone. And Pulve was the one that Forrest ulted again, pushes him out, forces him to use his Event Horizon early. The second one here used just to try to buy time here, but I think T1 are bringing us to Silver Scrapes.
Yeah, Pulve, he's going to get flanked on. Forrest finds the angle, and this should be it. Forrest goes down, but it does not matter as these turrets are falling. Now, we do have 10 seconds on the Jinx, so T1 not going to end it just yet.
They have Baron empowered recalls here, and they are going to be able to just go straight over to this Elder. And the timing of Forrest respawning is unlucky, but they will be able to make this work. As watch the fight here, the turn, the block from Bout, by the way, of the rocket is pretty huge. And watch Smash, after the ult comes through from Forrest onto Pulbe, Thanatos is instantly burst down, and then Smash, watch him do it. Says, Rahel, goodbye, I ulted you. And then the pullback kills everyone. Zaya is a problem, man. Is it okay that we can have this thing?
Do we need to have a discussion about the Zaya? Now, DK is back here.
Dahl has flash ult, and Forrest, like I said, his spawn time is unlucky, but they should be able to buy enough time for him to get over here.
Yeah, there's no exhaust for Bible.
Pulbe is running over, no flash. T1 should just look to win a fight. They don't need to start this Elder. Oh, the Equalizer.
Equalizer comes in, and that is the massive Kennen angle. Seemed pretty inevitable at this point as Thanatos, nice little Gnar into the wall, but Pulbe is alone in trying to do damage. He does get 2 kills, actually, but don't believe that will be enough. T1 take another big team fight, so be able to push for the win.
A professional esports team, T1, gonna make it happen. Set up the fight, don't try to flip the Elder, don't look for a smite there with Forrest coming over. They have a flank set up with Dahl. Equalizer positioning is great. They're trapped between a Rumble ultimate and a Cannon ultimate, and they get smashed, sandwiched together. T1 bringing us to Silver Scrapes, a 5th game here. We could have our 3rd reverse sweep of the season.
All right, Lucid and Bible are desperate. They are trying to stop this. The Rocket, no way. Okay, one auto would do it. One would do it, okay. Oh my God. Down goes the Nexus. And that is that. Game number 4, a little bit scary there at the end, because if they kill 3 members, maybe they just take the Elder and win the game. I don't know, guys. And pretty close stuff at the end. But
Yeah, it was
T1 will make it to Silver Scrapes.
If they don't kill, I mean, there's a lot of minions. If they don't kill the Nexus there, the Elder does go over, but they have so much they have to break through, all the structures. Like, they won't be able to end off of it. But look at this Equalizer placement into the perfect angle here for Dahl. He doesn't even need to flash for the slicing. Maelstrom is doing all the work by himself. It's going to be a smash vote for me, though. I think that he had the best performance.
Yeah. This is everything and the kitchen sink. I don't know why I said that. That doesn't make any sense. I was voting for Smash as well because he threw everything in the kitchen sink at the enemy. Most damage in the game, even beating Veigar.
Well, fifth game in this best of 5 games. So it has now become a best of 1, as people like to say. One final game, but preventing the reverse sweep is less likely than a Rakan having exactly 5,000 damage done in a game of League of Legends.
That feels so nice. That is very satisfying.
I think that D+ have it in them. And it goes back to like what we said before the series even started. Like, what D+ are we going to see in Game 5? Because we have seen some great games from D+ in this series, especially Game 1. Like, Game 1 was, honestly, of these 4 games, the best performance we've seen from any team, I think. Like, that was really solid from them. But they lost their control over the series. There have been some
They lost their
mental
mojo.
breaks. Lost their mojo. Austin Powers would agree. But I think now is the time to sub Loopy in. As Smash will get POG. And I think it's time for Loopy to come in. I love Bible. I've been singing his praises every day.
Should have
just
played Callista.
Talked about it for like an hour yesterday. But I think what we have seen from Loopy has been more consistent, and I think you need your main players from playing this team the whole season in this final game that's going to decide potentially your tournament fate. That's my field. It's not up to me, though, and I actually think they won't do it, but I would do it.
Wolf would do it. Coach coming soon after his illustrious casting career, of
I don't know if I'll ever be a coach for a League of Legends team. I don't see that happening.
Maybe for League 2.
Yeah,
maybe. Or maybe the MMO in like 20 years when it finally comes out.
I don't know if that's going to be an esport, but maybe I can coach people for speedruns.
Well, we'll see how much PvP there is in that game. Well, the Smash Zaya is going to pick it up here, and it is very well deserved. A great game from T1. They make it through. I feel like they have really stabilized after that Game 3. And it's really anybody's Game 5. It's going to be hard to say. DK will get, of course, the side selection. And perhaps that will get them over the edge to take the victory, but I don't know. I really don't know from here. Can they stop Smash?
Yeah, all right, before we go to the break, if you had to pick right now, like
I'll
gun
pick
to your head.
T1 because I predicted them. 3-2, actually.
I pick T1 here as well. I think they won't sub Loopy in, and I think T1 have the momentum advantage in a massive way. I think T1's reverse sweeping.
Could happen, guys. We're going to go to a break and have game number 5. Game 5. Oh man.
5 games of Challengers goodness on my Tuesday evening. That's right. It's 8:30. It's 8:28 p.m. KST. It's still an early
We
night.
have tons of time.
We got
Game 6 win.
well, we may have to move to a best of 7 format in the future. It's the only way to really assess the strength of these two teams. Because 3 wins alone doesn't mean it's a better team necessarily. You know, maybe we should go best of 9s. Best of 9s, BO9.
Yeah. Let's just block out a whole week for one best of series.
Yeah, one best of 69. There we go.
Oh, nice. For one team, so like you divide it by 7. You can't divide 69 by 7.
No.
69 a prime number?
It's divisible by 3.
Oh, yeah, it is.
23.
There you go.
It's all right.
That's okay. It's okay. Do you want to cast best of 9s? Yes. Absolutely.
The one reason why I don't want more games is because I think it's a little bit exhausting for the players. That's
why you do it over the course of one
sure.
week or a month.
Double elimination. We got that.
What if you thought 2 teams were like very evenly matched, but then you get them into a best of 69 over the course of 2 weeks, and then one team is like up 30 wins to like 3, and we're like, oh God, not again.
There was, I think,
they're gonna win again.
Yeah, it eventually, like, those just devolve into craziness. Let him cook.
T1 Baker.
That's right, T1 Baker. I love the nickname.
This guy is in the chat right now. Like,
oh, he definitely is.
He is in the Challenger stream chat. Welcome.
He's cooking too. Look at the frying pan drawing.
Oh, I thought that was a duck. That makes more sense.
Is it a duck?
No, it's
I think it was an egg where he was like frying them.
Yeah, it's an egg in a frying pan.
With
that
Rumble
makes more sense.
Cooking. He's listening to us, man. The Bay cooking Rumble.
DK selected blue side. We need to see a different draft. At least not Gnar in the top one, please.
Well, I'm worried that we're just going to see the exact same draft again.
Please, D+ to the finals. We're praying on the left there. There's a lot of words on the right. Not going to even begin to read that one.
But the big part in the middle says Thanatos do it for me. Basically. Well, and it says on the middle, one of the signs there is like win-win, loss-loss, win. So stopping the reverse sweep is what D+ is looking to do.
That's how you know it's a new sign.
Yeah.
And not an old one. Nobody would have guessed this would have happened. Well, guys, let's see how the draft goes. We did have Maokai and Sion banned every single time DK played, even on red side.
Well, I think at this point you can't leave it open because now, like, it's just like they lock and sign. It's in your head. You're like, oh my God, I'm gonna lose this strat. We didn't let them play 4 times in a row. No way. And we're running it back. We are running it back.
Xayah ban.
Okay, that's...
We're not running it back, Wolf.
Thankfully not. So that's going to change things quite a bit. It's going to remove some of the agency here from Smash this game. And now you don't ban Varus, I don't think, necessarily. Okay, they do it anyways. Let's see if they're willing to play Zeri now that the Xayah is gone.
Jerry?
The Elise.
I like this.
We don't know what the lane is going to be yet, so I don't like it yet.
They're going to play a totally different style, though, I think. You should not play a Jinx comp with Elise, so...
It's probably going to be Draven. Like, Draven is one of the only picks I think you can play, or a Callista lane.
Go like Draven and Renekton and get like a crazy aggressive pick and mid, like, I don't know.
Instead of playing the Vi this time around, we're going to see the Viego picked up early here. Well, never mind. This gets me every time.
Atlas says Lucian incoming.
You know what? Actually, I had completely removed that champion from my mind, but that actually is probably what we're going to see. Alice is definitely right, I think. Like, because
the Atlanalist?
Because it's been very weak recently, and we don't see it very much in challengers at all. But in the LCK, 100%, like this is a Lucian lane where you're playing the Elise. This is like this is how D+ started the season. Oh, and they locked Zeri and Nami. Lucian, Nami, Zeri, Lulu. Ah!
Get me out! Twitch? No, they're trolling. They're picking Illusion.
Oh no.
Okay.
Yeah, that one. No. Okay,
no.
Maybe.
Okay. All right.
Well, now you can't pick Lucian because you can't get Nami, and Lucian Sona is not what you want here. And they will also probably just ban Nami and Sona if you pick Lucian.
Just
now.
pick Nami and make them ban Lucian and Draven.
I think
and then you play Nami, Twitch.
I think you have to play Draven here though. Like it's the only pick that's gonna work here off the top of my head. Like or Callista.
Ashe.
Now, what are they cooking?
Can you smell what DK is cooking?
We're about to find out what Baker
I
is
can.
cooking.
Let's let him cook.
Well, I think this is probably not going to be a support pick anymore.
Malphite!
So Ashe is very vulnerable to Malphite.
When Heimer and Sivir are banned, what do they play?
Like, Sivir Ashe is strong, Heimer Ashe is strong. The other pick that, the other pick I was thinking about is maybe, like, Jhin Ashe. Yeah, Jhin Ashe is pretty good. Unfortunately, they picked Elise, so...
Ashe Neela?
That's what
One ban?
That's what Kevin Ken wants, man. Kim. He's like, I want the the Ashe Neela, but there's no Rumble allowed. I think Babe might just pick Veigar. You might just see the Veigar. Yeah, the Veigar coming through.
Nice.
I think it actually makes a lot of sense here.
Jhin
Tristana
Ashe does
also
get
taken
wrecked by
away.
Malphite.
He could also just play Kassadin here. Like, they could pick any scaling mid. It could also be Victor. And then you just have so much follow-up damage for your engage. What are they diving? Like, they're like, oh,
What
you
are they
can't.
cooking in this dive?
Now they could just play Nautilus and be like, cool, we're fine with safe counter pick. Or if they want to prioritize the Veigar here, I think that's the other option for Bay.
Yeah,
I'd
I'd like the Veigar.
Ashe Callista could be a thing that gives you problems. They didn't ban that. Not a big fan of this one, to be honest, because you know you're
It's
walking into
heavy
something.
dive.
You're walking into something super duper aggressive in the lane.
At least the comp meshes really well together. Like, they're all doing the same thing, right? Including the Zeri. We are pressing our buttons and going forward on the side of T1. So we talked about DK is very easy to play comp in game 1.
Okay,
and
it's gonna
guess
be
what?
Draven Ashe.
Is this just game 1 flipped with new picks?
I said it in the draft. I'm like, they have to play Draven, right? Then they played Ashe, and I was like, okay, I guess you could do that. But they're like, no, Wolf, don't worry, it was a Draven comp the whole time. This Rakan pick is not going to feel very good here.
Yeah, it's really going to struggle in the lane. Like, that bottom lane this time is, it's not quite like game 1 because you're playing Zeri Rakan. You have 0 lane pressure. So
it's Cassante mid, by the
Yeah.
way. So this is like any pushing lane gives you prio, and then unfortunately, Lucid is not going to have a fun time. I don't think you want to play LeBlanc into this. You could play Ahri if you want a similar idea here, or you could just play Veigar or Ryze. I think all of these picks are fine. The LeBlanc doesn't suit base playstyle either. Yeah, just play Ahri. Just play Ahri.
Especially if you're going for full composition.
Synergy, yeah.
Synergy, like everybody's on the same page. You know, some of your lanes are going to suffer for it, but at least everybody's going in. They're all going in one direction. It's not like what we saw in game 2. I don't want to see that again.
So,
if anyone remembers that comp.
Bay should go unsealed spellbook, and he and Zeri will have cleanse, and then you'll have a lot of answers for the Ashe in team fights, as long as you don't get caught by the arrow into Cocoon, into Draven ult, where the cash-in comes through. I think T1 have the way better comp. I think D+ should have listened to Atlas. I think they should have played Lucian. I think that was actually the right answer here. But it's Rahel, and that's not Rahel's playstyle. He's not a player who gets heavy
Is he a Draven player, though?
Well, that's what I was going to say. He's not a Draven player either. But I think this lane and this low-range AD carry isn't going to scale up well unless they get an opportunity. Whereas Lucian is still, even if you don't get kills, he's going to get early objectives. He's going to be relevant in the early mid. This Draven may or may not be. And if the answer is not be, then T1 get a reverse sweep here. So a lot of pressure on Rahel, who in my opinion has been the least clutch of these 5 players.
Yeah, he has played a couple of games of Draven so far this season. He is 0-2 on the pick. That doesn't necessarily mean that he's bad at Draven, but maybe they just weren't able to play around his Draven. Maybe the team wasn't able to get him ahead. They weren't able to play the way that you have to when you have a Draven on your team. Certainly they have some ways to do it in this composition. We could see some shenanigans in the bottom side, especially with Elise and maybe even Cassante joining there.
It's a 3v3 lane in the bottom side of the map. They're both going to start pathing bottom side early. We're going to see some early action. But Bey is going to have prio. And Bey, he will leave lane. He will drop plates. He will drop waves. And he will come bottom side and make sure that Rahel doesn't get ahead. And that's my biggest problem with D+'s composition. Because Rahel and Bible will win lane. They will. And Elise will be a threat. They should. And I think they will. I'm willing to say will. But Lucid can't do as much if there's a Vi there constantly, and mid-prio prevents him from actually having that advantage there. So Pulbay picking the Cassante mid here so they could play Gnar into Malphite just feels a little bit... It's too much of a stretch for me. I think the rubber band is snapping. And what D+ is trying to do. They're trying to do way too many things in one single draft.
I totally agree. And at the end of the day, the drafts, in this series at least, have really kind of swung the way that the series has gone as well. I think that DK kind of had a handle on it in the first couple of games. D1 were kind of cooking. They were doing some weird stuff, and then they were like, okay, let's settle down, play straight up League of Legends. And yes, their bottom lane is pretty funky in this one. But as we mentioned before, there's a lot of synergy in this comp, and I think T1 will have the advantage here. Now, how will the players play? Who's going to be less nervous when it comes to a best of 5 and you're in challengers and you know you're still learning how to be a pro gamer and there's a lot of pressure on all these young players. There's one player though that doesn't seem to feel pressure even though he's very young, and that is Smash. Born in 2006, this guy has hard carried many times under high pressure situations and did not give a damn.
No, he's like the opposite of Rahel in terms of what these two players are great at. Like, if you give Rahel a lead and he could just kind of default front to back, pop off, like, he will do it. But if it comes down to the clutch moment where it's like 280 carries looking at each other at the end of a team fight, like, Smash will flash on you and kill you. Rahel, he's probably going to walk away, right? That's just his play style. He's not a very aggressive player, which is why we usually don't see him play these pushing lanes, which is why this draft didn't feel that scary. And Atlas called out the Lucian right away. That's the one pick we've seen D+ dominate with Elise with early game. That's the one pick where he's felt comfortable to actually win lane and get advantages for Lucid. They weren't willing to do it here because of some of the nerfs to Lucian and Nami and how Zeri has looked better in that lane, I guess. That's the main reason why they decided to do something different here. And if they had Sejuani, and maybe things end up working out.
We had a guy named Faker in the YouTube chat.
That is hilarious, but his message got deleted, so we'll never know what he said.
Yeah, he did curse, unfortunately. I feel like he could have used it much better. He's not banned there yet, but I think for impersonating Faker probably will be.
If you guys haven't figured it out just yet, we probably have a remake of the game because we're not in it yet. And there's a lot to talk about with this draft, but I think we kind of did eventually cover everything. So I think that the lobby is probably being remade. There was an issue before we went to Game 4, but it's resolved. Everything's fine.
Wolf summoned the game. Thank you, Wolf.
That's what I do.
And we do have a Game 5 on our hands. Silver Scrapes is here. DK versus T1. The winner of this goes up against KT in the losers finals later on this week. Let's jump into Game 5. I did 3.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Da-na-na, na-na-na, na-na-na. All right, anyway, so back into the game here. Do have an overheal. Zeri cut down is taken for Rahel this time.
Last stand for Smash.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
I think that's become more common actually on Zeri these days, though.
Yeah.
Well, if Bey has taken melee autos at level 1 from a Cassante, maybe it goes better than we thought.
He's got Grasp too. Let's see. Yep, they're going to scan this. And they say, guess what? We have
Vertical
Elise.
jungling.
So we get to do whatever we want. And Forrest has to respect this. He can't just run in there and take it away by himself. His bottom lane can't
Well,
help
it's not
because
just
they lose the 3v3.
It's not just Elise, but it's Draven. So like, if everybody groups up here, they need Bey to actually win this. But then Bey loses farm, and then it's never a win. And this is a lane that we said they will win no matter what. You just have to let that CS go. Sorry. Can't have it.
Sorry, not sorry.
And
let's agree to disagree.
Yeah.
Yeah. Zoning them out of XP as Lucid just gets to do whatever he wants.
The cool thing is that Forrest got wolves, and he can go take his red buff, so he got blue, but he's actually wasting time essentially now, running back to his own red buff. So it's not like he's losing out, but it's not like he's winning super hard either. Like Forrest's like, all right, well, I know this is about as far as you can go. I can take my wolves, and he handled the vertical jungle very well. He was seen on a ward that was placed there on the Raptor camp.
Yep.
And this means that the Elise is more lethal now because of the pathing here. Forrest was surprised to not start topside and just go down, but wanted to deal after the level 1 with that vertical jungling a little bit more aggressively. And so Lucid doesn't get the advantage he's looking for, but the ward is massive.
Yeah, and that means that Forest can immediately come down. Now, they are going to spot this.
Everybody's like playing this so well. Everyone's 100% aware of what's going on.
Lucid's here first, though. And Bible takes 2 turret shots for no reason.
I think that's like the end of that.
A little bit antsy to get the dive going. And understandable, I guess, they see Forest coming, but definitely a mistake. As Lucid can still hang around and just poke him a little bit, but as you mentioned, the dive is over for now.
By the way, Pulbe has
Pulbe.
Cryo. I mean, I'm not that aware of this matchup and how it works exactly, but I don't think this should happen.
Well, they're able to make it happen. Here comes Teleport. Lucid is Elise, but he has nothing to repel to, so he's just going to get over the wall and has to flash away. Meanwhile, on the top side, actually, Thanatos doing a great job in the trades here.
And right now, basically, T1 are just like, nah, you can't do anything with this early Elise. Good ward.
Oh, hello.
Snash out of the lane.
Go bot again?
This comp way hard outscales for T1. So they're just like, nah, it's not going to let you guys do anything here. And the game plan here for D+ is super sick. Like everything they've done, from setting up the vertical jungling, to getting that lane pry out, to pushing in hard, controlling vision, knowing exactly where Force is, forcing him to take the long way around. But T1 did everything well in response. Like they didn't fall into any of the pitfalls, any of the traps. So D+ not really getting much of an advantage here, not the advantage they wanted.
Here they go again.
And we're doing it one more time. And both of these junglers now flashless, which is...
Yeah, no teleport for Bay this time.
Advantage Rahel, or rather Lucid for sure. I don't know why I said Rahel. And
here they go. Level 5 on Pull Bay, level 3 for Lucid, but just flashing or ghosting forward, trying to just push them out of the lane, and they will do that. Bible takes 3 more turret shots.
Forrest is here.
And there is a way if they get past the Elise, and yeah, it's just going to hit him with the Q. It does enough damage through the guy. It's now 3-on-3, and higher health bars here for T1 will push them away.
Yeah, but a lot of farm is being denied at the same time. Still a fairly even trade. And the reason why I realized why I said Rahel, advantage Rahel accidentally earlier is because I was going to say advantage because he has repel when they both were flashless.
It's confusing.
Which is why like that weird word came out of my mouth when you have Rahel on the team with the champion has repel. But you can see here that T1 have to respect this and they push away. And then Bible is unfortunately going to aggro the turret because they run out of minions. And he is picked off here. So this is huge. And the Extendo Beam actually really helps us out if that doesn't connect. It looked like it wasn't going to connect, but it does. Then he gets away. This is a win here for T1 in terms of the team fight. Still, minions denied, but you can see he's already caught back up. And D+ will get the first Drake, but this is common.
Lucid is level 3.
That is not ideal, but it is. He has catch up. He won't be super far behind forever.
Does he have mustard though?
I heard he's only got mayo, and then you know how I feel about that.
You said he had ketchup.
Yeah, but also mayo. For his nuggies.
He's like he has nuggies to put it on.
Yeah, he's like you. You get
otherwise
nuggies. It's gross.
It's quite delicious. Just throw those in the microwave. You're gonna feel really good about it.
Here we go. It all comes back.
Yeah, Pull Bay, especially before Ari gets some items, he's going to be able to push this one in, I guess. As now he's going bot side again.
Bay has no vision.
Nobody. Well, now he does. Deny the ward? Pull Bay denies the ward, but now it's a 4v4. Really nice cancel on the charm from Pull Bay.
I'm like, is Casanti a counter match to Ari? Like, wait.
That's pretty good, you know? Basically, just Ari can't do anything early on, so unless they have jungle attention.
I mean, he's just so tanky that he can push through the charm and then start to use his Qs to his Natofos, or however you pronounce that. Someone tell me how to pronounce that.
I think that's correct.
Sounds weird, but like maybe it is. But you can use that to get some advantages in the lane, and I really thought there was no way he was going to have early prio. And he kind of got perma prio because Bay had to constantly roam to match him and lost a lot of CS. That's Bay's MO, but he has a pretty big disadvantage right now.
They're back.
Yep. It's a 4v4 on the bottom lane, apparently. Thought it was a 3v3.
Oh, Smash in a little bit of trouble here. He is going to just cleanse away from it. As again, I mean, they're getting turret plates. You may not like it, but this is what peak League of Legends looks like. As now, Pulbay, he's so tanky, he can just stand in front. Gets the knock-up as he drags him all the way into the river. And that is a level 4 Rakan that does not want to be pulled into that fight.
Yeah, that's a really weird wall interaction here. And it looks like D+ have actually had this mid-Cassante pick like in their wheelhouse. And this is what Chovy first showed us before anybody else, is mid-Cassante with Elise and how much power you have because of the architecture of the map and fat walls, like the one you see to the left of the turret there.
Oh,
this
man,
time
they're just big bones.
Sure. But this is what the...
Gosh. So rude.
I'm not saying they're like inferior to other walls in any means, but they are superior actually in this case. Their big bone structure is very nice for Cassante because you could use these walls against champions when you're diving bottom side. So this is like, I think a strategy D+ wanted to keep hidden in playoffs, and they're like, I guess we're showing it in game 5. They bring it out here against the Ahri pick that they left open. They knew was likely going to be picked, and they're showcasing the power of this to get advantages in the bottom side. And Rahel is delivering. Bible, you know, not so much in the same way, but Rahel is making those advantages happen bottom side. They're setting up the lane prio, and they're looking for dives. They haven't gotten the advantages they really wanted. Like, they could have been much further ahead because T1 has handled this well, but they still have a 1,200 gold lead. Is that enough? I don't think so yet. Well, let's see what else they can get done.
Yeah, I mean, so far in this game, it's a good start, but you definitely do have to do more if you are DK. If this continues, you know, to be a 1,000 gold lead into like 15 to 20 minutes, then T1 are going to be like, hey, this is great. Did you notice that Dahl is going AP on the Malphite against 4 AD champions?
I did notice, but we've seen it before. We've seen the Abyssal build.
He's going Rod.
Yeah, he is going Rod.
And
I think it's fine because he's losing lane and he's just going to be able to stack up his Rod very quickly. If he obviously gets it early, it's huge, but he doesn't have to. And then he can just sit there and go like, well, I'm getting my ultimate upgraded faster, and the attention can be put bottom side. I could just be weak side top Malphite and not care. I think that's the reason.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to do more damage when you dive in onto
there's
that
also
very
that.
squishy, immobile backline, right? So perhaps that's part of the reason as well. You'll certainly die a lot faster. Maybe he'll just go for the hybrid build that we saw like guys like Dahyuk do on the Sejuani top and stuff like that. It'll be interesting to see where he goes from that. Maybe he just wants to hit level 16 quicker.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I think he just wants the extra damage and the levels where he can just get stats for free without money. Because he's not going to be involved in this game for a very long time. Kind of the way Gragas would build Rod on top in the past is Pulbay should be fine. Bay is going
Gragas
to...
goes full AP. So he actually does use the AP.
Sure, but like in the early laning phase, getting an early Rod just allows you to stack up, right? Like, I'm not comparing the two champions
continues,
in terms of their full builds, but in terms of like what the Rod is going to do for you.
And they're just farming.
Yeah.
So might as well.
Because it's a 4v4 game in the bot lane.
Yeah.
And so the top lane, you're going to lose that isolated matchup as Malphite, not Maokai, against a good Gnar who has good spacing. So
Malphite.
Yeah.
Mal
not fighting. Mal sitting under turret.
Mal no fight.
Mal pacifist. Mal pacifism.
It's my new thought. What do you call it? School of thought. I don't know. Will they dive bot again is the question on my mind. Because they were doing that for a while, and now they've taken a bit of a break, which led us to talk about Mal pacifism. And, you know, maybe they can just use this prio that they have to take every free objective on the map. Because it is free when you do have this prio. They took the Rift Herald, they take both of the early Drakes. They need to get a snowball rolling of some sort, so even if you're not getting kills, at least you can get
the soul
objectives.
is. Like, that's going to be really important here. For the first time, it feels like for D+ actually, and not T1. T1 is usually one of the ones getting the early drakes.
Ocean.
Oh, it's
no,
Infernal.
It's Infernal.
Now, this is not amazing for D+'s comp, but pretty good.
Okay, press R. Might work. Bible tries to do that as well, but he can't keep his AD carry safe as they're going to give that kill over to Rakan of all people. Forest goes down. Here's Lucid. He's like, wait, we were supposed to be winning this lane. And I think they will from here, as even the Rift Herald is going to come down. Smash just flashing away. Full Bay not able to follow up on that one as Bout looks to get away here. Can't hop over to the Zeri. And they are able to trade it back.
So it was a successful assassination of Rahel's Adoration stacks. So in that regard, it is pretty nice for T1, but the kills don't go over to Zeri, and you do not end up defending your turret here. So this is actually a huge win for D+. And you want to kill Rahel here so you can get those stacks away from him, but it's at a huge cost. The smash comes over here, but he's very delayed, and he's used his ultimate now. Bible gets the kill, so that's somewhat relieving at least, but now you're dead. And Bay is not here. He's still not here. There's nothing he can do. Bout is dead. Smash is like, oh, this is the end of this turret. Unfortunate. So taking fights like this and hard forcing like this is definitely the opposite of what T1 should be doing at this point in time. They saw blood in the water with the Vi pick that they have, and look at the gold across the map here. Massively in favor of Draven, even though he was denied those stacks.
Yeah, still in a good spot. Still hanging out in the lead. 3,000 golds here for DK. And they are going to move their bottom lane into mid now. Maybe try to pick up some more. Well, they're not going to get any more plays. It doesn't look like, as we only have 15 seconds left on that. But with Infernal Soul on the way, I think DK are in a pretty good spot to continue with the snowball. Kind of like their position from here. As you do have to be careful, though. Like, you have to go aggressive with the snowball that you're building, but you also can't overstep your boundary, because the second you take one bad fight and Smash gets a Zeri moment, the game might just end. Yeah. Like, you might just be over from there, which would be really sad for them, right? Because they feel like they're winning the entire game, and then one bad team fight just kind of throws it all out the window, and that would be a big mental blow to them.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that this game is still winnable for T1, but they just have to hunker down and survive. And I think you actually have to be willing to give up this mount with this third break. Dahl is on a flank right now. I think forcing here is like exactly how you lose this series right now. Like, this is exactly what not to do. This is exactly what not to do.
It's Cassante. But you know what, Wolf? Some things are inevitable, and I guess that fighting over the second Rift Herald is...
yeah, it's like no more Elder flips. We're all about second Herald flips to decide our playoffs dream. Here we go.
I don't really understand fighting over this one, but T1 are going to do it anyway, as let's see if they can seal it away. In goes Forest, trying to get it low enough. He is going so deep into that back line as the dive comp comes out, and they're able to get on top of Rahel, but they trade their mount by 4 in. That's now a 4v4. Pobe trying to do some crazy Cassante stuff. He pulls back in Forest and will win the fight 2-for-1, and they get the Rift Herald.
Yeah, I mean, I've already seen the... I just got leaked. I just got a text message with the T1 game plan for Game 5. It got the scrim data and all the information is there, but it's all just kind of crossed out, and it says, kill Draven, lose game, and I don't think it's the right way. I don't think it's the strategy to win this Game 5 in this best of 5 here. Okay, getting a knockup onto the tankiest member here of D+. Once again, not the target you want. You kill the Draven again. You stop the stacks. But you're giving him gold anyways. You're giving his team gold. And, like, the Malphite didn't ult in that fight at all. Dahl is just isolated here as everyone else goes in. Forrest is on a completely different page than the rest of his team, and the team is like, I guess we're going.
Look at him.
And he's just completely shoved into the wall here. If he can get an ult off, or if he reacts quicker to Thanatos there, maybe they actually get full bait here too. And then you have a big Zeri moment here for Smash. But unfortunately, he is just completely chain CC'd,
and he's AP, so he's got some good health, but he has no zero resistances in the build actually, and so Thanatos just rips him to shreds. Like, he's just nothing. He's like paper to that Gnar.
I mean, the Draven is just by default at this stage of the game with the items he has stronger than the Zeri, if he can live. And if you use everything on him, you still have to deal with the rest of the front line, which is actually a lot of damage. I mean, this is PTA Elise. She will do a lot of damage to these non-tanky members. So I'm very worried for T1 here, and they think they're going to get this Drake fight. I don't think it's going to happen the way they think it's going to happen. Now, if they can get control of this choke, that's another story. Rahel here very far back.
They have their R buttons, and
They
they are
do?
looking at Rahel.
They are. And
They are locked in, Wolf.
Here we go.
Okay, they're trying to go for Lucid. Everything is used onto him. The front line takes him a bunch, but the Gnar goes down immediately. But take a look at this. Rahel finally has the front line, and he cashes in for very little, but at least he picks up a kill. As now 4v4, and no Forest means that DK should just pick up this Dragon.
At T1, they have a great composition here. They have great win conditions. I don't even mind the AP Malphite, but you can't fight without a real proper tank here, and the target selection is all over the place. And they're just pressing R and hoping that they get kills, you know, and they got one. They
Press
stopped
R and pray.
Yeah, exactly. They got Thanatos this time, and which is a good target to get because he can turn fights so quickly.
And now Lucid, he's trying to trade up, right? Like when you're ahead like this, you got the snowball rolling, just flash.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Just look to force somebody's flash. That's actually a good play.
No, absolutely.
Gets the flash out of Bay.
Bay had cleanse too. I believe it was set before this, so could have just tried to cleanse that and been like, cool, thanks for the flash. But, you know, he just reacts quickly. And this fight, Lucid has stopwatch. They turn the aggression onto the Gnar. Everybody goes through, but look at Rahel. Holds the whole team, hits everybody, and just walks forward doing damage with his Essence Reaver. And that's a one-team fight for D+, because you don't have the follow-up anymore. You used all of your tools. If your Zeri was fed, then yeah, you can still win that fight. But without those ultimates, you can't with just an Immortal Shield Bow.
Yeah, they just need more time. And it's weird because T1 are not giving themselves that time. Like, obviously, the Infernal Soul is something you feel like you have to fight for. That's kind of understandable, but the second Rift Herald was not. And that one absolutely could have been played a lot better.
Yeah, and the sole point, especially considering the game state, you have to be willing to let it go and try to get something else. There's all the standing gold on the top and bottom turrets. You could have hard pushed. You could have tried to push bottom turret while setting up for a flank angle. Just kind of ran in. And like Forrest found so much success in game 4 on the Vi. I think it almost gave him a false sense of like, this is the way. This is what we need to do. We just need to press R on people. And then Dahl's like, I'm down. Let's press R on people. I'm picking Malphite. But you know, it's a little bit more nuanced than that in this game in terms of the scaling. Because now Draven is fed. Is he massively fed? No. But he is about to have a second item. He is going to do a ton of damage in team fights. He does have cut down. Dahl's not even tanky, but he's tanky enough and does have a lot of health stacking here. He's going to just get ripped through. You'll never kill full Bay unless you scale up. And they're not scaling up.
Yeah, I mean, T1, if this were LCK, I would sit back and say, okay, like T1 from here, they're going to try to play it very safe. They're still in a very dire position because of this Infernal Soul especially. But I could see a world in which like the T1, like, or not even T1 LCK, but like any LCK team could be able to slow it down, play it safely, buy themselves some time. But unfortunately, I feel like Challengers is more akin to solo queue, right? Like the team that has the snowball rolling more of the time is going to just keep it going and might just be able to bowl over them.
Yeah, T1 are going to try to clear vision here and set a trap on Baron, it looks like. And this is one way you could do it if Dahl teleports in and then you have a really nice engage when they try to run over because they're panicking like, oh, are they doing Baron? They have a lot of vision to clear. There's a lot of wards and blue trinkets in here that they need to clean up before they can do this, and that's just taking so much time that they're actually not getting any control on the map. But they are sitting back and farming, and I was scared, so scared for a moment that we were just going to see Dahl like engage in the mid lane and try to make something happen and just lose the game right away. I don't mind if T1 loses. Like I want the best team to win, but I also feel sad that they're not playing to their win conditions, because I think this game could look so much more complex and so much more interesting, but instead it's like, I feel like I'm about to see a car crash, and I'm very sad about it, and I want to stop it, but they can't hear me.
Everything's happening in slow motion.
Yeah, I'm like, no, wait, hold on, just scale. We can just kill some minions and maybe get a turret.
Well, at least they have the AP Malphite win condition. And I mean, but if that's what you're building for, it's also kind of what you're hoping for, right? Like,
But he
Dahl-
also needs time.
He needs time. He needs to get it fully stacked, and he needs a couple more items. Unfortunately, he's going for Zhonya's second, so that's not really going to build up on the damage, at least. But that does mean that he can flash R and do a whole big chunk of damage to Rahel or to Bible, probably. You don't really have a lot of other targets. Maybe Lucid if he's already used Repel. And then just Zhonya's and hope that your team can clean up. And they do have great synergy. Maybe one fight DK goes a little bit too far, but they're probably going to go a little bit too far with Infernal Soul Wolf.
Yeah. Well, now, like, it's so bizarre, but, like, because you fought for the last 2 objectives and really messed it up, you can't fight for the one that really matters now. I think they might, anyways, but it is kind of ironic that they hard forced on the ones where they didn't need to, and now they're kind of, like, sitting back like, ooh, I don't think we can force this one.
Yeah, if you fought for the last one, you have to fight for this one.
Yeah, if you won
We've
the
said that
fight,
many times.
you'd be in a good position to actually fight for this one, but you lost it, so...
All right, let's see it. T1 have to give their best, 10 out of 10.
Who do you kill? Like, you
dive
can't...
impression.
You won't be able to kill Rahel here. And you need, like... This seems doomed.
It's got to be him or Bible. You don't really have many choices, as even the last plan is going to be denied. As Thanatos has a nice little angle here. Arrow does come forward as they try to dive onto Bible here with the Spirit Rush. They do get into that back line as Rahel is kind of 100 to 0. He goes to the stopwatch immediately, dies a smash. Will he have this very moment? No, he will be immediately shut down. As here is Bull Bay trying to frontline, picks up another kill, and Bible's actually kiting really well. Bay will be taken down eventually by the Elise, who does burn him. A triple kill for Bull Bay because there are no big threats the second that Smash goes down.
Yeah, I mean, he has Jack shows, so he's just going to be tanky forever, and no one can hurt him. If Bay doesn't miss that charm, I think maybe there's a world where they end up winning that team fight, but he completely whiffs it at basically point-blank range. So I think that's game.
Did you see Bible's AD carry impression in that?
Yeah,
in that
I did.
Fight? That was pretty
it
sick.
It was pretty cool. And in skirmishes like this, when your counterpart is gone and all the engage is gone, you're free. You have free reign. As Bay, he's coming in here. They have the setup here, but the timing of this stopwatch is perfect. And Bout at the same time is re-engaging onto a Gnar with Mega Gnar. And the target selection here is so poor. And then watch this from Bay as they take out Thanatos, and then yikes. If that charm hits, it's maybe a different scenario, but he misses it, and you still lose the fight, but you get a kill back, and they don't dominate. Maybe you can come over and mess around with the Drake and buy time for respawns and stuff like that, but now they have Infernal Soul, and Infernal Soul means Baron.
Yeah, and any comp with Infernal Soul is going to scale amazingly, right? We've always talked about this, whether it's Draven, whether it's, it could be pretty much anything that's not like Teemo and Singed. Even that, that sounds pretty cracked actually with Infernal Soul. Anyway, you guys get what I mean. Like, they're going to scale up really nicely. Rahel now has a bunch of items in his pocket alongside of the scaling. Even Bible is doing some good damage. He did the most damage in the game so far as support Ashe.
Yeah, it just doesn't matter if you kill Rahel in these fights. If Full Bay just does more damage, and Bible does damage, like, you need your Zeri to have more items so that when you kill the enemy AD carry, you kill the rest of them too. He needs his LDR so badly, but there's no time to get it. Now, D+ are clearing out vision and being very slow about starting this Baron up, so we could have a flip on our hands. Forest doesn't have Smite, so I feel like this could have been played a lot better from D+, but they have Teleport on Gnar. He is pushing the bottom turret. And if Dahl has to answer this, it means he's not there on the flank to set up for an ultimate, so eventually they should be able to get this Baron, but every second that passes, T1's chances of going up go up, chances of winning go up slightly, like, some decimal points.
Yeah, still counts.
If
it is a number.
If they can survive and deny this Baron for another 2 minutes or so, and LDR comes through, then, maybe there's a world where they actually win this game. Maybe there's a world where they win that Elder fight in 3 minutes. 3 minutes 45.
Bible's still the most damage in the game.
Yeah, this is like not really surprising considering how much has been put into the Draven.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's like, imagine an AD carry just free hitting in your fight, right? As they do have vision of this now. They know this is happening. What can they do about it? Bay does have teleport himself as well, but he's just going to run on over. He's got enough time. Dahl will try to TP into this one,
Boris
but
just
he
has
gets
the Vault
denied.
Breaker and hope.
Dahl gets denied on the back here. Thanato's keeping him in the bot lane. Just watching the minimap now. He's able to back up enough. They get the TP, and they just back away.
I actually think this is a win for T1 though, because you got the TP, but they stop the Baron and they buy time. And the Baron is like, the game is basically done if they get that. I mean, the game feels like it's basically done anyways, but now if you TP in and then just walk away and then let them take it again, well, then this is not a win for T1. I think they definitely could have played more aggressively around the pit and just let Smash farm top. But instead, we're just going back to this, except this time Dahl has to walk.
Yeah, Dahl doesn't have TP. Bay has TP and Smite, so if he gets into the pit here, they have vision. There's certainly a way for them to get this double Smite down.
Yeah,
so
D+ just not going to flip it. Yeah, they're just not going to flip. Wow, really well handled actually getting Dahl back in there. Bay comes back. He's going to be, since he's holding the TP and the Smite, able to deal with this wave. But Zeri needs to get minions. That's the most important thing. Like, I feel like she should almost just go top at this point. Being mid is where you're going to get the most money, but like, just put her up there, protect her, and play around Baron. Because her being in mid means she's vulnerable while you're also trying to set up vision on this Baron. They are going to send Dahl up here, though, and she is getting minions because she needs to get the money. Like, that is what she needs. She's currently holding 1,200 gold. So not enough yet.
She's only like 200 gold ahead of the Draven, which is... I feel like as time comes along, of course, the Zeri is going to scale better, but at least he has a real crit item in the IE, whereas Zeri is going to need 3 items to get hers.
Yeah,
So
I think that it's
gonna take
okay
a while.
if she doesn't have it for these next few fights, but she needs that LDR super badly, and she just is nowhere near the money.
Fullbay's just tanking too much damage, I guess. Oh, this arrow. Oh, it's perfect! He walks back into it, and now Bay... He's gonna even go into his stopwatch. I don't know why. Maybe trying to buy some time, maybe just desperation, but the arrow from Bible is enough.
He had flash and ult.
He did.
Just stopwatch to guarantee his death, essentially, unfortunately.
Yeah, if you flash right out of the stun and then ult away, you live. Maybe you come back and teleport back into this fight. Either way, just a bit of a panic, perhaps, from Bay, and that's going to be the free Baron over to the side of DK, as you see that T1 are trying to set up vision around the Elder
Yeah, this
spawn.
is actually the right call from T1, but the timing of this is really unfortunate because Bay will be back, but D+ have enough time to go push mid and then still group for this, as this arrow is so unfortunate. Bay. And then, like, if he reacted to the arrow, which is incredibly difficult to do, he could have flashed there,
But yeah, if you just flash after the stun is gone and you ult away,
yeah, you would have been
live.
fine. Now QSS is done for Rahel.
Or
So
at the worst, you force Thanatos' flash, right? At least you're getting something.
QSS means that essentially Rahel is bot a cleanse. And this is it. Everything for the Elder Flip. Challengers Game 5, Silver Scrapes, teleports in, double TP. This is it, Valdez. We are deciding which one of these teams is playing against KT Rolster right now.
Oh boy, here we go, as Bible is 1v1ing the Vi, as we do get a couple of guys running away from this one, as a 5-on-5 here underneath the Elder. Arrow comes out, hits Dahl. Remember, he is AP. They're going to try to burst him down, and down he goes. Dahl does not get in there. Forest dies mid-ultimate, as T1 now 3v5. They got a Zeri and a Dream, and the LVR not going to be able to pull through, as he just doesn't have enough time to even auto-pull Bay here, as that should be the Elder ends the Baron. It is Exodia for DK.
It's in. And look at the timing of this. Smash here. Gotta be so careful going over the wall like that. An extra minute of Elder here. The Baron is mostly gone, but that should be plenty of time to just push and end. And man, T1 with such a great potential comeback here in the series. The near reverse sweep, but more difficult than a reverse sweep is preventing it. D+ looks like they have pulled it off. Puzzling Game 5 here from T1.
Oh boy. Yeah, I think just the pressure getting to them. DK able to solidify themselves. They get a much... They just have like a really nice identity here in this draft, and they play it very, very well. The way they played around the bottom lane, T1 tried their hardest. As Forest is trying to get behind them and stop the wave from coming in. He's actually keeping this game alive single-handedly.
Yeah, he's just keeping this wave away. They're buying more time still. 95 seconds
minions
though.
Going in.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's going to be really hard to deny those. We could try to extendo beam them. Force is dead. Although, wait.
Well, he's trying to turn it around, and you know what? I mean, even with the Elder, yeah,
Okay,
he's
but
going to
still
get
got
the
to
kill.
defend. Still got to defend this though.
All right, in they go. That is a big doll ultimate. They get on top of two of them, but the damage follow-up. Okay, Smash. Able to pick up what he's doing. This area damage against the Elder Bumpus. They cannot take out Smash. Smash will try desperately to stop this Nexus from going down. As Lucid is on the edge. Oh, he's going to get the kill onto this area. You can't make this up as he just ticks down from the Elise damage, and that will be the end of it. GG. DK will move on to the next round against KT in the loser final.
What an unbelievable series. But D+, they held strong in this 5th and final game, and T1 with some baffling decisions in the early game with their team composition, not fighting at their spikes. A weird build from Dahl coming through, looking for the Rod of Ages and the additional magic damage, but not having the tankiness required to front to back. And trying to pick the Draven repeatedly in these fights didn't work when the real carry was the support. The real carry was the mid lane, as Pulbay tanks all the damage, does an insane amount of damage himself.
Oh, man.
And, I mean...
it's got to be Pulbay, right?
Yep, I voted for Pulbay 100%.
Okay.
Like...
Man, he had a great series, too.
He really did. Like, he has come back. The Pulbay that we were hyped about before we went into this tournament, the Pulbay that played extremely well in the first 3-4 weeks of Challengers, he's back, he's showing up big, and I think D+ did not want to show this strategy. I think they did not want to show this strategy in this best of 5, but they pulled it out in Game 5, and T1 just walked right into it. They looked completely lost.
Most damage in the game goes to the Elise, and the damage doesn't really matter. It was more just Elise and Cassante. Getting Prio from mid, going bot. Getting Prio from mid, going bot. Getting Prio from mid, getting a Drake.
And
getting
T1,
a second Drake. Stacking up 4.
They handled the 4v4 lane really well.
They
Like,
tried their best. I mean, they did pretty well.
I think they played extremely well. Like, obviously, you're still going to get advantages even if you play it perfectly, but they didn't choke, they didn't crumble. Where they crumbled was when the fights they chose to take at the timings in which they took them. Like, they wanted to defend this area and make sure she doesn't get zoned out of experience, make sure she doesn't die, and they did a good job of that. She lost some farm. Bay lost farm trying to do that. But what is it all for? If you don't wait for this area to scale and let her do damage, look at what he was doing in those last few team fights. He's an incredible player. He gets LDR. He's like, I'm going to do damage. I'm going to do things, but...
Poor Smash, man.
It's not his fault. It is
no,
not his fault.
It's not his fault, for sure.
But the rest of the team is just on completely different pages. The target selection all over the place, and...
Oh, Chronicler, I banned like 15 people in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a series that is messy, but a very exciting one, to say the least. I think if you're a KT Rollster fan, though, after this one, you're kind of like, well, you're watching Game 5 going like, well, which one do I beat?
I mean...
Because
I don't even know what they would think after this.
The other thing is, like, KT also had the D+ angle where they had a 2-0 lead and then were reverse swept themselves, so you just never know.
Yeah.
Well, I right now I'm leaning towards KT again, and I've been too high.
Yeah.
I've been too high on KT this season, but there were some weak points shown for D+. Bible playing all the way through the series too is just not something that... Well, I mean, I guess I expected it, but I thought they were going to maybe consider pulling him out. They didn't. He played very well. Pulbay gets POG. So well-deserved.
I don't think there's really any other choice. I mean, like, maybe Lucid, right? But it was more so like his team enabling Lucid. And Lucid did play a fantastic game as well, but Pulbay was kind of like that extra bit of star power to push them through. And it was very nice. It was very good stuff, you know, coming from memes and now to dreams. He is in the lower bracket final that will take place on Thursday. One chatter mentioned he won Game 5's Wild Rift Boy 1 from Thursday to Sunday. Do you think we get it? Do you think we get Game 5s in Thursday, Friday, which is Challengers, and then, of course, Saturday, Sunday, which is LCK?
You know what? I'm going to say, yeah, I think we can get it. I'm gonna say I think it could happen. I feel like it's ridiculous to predict against it at this point. Like, I'm voting KT 3-2. I think if I predict KT, I'm feeling it. I am feeling it.
Oh, and shout out to Chronicler, the Giga Chad voter. He was right in the end, not Atlas. That dummy.
Well, I think Atlas was very close to being right.
Atlas was supposed to be correct.
He was supposed to be correct.
But it was actually Chronicler in the end. And, you know, just want to shout him out because there weren't a lot of DK voters, and although doing predictions and challengers is always a recipe for not success, the opposite of that.
Disaster, yeah.
Yeah. He got it exactly right. So that's very nice. And it was a very close series. I think that T1 could have had it. I think they started off way too slow in the series. DK were like very well prepared from the get-go, from game one. And at the end of the day, I think that's, you know, they got too far behind. And it was interesting. DK actually were able to solidify themselves against something you said is like kind of one of the most difficult things to do, which is stop a reverse sweep.
Yeah. Not only that, but it was on the back of playing Draven for Rahel when only Lucian is the only pick he's really been able to find that lane prio with. Every other time he's tried, he's kind of fallen flat. He was 0-2 on the Draven before this, as you mentioned, when we went into the game. He's picked up his first win of the season. And, like, I don't know, I thought they won classically how they won at the beginning of the season, but with a really unique draft they brought in for it. And one that felt inspired by Chovy and his Cassante we saw when he played at mid with the Nillies, like in like week 7 or something like that, week 7, week 8. You know, it's been a wild season. It really has, and we're coming to the end.
Just
of...
a normal Challenger League season, right?
we're coming to the end of it, and who knows what's going to happen. But at the end of the day, like, we are very different in challengers now in terms of which teams are doing well. Like KT is kind of weirdly the constant between two
Do
tiers.
both KT teams make the finals? I'm gonna say yes.
I mean, I think that's what I would predict.
That is what I'm predicting.
I don't think KT wins either finals right now, but we'll see how they play against Gen.G in LCK before I make any further judgments on that. But
what if they reverse sweep DRX in the final? That would be super hype.
The reverse sweepers get reverse swept.
Sometimes you got to just give them a taste of their own medicine, you know? That's what my mom always said. It could happen, though. I mean, it is challengers,
Sure.
right? So you're a KT 3-2 Predator for the lower bracket final against DK?
Wait until it comes out officially, but that's...
I'm going to say it now. I'm going 3-2 KT.
I think that's going to be my pred. I'll take another day to think about it, but I never want to say officially I'm predding this because sometimes I forget that I say that, then I like do a pred. But you said on Pog State that one time. It's never official until it comes up on the screen at the bottom, you know, of LCK. Like right now, I'm leaning towards a 3-2 pred for KT. I'll probably do some VOD review and think about it a little bit more, but that's what I'm feeling.
I'm gonna throw caution to the wind and make my pred now.
I think I
3-2
predicted
KT.
3-2 KT for Gen.G.
In LCK?
KT, yeah, KT versus Gen.G 3-2 KT in LCK. I don't know. I'm like saying weird words.
I did
now.
as well. Yeah.
I think that's what I voted for. It is going to be a crazy rest of our week.
Thursday through Sunday.
High-level League of Legends. And I'm looking forward to it. I hope we see... Like, the series I'm most worried about, of course, is the LCK Finals. That one might be the one that doesn't deliver, but...
Yeah.
I was worried about T1 KT. Like, I thought T1 was going to 3-0. They did not. You never know. Gen.G beat T1 last time they matched up against each other. It was a very different meta, very different roster, but, you know...
If there is a 3-0, it will be in the LCK Final. Out of all the best of fives, it should be there. Just because T1 are... looking really strong. So
I hope you have an amazing tomorrow because you'll need it. I'm going to have an amazing tomorrow.
Absolutely.
I hope you do
Same.
too. Not that you need it, though. I think you'll be fine. Everybody get some sleep, though. If you're staying up late to watch Korean League of Legends, make sure you are prepped. Go to the grocery store tomorrow. Like you stayed up all night watching LCK Challengers. You're going to wake up tomorrow at like 4 p.m. and like crawl out of bed. Go get whatever you like to drink and eat. Get your snacks when you're watching LCK.
Your bro and
Stock up because we got a lot coming at you guys.
Your KT and based tea.
I'm like, wow, that's really hard. That's a tough one.
Well, no, you just use T and then also TEA. So you just KT and based T. There you go.
Sip of your KT.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sip on your KT. Please stop. What? No, it's perfect.
Yeah, I'm down to stop.
Yeah. I think Cuz will be fine, by the way.
I think Cuz will probably be fine.
Yeah. Well, we had 5 games.
Yeah.
5 games of League of Lego. Why is this not streamed on the LCK channel? This is the LCK Challengers channel.
Yeah.
That's why.
True. LCK KT is weird. For some reason, they keep winning. I'm ready to kill the KT. It's KT, so they'll lose randomly. Meme. I'm ready to kill it. Like I'm ready to stab it.
Maybe we
can take this number 2 pencil and just drive it through the heart of the. Well, we think KT will win, so they'll lose randomly. I KT.
I think I'll give up on that if they win the final.
KT have deserved our respect. They deserve our respect. They have played incredibly well. They have been consistent, by the way. Consistent. Just saying.
Okay.
KT deserves our respect. They are a top 3 team in the LCK, and they were for most of the season as well. In Challengers, they're like a top 2 team for most of the season, nearly a top 1 team. But I'm just saying, guys.
What champion would make the best pet? Yumi. It's literally a house cat. I mean, it has magical powers.
But okay, like
yeah.
you have a cat, I have 4 cats. The cool thing about my cats is they don't go, wow, zoomies! And like when I get out of bed and like just like go get food, they don't go like, thanks, Wolf, for feeding me, and then like shoot a cue at me, like and they're like, I'm just playing. Like, no, I don't want to have a Yumi as a pet. No way, man. I'd much rather have Renekton.
Now that you mention it,
I'd much rather have Renekton. He seems chill.
Did you miss the matches? Yes, unfortunately you did. No spoilers, but DK 1-3-2. Sorry.
It's my favorite chapter. You're like, oh god, actually, I really regret buying this Yumi cat.
When will Chronicler get a chat to join the Caster Cat gang?
He does have a cat.
Also, does Ox have pets?
I don't think so. And not in Korea, at least. Not yet.
In Korea.
But Chronicler does have a cat back in the Netherlands called Chicken. It's very cute. You guys have probably seen it already.
Is that his cat, though, or his parents' cat? Does it really count as his cat?
I think it still counts.
Okay.
I mean,
it's in the family.
The cats you grew up with, are you like, well, it's my parents' cat, it's not my cat. Like, so when you're
there
in
are
school,
some people like that.
There are, and that's I think that's quite bizarre. Do you have any pets at home? Well, my parents have 2 cats. Like,
my mom has a dog, and my dad has a cat. Well, I mean, if they're separated, that makes more sense. But if they're together and they say that, it's kind of weird.
It is kind of weird.
Yeah. Dogs greater than cats, I'm going to have to disagree.
Although
Although dogs
cat
are
people on
cool.
the desk.
Dogs are cool. They're nice. Ox has cast the CL before.
Yeah, he has. It was actually with Atlas, though.
It was not with me, yeah. Dogs equal cats. They're both cute, except they're different, so they can't actually equal each other.
Yeah.
It's not, it doesn't quite work.
Quickshot said he hates
cats on cast.
He has a cute dog, though. I've seen his dog.
Rats.
That's fine.
Who won? What's the score? The fans won 1-0. Dogs are cool, but the best thing about cats is that you earn their love. It's so rewarding. True.
Yeah.
His dog is super fluffy.
Challengers, you know the crazy thing about Challengers?
Just like Atlas.
The crazy thing about Challengers for me, Valdez, has been that, like, when these crazy series happen in regular season, we're like, oh, okay, this team didn't use their win condition correctly, but it's okay. It's like, whatever. They lost. You know, in regular season, you're like, well, they lost. Too bad. A little bit unfortunate. Or, oh, they missed the mark here. And it's like totally chill. It's like, it's Challengers. Anything can happen. But when it's playoffs, it just feels really, it's like, wow. Like, that's it.
Whoa.
Like, you don't, there's nothing after this now because you messed it up.
There are consequences.
Playoffs have been, like, really stressful for me for Challengers this season. I'm like, ooh, is that how it's going to go down? Like, oh, no.
I'm looking forward to Smash next season. You know, out of everybody on the side of T1, obviously all 5 players are great, but Smash is a very young talent as well, so a bright future for him, no doubt. He's turning 17 in July, so Any LCK teams want to pick him up for round 2 of summer? There's your chance. I don't even know if that's legal.
Any
but-
teams that have a lot of money who want to give it to T1? Any teams trying to cash in? Any teams with it? I don't think we have any teams who have the funds to
he's 16.
acquire Smash that have a need for an 80 carry at the moment, unfortunately. I think he's going to be on this roster for a little while. Bible, however, should go to Honda Life Esports.
What is he just going to play behind Gumiusi forever? You think he'll ever
Yeah.
get a chance?
No. I mean, not forever.
That's
but like,
sad.
it is sad, but that is usually what happens.
I don't like business.
Remember Illima?
I don't like O-Cage business. Do you know that emote? It's a great one.
Yeah, it is a good one.
Yeah.
Smash still has a lot of growth that he can do while he's in Challengers, and I think Challengers is very competitive. So it's not like his time is being wasted, but he just isn't going to be able to compete with the best 80 carries, and T1 owns him at the moment. So I don't think he's, especially not in the middle of the season, going anywhere.
Mm-hmm. Corpa. O-Cage business. Do you think DK should make any roster changes going into summer? DK
I assume
LCK?
that means the LCK team, and no,
Probably not.
I don't think so.
No. Corpa? I didn't know Corpa was a... I didn't know that was an emote. I've never seen it
Yeah, I've never
before.
seen it before. It's not enabled in our chat, so I don't know.
Yeah.
I'd have to like Google it, which I
Who
can't
won?
do right now.
The fans won. They enjoyed a great series. It was very close.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. If you have fun, you won. So probably Doran's winning.
Yeah.
Yeah, he thinks the games are very fun.
Well,
it's a little green fella in a suit that has a suitcase. That sounds like O-Cage business. Is it the same emote, just like slightly different?
maybe.
Maybe it is.
Could be a different... I don't know, man. I feel so old when I see all this. I just don't know what's going on.
Dude, the meta changes every day. Do you know about duck ass? I knew you wouldn't. That's why I asked. I saw this like 3 days ago. I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't. That's not actually a curse.
Could somebody?
I'm talking
could
about
somebody
a
just
donkey.
quote? Because somebody just quote about this saying, "Do you know about duck ass?" Because I want to make it. I want to make it my like follow alert on my stream.
Yeah.
Like, could somebody make a clip of him only like cut me out? I mean, I could be in it too, but like if it's zoomed in on Valdez's face, he just goes, "Do you know about duck ass?" I want to make that my like follow, like a new person has followed
That
the
sounds
stream.
good, actually. I like it.
Thanks, Gator,
I'll
and tweet at me.
it. Bet we'll check Discord. Oh, God.
Thanks, guys. I still don't know about duck ass though.
I only well, you'll learn about it. You won't be able to see it with this chat, but in the future you can. I only care about Plink because it's a cute emote. Did you know that Plink, that cat, has a whole suite of emotes, and it's not only Plink?
Yeah.
There's like Plonk, and then there's like a bunch of other ones.
But Plink is the best one.
Plink is the best one, but yeah, I only learned recently that there's like Plink and Plonk and like all the I don't know. I don't know the names of the other ones, but it's like Pet and like Sleep or something. I don't know. It's just a cat doing a bunch of things. As
Plink is great.
I'm more excited for summer KDF.
Then Nongshim, yeah, I think that's a reasonable expectation.
In LCK or because we're here on the Challengers?
I'm more excited about Nongshim than Kwangdong in Challengers though.
Valorant Bren has the Valorant Bren.
Yeah, he just
as opposed to other Brens.
He just seems to have a bunch of memes saved to his phone at all times, and he posts them with no context.
Yeah,
but when
that's the best way.
When on my computer, I have like my tweet deck open, and I just see them fly by, and I think, thank you, Bren. I needed this right now.
I feel like I don't follow Bren. Otherwise, I would have noticed.
Whoa,
that's going to change
calling
tonight.
yourself out right now.
Yeah, I mean, because it's not cool. I should be following him. I'm like, damn, Valdez, you're messing up.
He's watching right now. He's going to stop.
Bren's watching the end of the Challengers. He's watching C4.
Yes, the same Bren who used to cast Overwatch.
Yeah, as opposed to Brendan.
Yes, I think that's why they had the specific
Valorant Bren. As opposed to the other one. It's been a long day, Wolf.
Yeah.
We're
I'm
just
gonna go
hanging
home
out
and
here at the
play-
end of C4.
Play video games.
Oh. Wolf summoned the today's results.
That's what I
CG.
do, man. When I'm like, it's just not gonna happen anytime soon, then it just happens. It's great.
Wolf got to hook Valdez up with Bren. Sorry, but I am married.
Well, I mean, I think they meant like I send a link to Twitter URL, which I think is just
Maybe.
Brencasts. So
Yeah.
I think you're fine.
Makes sense.
3-2. A lot to see here. I think not a lot. A lot of it was one of these two teams losing more than the other was winning. However, I think both in games 1 and game 5, D+ looked really good. Game 1, they looked very, very clean with Bible at the helm, and then in game 5, they piloted their composition incredibly well.
So Pulp A was my DK POG and Smash was my T1
Yeah.
POG. You think that makes sense?
Yeah, I think that's the only
Cool,
choice.
cool.
Pulpe really returning to form, and it'll be exciting to see how he does against Feisty. Feisty kind of got pushed to the brink yesterday. He was like pulling out his Syndra, and it was not looking great.
It's one step closer to the edge. He's about to break.
Today, I was like, okay, anyone can win this series.
Go down to the lower bracket.
Yeah. Today I was like, anyone can win this series. You know, like maybe D+ does upset. Like we were like, oh, D+ could 3-0, but it seems unlikely, but it could happen. Thursday, I'm like, really anybody could win that series. Like I find it hard to predict. We were leaning towards KT, but it's really gonna be hard, man. I don't know. That series is gonna be crazy. It's gonna be wild, and DRX is gonna be watching from the finals part of the bracket.
Yeah.
With saying, let's see what you guys got to offer.
Sure. This matchup, this is on Thursday, so that's not a normal Challenger League day. You guys, well, I guess it was, but we weren't casting it because we were busy with LCK. But we will be casting these, as of course there is no LCK on these days. So 5 o'clock, same time, same place on Thursday.
It's a best of 5, and the winner will face off against DRX. KT Rolster already lost to DRX, but maybe they could bring it back a second time if they win. But that finals, of course, is going to be the following day. So 2 days in a row. Tomorrow is your day off, everybody. And then you got 2 days in a row.
Yeah. Tomorrow is everybody's days off. We take a brief rest for Holy Esports Wednesday, and then we return back to the action with no stopping, straight on through the weekend.
And then after that, we stopped for a long time, actually. It's very sad.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of not doing anything for League of Legends.
True. Yeah. I'm just going to be hanging out. Maybe we'll play some League of Legends. But that's
2 months of no League of Legends in Korea.
Yeah.
Feels bad, man.
Feels bad, man. Sag. Badge, yeah. It's probably more
Badge.
Okage business.
Okage business.
Oh, man. Well, it almost feels like this is the end of the season, but it's not. Like, we're coming back in 2 days to cast more, but I don't know. We need to have Wolf come back and learn about Duck Ass for the next stream. Make sure you're ready for Thursday.
Can I Google it fast enough before we have to get off?
Yeah, we could probably.
Let's see.
Probably wait.
Hold on.
Wolf found Duck. He found it on Google. There's also wide Duck Ass, in case you wanted to know.
There's a blue one. It's purple.
Wait, what is
it's
that
called
one?
Duck Butt.
Oh, I've never seen that one.
Oh no. Oh, I think
Dr.
I might have actually seen this in the chat before, but didn't realize what I was
Probably,
looking at.
It's a new. It's the new one.
I've
There's
seen
gonna
this
be
one.
another
I've seen this one. This is the one I've seen.
Oh, I've never seen that one. Whoa,
That
what
one
is
is not
that one?
appropriate for the stream.
We're going way too far with this. Oh my god.
So it's been around for a while, apparently. Ducker Z is the
Really?
best.
It feels like only now is it getting like really popular.
Ducker Z
Everybody's
is. I need everyone to spam that when Duck Dom is playing.
Mm-hmm.
Duckers.
Good
old Duckers.
Well.
Does anyone remember Frankers?
Yeah,
that
I
actually is
remember.
enabled for our chat. You guys can actually type Frankers,
True.
and it'll come up.
Why isn't it Frank or Z?
I don't know. It is Franker Z or Frankers. People say both. Same with Ducker Z and Duckers.
Why is there no Kappa Z?
Because it's not an animal.
I don't think that's the reason.
Is
I
there
think
a
it's
cat?
because Kappa is gray, but these dogs are actually, they have colors on them.
But what about Kappa HD? Is he?
Anyway, guys, we are done here for the cast. Thank you for watching this great best of 5. We will see you on Thursday for more Challenger playoffs. Have a good night.